Trippy match that description.
I can tell you what, I'm already going to go back and watch the opening of this game from Lucid's POV. The guy is 14-5 right now, and like you said, leading to that big trip cap. It was just tied around the 50-point mark, and what a swing now, 130-60.
Oh, it's going to be challenging, and Ace is going to pick up a triple, and maybe that's going to be the opening here that is needed for Space Station. Formal trying to make a play. Rockets come up in 3 seconds. APG going to take a battle here with Ace. APG will scarper away. There's the kill, though. That's absolutely massive, and it will put... Oh, it's 49.9 again. Forget about that. Rockets in the hands of I Got Your Pistola, and game in the hands of I Got Your Pistola.
Work together to gain some kind of control. 17 seconds until rockets are coming up in Space Station Gaming. They're not going to push this time around. They're going to sit back, wait for power weapons, but Formal on the flank. He's behind the ring, takes him down. Can he get Ryan? He takes down Ryan with rockets coming up right now. Formal has made the play.
Welcome back, Formal. That is the play. King Nick in front of him. King Nick eliminated. But there is still one down. 2-4 for Space Station in that little exchange that went on. The overshield is up. It's going to be grappled away, though, or is Ace going to be able to get it himself? It looks like it's going to be turned around. He pops it now. The confidence from Spartan to take the 1v1 without popping the OV. You have to give the man credit.
Forced to drop and slay, but unfortunately, like E-United's pushes have just been too strong. Space Station hasn't had an answer. They lose another overshield. They do melt Ryan Noob, but when you're down by 70 seconds right now, you have to figure out a way. Here comes the bark of the shotgun. Renegade holding forward, able to help his team finish the ball carrier. Finds himself with Lucid. Lucid thrusts away, but cannot find the kill. Renegade doing it all right now, getting the ball into a better position for his own self.
Wow.
And stays alive, dodging the nade, using the thrust. I mean, Renegade really creating a lot of time and space for his team right now.
You got to be kidding me if he picks up this one as well. Look at that double kill. Amazing plays there. Clutch, you called it perfectly. And oddball as we take a look, all eyes on bottom middle for Rockets.
7 seconds for Rockets. Renegade standing on top of him, but he's melted by APG. APG with the awareness, able to finish Penguin. Does he re-challenge Eco? Eco doesn't pay attention, and the triple kill opens up the map.
Big moment here, 26-21, as he's going to try to wrap around the corner and see if he's going to be able to get up here. Maybe try to go top shock. That's going to be the route that he does take. Does find players right away. Should be able to pick up 2 here. There's the 1. There's the 2. Does it without taking any damage as well. It's a perfect play. Maybe even turning 3 here on the long haul. Maybe the last one. Yes, indeed. Get some help, but that's going to be a killing spree. What a swing there, Clutch, from Renegade. Especially around yellow and especially around control. Expect that Mangler to be a huge factor. Trippy very quick to pick up 1. Picks up 2. Clinical work there from Trippy with the double.
Still no ball time for either team, though. Oh, my word. Trippy is a laser.
Doing Pistola things and getting back into this game, but are they going to expect to flank down here? Eco, he has the sword out. He finds one. The repulsor comes through, but Eco finds the kill before it doesn't wisely challenge Lucid, but Lucid comes back with the repulsor, knocks him off the map.
Shield as well, and it's APG who has it in his hands. Now, if there's one thing you need on Bazaar to push through this treehouse and bar area, great push here from Optic Gaming. That's 3 dead. Penguin last alive, and I'm pretty sure that he's coming off the respawn too.
Yeah, and I'd love for this team to prove me wrong.
Did you see that?
Wait, what kind of flag tossing workout? What are we even seeing here? That's a pretty darn good flag toss.
It takes a certain amount of time to actually get that flag moving, unless you're going to be grappling it forward. Maybe Penguin can get ahead of it and grapple it towards him. That's exactly what he's going to do. He saves himself a few seconds, and Cloud9 will get 1 on the board. But with 2 minutes
from the grave, and that will give them a little bit of time. But take a look at this. Cloud9 looking to mount up a comeback here in round 2, and it would be a statement from them if they were able to close it out.
Oh my word, Lucid. Not only the first one, but the second as well onto Stellar. Penguin do not peek. No! Lucid! Oh my word, this man is a one-man wrecking ball. Send us to a grand finals bracket reset once again. Renegade starting to heat up a little bit. AB control here for Cloud9. 31 points to 25 the score, but again, Lucid don't lose 1v1s. Get that on a t-shirt because that thing's going to sell. But he's not going to be able to, as the help will come in, and Renegade starting to put the troops on his back. Trippy bottom middle at the moment. Trippy eliminated by Renegade. My God, this man has decided that we ain't going home yet. Right now, otherwise Optic Gaming are going to go back to back.
And they're going to drive that trip cap as well. They're not afraid to start on C, and it looks like they're also going to get C. Trippy is a one-man show from that kill to now. That's a trip cap in effect for Optic Gaming.
This could be it. Optic Gaming, they've been dominant. They have looked absolutely outstanding in our grand finals today. Over the last 2 days, they have been the team to beat. And we're saying it again, Optic Gaming are your champions. It's back-to-back for the Green Wall.
It's going to be a 3-1 win for Optic Gaming in what looked like was going to be a Game 5 series. Optic Gaming answers back, ends that one short, and they will back-to-back here in our HCS Open qualifiers here, number 1 and number 2.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2021 Halo Championship Series. We are continuing our kick-ass season today with our Kickoff Qualifier. Now watch closely though folks, because of course across the next 2 days we will have our teams fighting for their lives. Yes, this is the last chance that they will have to qualify for Raleigh. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I'm going to be hosting today. But I have 3 exceptional gentlemen joining me as well on the broadcast, and I have to introduce them because I got Bravo on set and Gaskin joining me. Fellas, it's very good to see your faces again, and I'm glad that it hasn't been too long in between as well, because I think we're giving the people what they want, and that's you 3. Now, Brav, we have had tons of action across the past couple of weeks. You know, a couple of teams seem to be really running ahead of the pack here. What has been going down?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I echo you, Lottie, in saying it's great to be back with the squad so soon again. And so far, it's been all Optic Gaming has been the story. I think we've seen the C9 rivalry start to build with Optic, but the question is, can they continue this momentum all the way into Raleigh and also take the kickoff qualifier?
That is the question, and I think the Green Wall are going to be rooting all the way for a 3-peat happening at some point tomorrow. But on set, obviously, today, I have mentioned, but it's going to be heavily impacting teams into tomorrow, and of course, seeding for Raleigh. Are teams going to be feeling a lot of pressure, do you think, into today? You know, are we feeling that from day one?
Oh, without doubt. I think the first 2 qualifiers have built to today. Every single time that we're seeing these tournaments, it means more and more. This is where we get to sort out basically the seeding for Raleigh. When we get to that live event, who's going to be in pools, all that kind of cool stuff. So yeah, I mean, you drop into the elimination bracket here a little bit earlier than you want to. There's going to be some nervy people. There's going to be some shaky, you know, sweaty people going down in that bracket. It's not going to be a nice place to be.
Very true, very sweaty. You don't want to be down there. Gaskin, welcome to North America. It's so good to see you up here. Of course, you come all the way from Europe to bless our screens. I've heard Cartel is shaking things up in Europe. You know, what has been going down across the pond?
Yeah, I wanted to come today with my broadcast dressing gown on, but I was told I wasn't allowed, so I had to put on actual clothes. Yeah, Cartel have been dominating over at Europe, but, you know, I've watched enough of them just slapping everyone around. So I said, how about I move over to North America and watch the big boys go at it and see really how amazing this region is and how far apart they are from Europe. Because even though Cartel have been dominating, I don't think they're quite at the same level as some of the top 6 teams here.
Okay, look, that's the question. You know, I was tuning into your European broadcast, and obviously that was one of the biggest talking points is, you know, how would they do in North America? How would they do in Raleigh? Now, speaking of Raleigh, if you guys actually haven't seen any of the announcements or trailers or any of the info that we've put out here for Halo, then take a quick look at this. That's right, December 17th, mark those calendars. It's our Raleigh Kickoff Major. It's going to be the first LAN event we have on our roadmap. The crowd is going to be there. They're going to be loud and noisy. You don't want to miss that one, so make sure you guys are going to be tuning in as well. If you're not already going, because if you are, then I'll see you there. Now, obviously, this kickoff qualifier is extremely important when it comes to Raleigh. We've said it several times, and I promise you we're going to say it several more. But a lot of teams are looking to qualify and also get their travel covered as well. So, Gaskin, obviously, with our open bracket today and maybe a couple new viewers joining in, how does this all work?
Well, the best part about an open bracket is anyone could have got involved today. We've had so many teams enter, so many teams come into the fray. In total, 330 trying to get their tickets booked to Raleigh. It's going to be ranked 4v4 game modes, the same game modes you'll see in the ranked playlist in Halo Infinite. It's a double elimination bracket. We'll see best of 3s today, best of 5s tomorrow, but most importantly, the top 4 teams will qualify for Raleigh pool play. That includes funding, that includes all the travel, and they, of course, will be in that championship pool play bracket. As well as that, there's also 4 more spots available for those who don't finish in the top 4 today, but have the highest accumulated points from this qualifier and the 2 opens we've had previous. So we are going to get 8 different teams, all in pool play from North America. That just means there is so much on the line here today. But what's the best part for me, Lottie, is that someone who hasn't even played in Open 1 and Open 2, in theory, could still get to Raleigh today just by finishing top 4.
Hey, look, if you go hard, there's still a dream alive here. Keep that spark alive. I think that's a really cool factor coming into obviously this kickoff here. And you know, I want to talk for a second though about the game, because obviously we're only like a couple weeks in to a brand new game here. Obviously Halo Infinite released a little early. You're welcome. Merry Christmas. But Brav, we've seen a bit of competition starting. Our competitive season has kicked off. And I think we're all still learning the game from the pros, you know, watching on our screens, you guys are casting it. You know, what have you kind of pulled away from seeing that sort of evolve before your very eyes at this early stage?
Yeah, it's a great question, Lot, and it's also a really good topic just because it's really been interesting these first 2 weeks of Halo Infinite. I mean, I think first of all, in week 1 and weekend 1, really, before we were even 7 days deep in the game, you were not seeing a ton of evolution, unsurprisingly. And week 2 of the game, it just has been skyrocketing in terms of the speed at which players are learning new things. And I think we're seeing the game evolve quickly. However, one thing that I'd love to hear Mark and Dan's thoughts on as well is there's still a lot of skill jumps, trick jumps, spots that don't need to be clambered, etc., that pros aren't using yet. And what that signals to us is that the skill ceiling for this game is just sky high, and we honestly aren't even scratching the surface yet. So that's what has me really excited.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
I'll jump in the back of that because I've seen some jumps coming out in the last few days that will change the game. You look at Aquarius, there's a way to actually slide jump out of the window down to bottom middle and end up top middle all in one movement, using that momentum that you get from jumping out and getting the slide jump. So little things like that, which might seem very small, it's like, hey, you know, it's only a jump, whatever, but you're saving yourself 2 seconds getting across the map. You're not being vulnerable to different lines of sight, and all those tiny little things are going to start adding together. Even things like dropping a weapon to get the final shot off. If you drop a bulldog and you swap over to your BR to get a final shot off, saves you that point, wherever it is, of a second to secure a kill. So all these tiny little things that are being figured out, that are being kind of perfected by players and pros, are going to be the difference maker when we get months and months into this tournament.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's also really interesting seeing how players really like use a lot of the equipment around the map now to their strengths. And speaking of that, Gaskin, do you see it evolving maybe into more of a role system on teams? Like, for example, we've seen Lucid and his ability to use everything around him. You know, he seems to really flourish in an environment where he can use a grapple, where he can pull different power weapons, and that really aids into his gameplay. Do you see players potentially having that utility equipment role on their squads?
I think there will certainly be people who will prioritize certain utility over others. It was something we saw throughout various different Halos. You'd have players in Halo 3, for example, who would always be getting the rockets. The coach would make sure they were giving the timings to that particular person, but it doesn't always kind of line up how you would like. Sometimes you're going to be in the death screen, so you're going to have to pass that off to a teammate. So even though, yes, we'll have priority positions and priority players, I think if you are a player, you've got to familiarize yourself with everything. You've got to be prepared to use what's on the map, and they are great tools. They are great assets to give you that extra edge over so many of the other players. And it's all about practice. I think at the moment in these opening 2 weeks, a lot of teams have focused on those fundamentals, chemistry, playing together, enjoying the game. But it's going to be now who puts that practice in individually, puts that time in to learn these slide jumps, to learn how you can actually move around the map a little bit quicker, gain that tiny advantage over other teams, and then they will excel as individuals, teach the rest of the team, and suddenly that team will then get better as well. So there is so much more we're going to see and happen, and I'm really excited for it.
Oh, I am beyond excited to see how it evolves and how our teams continuously get better and better, because it still surprises me to this day. I mean, right now, I was like, well, what else are they going to be able to do? But look, we're heading into day one of our kickoff, and I'll bet you'll see some things that you haven't seen before. You know, for a lot of viewers that may be joining us for the first time and haven't tuned into our previous opens a couple of weeks ago, then welcome. It's lovely to see you. We did have a particular team, Optic Gaming, run away with things so far for North America. Brav, obviously watching Optic up close and personal, obviously casting, you know, what did you notice? You know, why are they so good right now? Why have they gone back to back? What is really separating them right now from the other teams?
I think right now it's really just an understanding of the pace of this game, and Halo Infinite is a game that at this stage in the game's meta, if you will, is played at a very particular pace. You have to know exactly when to go full on and really just fly into your opponent's base off of the respawn, and also understand when to wait for each other. And it's been the timing, it's been the prioritization, right? I think they were one of the teams that were prioritizing grapple over even, say, the rockets and the overshield, for example, on Bazaar, to make sure that you're grabbing that grapple in order to be able to grab one of the two. So I think we're starting to see teams catch up. But Optic Gaming, just their teamwork and also their clutch factor. How many times have we seen them win games on clutch ball time? What we saw Lucid do in scrims versus Sentinels. These players not only very talented and have amazing teamwork, but they're all clutching up at different times, and I think that's been a large part of their success as well.
Definitely. I think we've seen so many epic moments from Optic Gaming, and I think you've put it rightly so. Their teamwork is phenomenal currently at this point in the game. It's so early on, and to have teamwork like that is pretty outstanding, to say the least. Onset, I think another team that a lot of people have their eyes on, obviously Cloud9. Let's talk about Cloud9 and kind of their close quarter games with Optic. You know, why aren't they quite hitting the same ceiling as Optic right now? What do you think they're lacking there?
I think it's so difficult to split the two at the moment. I think the one thing that does separate them a little bit for me is Optic's ability to scavenge weaponry across the maps that they play on. I think it's something that Wes Clutch did highlight last time that we saw Optic. Whenever you watch any of the players, they always have something which is going to give them an advantage in a situation. Lucid always has a bulldog, it seems, on maps where it's available. He's always playing close quarters with it. You look at Trippy. Trippy's always got a grapple a lot of the time, which is going to give him the ability to close distance. And all those little things add up. And I think they're one of the teams that really use the dynamo nades extremely well, too. One of the plays that we saw in the grand finals from last week, where Trippy managed to turn around an unwinnable situation into a winnable one, was because of the fact that he recognized, even though he's down shots, he could chain a couple of dynamos, get the kill, and stay alive. So all of those little things, they just seem to be a little bit ahead of everyone else in realizing that if there's something to pick up on the map, there's a reason to pick it up on the map. It gives you an advantage to win a situation which might have previously on other Halos be unwinnable.
Yeah, I think honestly the phrase, hearing you say that, is play smarter, not harder, I think, sometimes against some of these teams. I think with Cloud9 especially, they're very, very fast-paced. They're very confrontational on the map. They're very confident, which is fantastic, and it can definitely aid that team. But I think right now Optic are playing smarter than harder against Cloud9, and I think it's doing them justice without a doubt. Gaskin, obviously we have a ton of equipment on the map. We've talked about it a little bit here, and we're kind of seeing how some of our players use that, and I'm definitely taking notes without a doubt and bringing that straight into my gameplay, my ranked, and it's helping me. I gotta say, it's helping me. Talk to me about some of your favorite equipment that you've seen competitively, and why it's your favorite.
I think going off the back of what Mark was talking about, dynamo grenades, yes, okay, they're great for damage, they're great for trying to win an engagement, but it's the information that you can give your team from those dynamo grenades. If you throw them into trees, for example, when you're playing on Bazaar and you hear that tick damage, you can gain information as to if there are players in there, and if you listen carefully, usually how many players are actually being chained together with that tick damage. You can relay that to the rest of the team, and that could be, you know, the difference maker of where you're going to push on the map or how aggressively you want to push into trees. So I think not only is all of this utility amazing for winning fights, but also it can help you in other areas just by providing that extra little bit of information.
Yeah, the dynamo grenades are pretty OP, I gotta say. The audio queue is pretty huge on the map. I haven't seen anything like it. And I think it's kind of cool bringing that kind of chain into an FPS game as well, where it's like situational, so you can use the dynamo grenades in so many different situations and it does something different. I'm pretty sure that's the same for the Sandbox stuff, right? Weapons on the walls, you can also chain dynamos off the weapons, I'm pretty sure, which is really cool. So it adds to the damage there.
I think Jersey would be mad if we didn't call them sizzle sticks. He'd be mad at me if I didn't say they were sizzle sticks. So at least I'll put it out there once,
sizzle sticks
just for him.
Palpatines.
Palpatines.
Still between the two at the moment.
Palpatines, yeah, okay. Oh, I see.
I mean, has a penny just dropped for you on that one?
It had. It dropped and it's rolled away. Yeah, no, fantastic stuff there. I've also heard Clutch call them lightning grenades too. So whatever you fancy, but they're a very good one to pick up as well. So make sure you do that when you're in game as well. Any other equipment though, Rob? Let's talk about some weapons, some weapon choices on the map here as well. That might be a little bit different. Obviously, we have the shock rifle to look forward to seeing. But is there a particular favorite you've been enjoying?
Sure. I mean, I guess I'm really enjoying all the Sandbox and ranked, but I guess the thing that's really impacted the game the most right now is definitely, I think, shock rifle. And we're seeing the players that hit their shock rifle shots are making huge differences. On Twitter, some of the clips you might have seen are most notably Lucid, Snipe Down, and I'm sure there's a bunch of players that I'm missing that have posted insane shock rifle clips. So it's really who can clutch up with that shock rifle. You can bust a game wide open with that weapon. So it's definitely something that we're going to keep a really close eye on in these games today.
Definitely will, and I'll tell you what, on Set and Brav, you're going to be keeping a very close eye on our first game of the evening. So excited to get straight into it. XSET versus Points. Let's get it going.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Lottie. And now that we've warmed you up, it's time to get cooking, Andy. It's going to be our first cast of the day. Always good to have you in the booth, brother. And I think our first game today is going to be XSET taking on Points. And the first thing I want to say, congratulations to the 4 players on XSET, of course, being picked up in just the last few days. But give us a little history lesson here, Andy, because there's some very notable names on these two teams.
Yeah, certainly congrats to XSET, like you said, on the pickup and the announcement yesterday. Lots of hype around that. XSET is going to be Kratos, Filthy G, Suspector, and Porky J, names that have made quite a name for themselves in the past few years of competitive Halo. On the other side, maybe not as much of household names, however, names that you've certainly heard of over the past few years. That's NYC, Collect, Nico, and Rami, and it's going to be a great series between these two. If you have to pick a favorite, a lot of people placing bets might say XSET has a little bit more experience, a little bit more veteranship on this side. However, I do expect to see a good series between these two in our first of the evening.
I have to agree with you. I think XSET certainly have the upper hand when you go to the history books. I mean, you look at the likes of Kratos and Spectre, both of them in the grand finals of the 2016 Halo World Championships. But that's history. This is what we've got in front of us. This is a winners of round 5 games. So both of these teams will survive, even though one will, of course, fall down to that elimination bracket. But starting off with some Aquarius, capture the flag before we go to Streets for some Slayer. Live Fire Strongholds is where we'll close out if required here, Andy. But CTF Aquarius, always a good way for teams to get into a series.
Yeah, great way for teams to get into a series. Great way for us to start as well. It's a good table setter for an evening of competitive Halo, just because, you know, this is your standard 2-base, 2-tower map, the closest thing we have to something like a midship or a Heretic CTF, where you get to see these teams really settle in, going back and forth between each other, a little bit of tug of war off the break. Who can get the control first, things like that. I think it's a great way to start a series, and I think between these two squads, as evenly matched as they are, it'll just be a great way to kick off the evening.
I have to say as well, I think that Aquarius CTF is one of those game types that we've seen develop very, very quickly over not even just the last few days, but sort of the week or so. It just seems like every time teams are playing it, it seems to speed up, and teams are prioritizing the dynamo side of the map, whether you want to call it needles, whether you want to call it, you know, the closet side, essentially. I just feel like that's become the go-to run, because you have that cover, you have the ability to close off different angles, plus you've got those sidekicks which do so much damage.
Yeah, I think another thing too that a lot of teams are figuring out is a lot of teams early on in Halo Infinite, I'm talking first few days, they really wanted to get, say, 3 or 4 dead, then start that run. And I think we're starting to see, unsurprisingly, teams start that run a little early. If you get 1 or 2 dead, let's toss that flag out, almost midship style. Let's get that flag run going. The same thing you might have seen in Onslaught as well in Halo 3. And here we are now, map number 1, CTF Aquarius, about to jump in.
Welcome along, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be an amazing couple of days of action here in the Halo Championship Series. This is the big one for all of these teams. The road to Raleigh is almost complete. This is going to be our last couple of days of online action before we finally get to that live event. But early on here, a couple of kills going down on either side. It's actually 3 dead here. NYC, the last player alive here on the blue squad.
Yeah, there's really as an opening test here between these two sides of who can establish control early on, who can send a little bit of a message. I think, you know, whoever has the slaying advantage certainly sets the pace for the game, especially when you're talking about two teams like these two that are particularly hungry to get their spot to Raleigh.
Walkie J going to be down low, doing a good job of staying alive as well. You can see that 2 players have fallen here for points, and it was Walkie J just staying alive. Unfortunately, he's been taken down, but this is all happening inside of the XSET base here. So even though they're picking up kills, you can see with the respawns coming on the plant side here, Andy, this is a pretty good run coming in from NYC.
Certainly a very good run, and let's see how this battle top mid goes, because this is really going to determine where these two flags go. Right now, we have a flag standoff. Both flags are out.
It's going to be Nico who picks this one up, and he's going to be playing a little bit of defense here with that flag in his hands. He's not going to be involved in that return unless one player does fall. So Suspector maybe trying to be the initiator here in this fight. Suspector, if you don't know Suspector, one of the nastiest shots you'll see in Halo. Had a lot of success in Halo 5. And certainly knows how to land those shots. Goes into the closet here. He's going to have a 1v1, and he should win this one. But no, a little bit of a whiff on the melee. And that's going to slow things down on this attempted return.
Gotta agree with you there. That's a should win. He had help from the back as well. Definitely gonna maybe wish he had that opportunity back, but will come off the respawn and have no time to think about it because he has to get right back into this flag standoff. So for any new viewers just checking out Halo Esports for the first time, we know there's many of you this past week, by the hundreds of thousands actually, who have tuned into competitive Halo over this past week. When these two flags are away, the reason you're seeing a standoff is because the flag needs to be at home in order to score.
XSET lose 1, but Suspector is there inside of the base here to try and get a little bit of a flank on this flag carrier. However, you can see that NYC is trying to cycle back here to deal with him. The longer that he stays alive here, though, Andy, he's going to be such a nuisance for points to deal with.
Absolutely. As you see, they're going to start to finally make this push here on the corner, see if they can make something happen, but Suspector not able to do it once again. He's going to be the aggressor in these plays and just try and do whatever he can to try to get this flag back, but hasn't been successful just yet. And the grab is going to come in from Collect as well. He'll bring that back to the base. We will stay ahead of flag standoff here.
Yeah, nobody getting the advantage at the moment. It seems it's just trade for trade across the map, and you can see where it's kind of like both teams resetting across the map here, approaching that 50-yard line once more. A little ping going out here from Collect. So he's now trying to push up to top plants. A couple of grenades going to go down from him, but no real connections as yet. But should be able to at least turn one here. We did see a little flank was coming in bottom plant, so they've got to be very, very aware of that. Rami, his teammate going down, will be calling that out. But that's a lovely little bit of movement. Kratos will be taken down, and this is the opening maybe they're looking for.
Yeah, great shots, great awareness, and checking the corners like that. Has 2 more players left. Filthy G, though, does very well to make sure to nade him out of that corner, but he has help, Collect does, coming into the back of the base. Now needs to stay alive if he can.
Frost doing a good job to keep him alive for those few extra seconds. 2 dead here for XSET as well, but coming off the respawn very quickly as Filthy J tries to move in to just clean up those kills that have gone down. So it looks like, once again, a little bit of a push being held off here. Both teams playing some fantastic defense at the start of this one.
Yeah, and you know, what's interesting is now we have an Aquarius CTF standoff that has lasted longer than I would even say any Aquarius CTF standoff we've had on broadcast yet in Halo Infinite. This is pretty extended in terms of time. This is pretty uncommon for those of you who haven't been playing too much Halo Infinite. This is a very long and drawn-out flag standoff. What this is going to signal to these two teams is that they're going to need more than 1 or 2 players on the push to get a return. One team is going to have to think about maybe pushing up with their flag carrier, getting a new angle, and maybe sending in a little bit more offense, because this flag standoff right now is showing no signs of stopping.
Kratos manages to turn 2 though, and it's not only the fact that he's clearing them off that side of the base, and that flag is obviously needing to be returned. The camouflage was coming up, and I just wonder if that's going to be the game changer here, Andy. If you can get that in your hands, you can be the sneaky player who gets behind enemy lines.
Certainly, camo would be the differentiator here, and just quickly as you say that, Onset, it's a great call because it's in the hands of Rami in the fridge right now. Going to maybe have an opportunity to do something with this camo. Not a ton of time left, though.
Got some decisions to make, though. Does he go forward? Does he go back? At the moment, with pretty much everyone alive on the map, he can afford to try and be sneaky, to just try and get inside of the base. But the camouflage doesn't last too long on Halo Infinite, so you've got to make that move pretty quickly. You can see that Rami's just trying to maybe second guess himself a little bit here, trying to see if he can spot out any information to call out for his teammates. But by doing that and taking this slightly longer route, Andy, he's now run out of camouflage. And with 2 players back here for XSET, that's just easy pickings.
It's a bit surprising, Onset, and I think you and I were thinking the same thing in that moment there. He instead goes front base to make sure that no one's top mid, and then grabs a thruster, but you heard the audio cue and you saw it visually as well, as camo ends right before he gets on the doorstep of the enemy base. So it's a surprising call there, timing-wise.
This is a really good push, though, coming in from XSET. Suspector, he's going to get the beat down. He gets the kill, or the assist, I should say. Kratos going to be hopping on that return, but NYC comes up clutch, manages to clean up the mess that was left behind, and now he has that flag back in his hands.
In a moment that we thought was certainly going to be the flag return, as we're now ticking down so many minutes into this game with 0 flags on the board, and both flags have been out the whole game, it gets stopped, just like you said, by NYC. That is such a clutch moment to fly back into your own base and hit those grenades. Also, maybe a little bit of a misplay on the side of XSET. They both got hit by those grenades. They were both jumping on the re.
Now look at this swarm, though, coming in from points. This is an opportunity for them to return. Kratos down to no shield. Suspector as well. The thrust is going to be huge from Rami, and even though he had the camo before and couldn't make use of it, this time he goes in, he lets everybody know he's around. He picks up those kills, gets the return, and now it's 1-0 to points.
That's right, comes back with a vengeance, upset that he wasn't able to convert on the camo, and they have a perfect push, and it's really a counter push in the back. Rami, despite having that little bit of a flag juggle misplay, able to get it all the way back into the corner of utility, but is now down. We'll have to see how this plays out for Porky J.
Return will come in. And the flag will be run as well. And with 2 dead already for points, this could be an opportunity for XSET to tie this up almost immediately. Got it? Across bottom lightning here. Filthy J bringing it into the closet, and he should be able to just run this one home. 1 dead, 4 points. However, that nade's just going to slow things down for a second. But looking at that kill feed, Suspector and Kratos working so well together to pick up those kills they need to just clear the way. That's going to be the flag being slammed home 1-1.
And just like that, 1-1, you really wouldn't expect it to go any other way based off of the first 10 minutes that we've seen of this game. And looked like it was going to be a momentary lead for the side of points, but it certainly doesn't last long.
Well, Nico trying to do a little bit of sneaky work here over at Lightning, but this is the difficulty when someone gets those dynamo grenades in their hands and you have a player who's pushed into your closet, and it's so difficult to push out, especially with the heat wave as well. We're seeing the combination play here. How do you try and deal with someone? It's almost impossible, to be honest.
It really is. Just so many ways to be obnoxious on this map when you talk about things like the dynamo grenades, like the heat wave, and NYC trying to still control this game from up top. Stays up top as long as he can. You could tell he really didn't want to get off of that top mid area. He was really comfortable up there with the heat wave, but with those grenades coming in, he knew he had to get knocked off just a little bit, and they do well to swing in and clean up that kill. Here's another one for Porky G as well.
Gonna be NYC. This is the last player alive, and he's gonna be in the back of the base. Little thrust coming in from Porky J. Gonna slide in once more using that thrust, and we'll finally get that kill. So even though he was taken down, did delay the flagpole a little bit. However, it was just a delay as 2 players now have fallen. Suspector in an important 1v1 here. He does the damage, and Porky J was in position to get the kill as well. So this is a really clear run here from XSET. They're just got to be careful they're not vulnerable to those nades getting thrown down bottom plants, but you can see where his teammates are as the flag is run home. That's great work from Porky J. Really impressive stuff here from XSET, and that should be another flag going home. It is indeed 2-1 now to XSET.
And look at the home base slide as well from Porky J to bring that in. Does it with style and made it look honestly way too easy the way that he moved into that base, got the kills he needed, and then ran that flag with support from the team. That's a great cap indeed. They'll go up 2-1 here.
2 players fallen for points, just Suspected down on the other side for XSET. So you have a numbers advantage on the map here for XSET, and that's going to allow them to be aggressive, to push in, like you're trying to see here from the point of view of Porky J. At the moment, not being able to pick up any kills, but he's going to have an engagement with Rami here. which he'll win pretty convincingly, to be honest with you. And one thing that stood out to me so far, Andy, is that XSET have been shooting really, really cleanly. Seems to be winning the majority of those 1v1s.
Certainly, and just take a look at the kills category as well in that top left. Clearly outslaying at this point as well. It's already Filthy G with 16 points, Kratos with 17, Porky J and Suspector with 12 apiece. And as you can see with just a quick glance over to the top right side, outslaying their opponents pretty well here. And right now that's finally reflected on the scoreboard.
Another win in a 1v1 going to the side of XSET. Looking across those stats as well, one thing that's always kind of drawing my eye to it is the assists, and I see Suspector with 11 to his name. So even though he's -1 in the KD, he's doing a lot of damage to a lot of players on the side of points. Collect trying to work with a teammate here to clear Filthy G out of that fridge, managing to do so. Porky J going to be letting them know that they are being spotted out as well. A little shoulder shuffle from him, but NYC here just trying to push up with a teammate, unfortunately, who has fallen. And it seems like points have kind of struggled to get past that 50-yard line at the moment. XSET doing a good job defensively.
They have, and look at the play from Kratos. Nice little slide right outside of the base. So difficult to track that movement, and Kratos, a player that you'd certainly expect to be on top of his movement game in terms of drop slides, curb slides, and really getting every advantage that he can in these battles. Nico unable to convert there as well.
Suspector trying to be sneaky. Filthy G gets that flag out, like you mentioned before, something we are seeing more and more of, but it's not going to be too much of a valuable play here, as XSET have had 2 players fall. 4 alive here for points, but the pressure's still being kept on the plant side of the map here. Camo popping up as well. And it looks like there's going to be a flank coming in here, so Porky J just took a few too many seconds there to try and orientate himself to where the plays would be coming in. Couldn't find the targets, and unfortunately he got called out.
That's certainly right. And on the other side, we see Kratos, the first player to break the 20 kill mark. Just behind him is Filthy G. So if you're on the side of XSET, you're happy with how the game has gone so far. However, in watching this tape back and maybe in these last minute and a half of the game, they're also thinking maybe we could have one more flag on the board. However, with this amount of time left, right now you have to think maybe they're just going to let this one end up 2-1 if they continue slaying the way that they have been in the last 5 minutes.
One thing I've noticed from points as well, they haven't been able to control the closet side of the map too much at the moment. Porky J will be taken out. They seem to be trying to do a lot of work over at the plant side, and as I said, one thing that has developed seems like those flag runs over where you're finding Kratos right now seem to be the most effective way to actually get the flag across the map without taking too much damage. Let's see what Kratos can do here. We're talking about flags, but he's got a camo. And he's putting some good damage down as well, and you can see that all of points at the moment are set up inside of the base, and they're just kind of holding on for dear life here. One good push, a couple of kills going to XSET, and that would open the door. There's 3 dead now for points.
I also like the way that Kratos used that camo, as XSET is going to start that potential 3rd run that we just talked about. You don't always have to be sneaky and go deep into the base with camo. You can just sit top mid and use that camo to get first shot advantage time and time again. And right there, it paid off great for Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos has been playing really well in this as well. Not only shooting extremely well, but making really, really good decisions. There is the flag moving in. There is the closet run we were talking about. And that is how effective it can be, Andy. And it's not just the fact that you have the cover as well, moving through that closet. It's also the fact that you're containing the spawns and forcing those players through bottom plants inside of the fridge. It's so easy to deal with, as we see XSET taking game number 1.
And they're going to be very happy with how that one ended out. And kind of exactly what you and I were talking about on set is, are they going to end this one 3-1 because their slaying dominance really started to escalate at the end of the game? And that's exactly what they decided to do. And I think they're going to be pretty happy with that result. Rather than letting the time tick 2-1, they used the camo. Like we said, Kratos with great control over top mid, and his teammates get that run back as well. They're going to win that game 3-1. It's a much more convincing win than just a 2-1 that expires on time. And I think they're going to have a little bit more momentum, going into game number 2, Slayer on streets.
Oh, I 100% agree. And when we get to look at the statistics, I think they're going to certainly fill the team with confidence as well as we move ahead to a Slayer. Look at Filthy G, 22 and 10 for him, 13.7 on the KDA. But again, shout out to my boy Suspector. We love assists. If your name is Mark Onset Hatcher, and it is going to be Suspector putting up the most in the game, 13 to his name.
Yeah, great numbers on the entire side there from everyone, except, by the way, we had some G's and J's swapped on those player cards, so make sure we'll get those corrected as well during this show. But also, you're taking a look here at captures, returns, and carrier kills. 3 steals from Filthy G throughout that game, and it's a good first game from XSET. The question is, are they going to be able to carry it into the next one? Let's take a look at some highlights from that last one.
Well, there's a flag standoff that was the first thing that happened on Aquarius, and it went on for a lot longer than I think a lot of people were expecting. But with the way that Aquarius is set up, and you can play the back of the base, It does kind of lend itself to a little bit more of an elongated standoff than maybe we have seen previously, but both teams were kind of fighting to see if they could get that first pick, get into position to get the re, and then there'd be some big clutch plays. NYC, one of those players who did come up with a big clutch play to defend that flag at the start, Andy, but that was kind of one of the only notable plays I can remember coming from the side of points.
I agree. I think points in the end, as soon as they went down 2-1, it looked like it was going to be a tough road from them. And to be honest, with the amount of talent on the XSET side, not to take away anything from the point side, but simply that XSET roster pretty stacked, it was just going to be a difficult road for them because you don't want to allow a team, right here's the play you're talking about though, NYC with that amazing double kill return that came in from him. But it's a pretty difficult team to come back against. And I think if they want to find success throughout the rest of the series, they need to not go down by too large of a margin.
Yeah, big play from Rami as well. With that thrust showing how devastating it can be in those 1v1 scenarios. Even if you down shots, if you got the thrust, it's almost as if no one ever expects it because of the fact that it is now a pickup on the map and not something that everybody just has in their utility. But one man who, two players, excuse me, who kind of stood out to me were Porky J and Filthy G. The J and G combining extremely well to pick up kills. And one thing I loved about the way that Porky J was playing, Andy, it always seemed like it wasn't just what was happening in front of him. He was aware of the bigger picture on the map.
He really was, and I think we saw that time and time again from this team, and their teamwork looks to be pretty on point as well. Like, for example, Kratos there knowing that he should fly out, slide out, and clean up that kill bottom left. It's a really important call, and it tells me that their communication as well is really solid because you don't have a player like Kratos just flying out of his left door on his own and just thinking that this might be a good play. There was a specific call out saying, hey, there's someone on our fridge side, we need to clean up this kill, and Kratos is a man ready for the task. He just hits a perfect slide down the stairs, impossible to track at that speed, and gets a really nice kill. So moments like that I'm going to continue to look for from this side of XSET.
I think it's a good highlight as well to talk about what we were talking about before the first match got underway. Those little, 1% plays, that little thing that you can do to change the outcome of a fight. And we're going to see more and more of players just using the momentum off of ramps and slides to get the first shot advantage in battles. And like you say, be incredibly hard to track. We might see a few now, Andy, as we head into our second game of the series. Going to be some slight action as we head over to streets. And like I mentioned previously, I just feel like XSET with the way that they were shooting in that previous game are certainly going to be feeling like this could be closed out in a 2-0 fashion.
That's what they're going to want to do here. They're going to want to waste no time. They're going to want to make quick work of their opponents, and they're going to look to close out the series in this game too. Also, I'm looking for XSET to be a really obnoxious team on this. This is a team of pretty crafty players that really know how to play angles. They know how to play spots on the map, and like we always talk about in Slayers, on a map like Streets, you can get pretty crafty with what corners are you waiting behind? Where are you baiting your teammates? Where can you get sneaky back whacks? There's a lot of opportunities on this map for things like that, and I can think of maybe no greater roster that can really take advantage of those things than XSET. So that's what I'm looking for them in game number 2.
Keep an eye out for players controlling that Stalker rifle as well as things started to progress, and more and more games have been played here on Streets, not just Strongholds and Oddball, but that Stalker rifle is so good. I'm just saying, that thing is an absolute laser. And I'm not just talking about what comes out at the end of the gun. It really does do a huge amount of damage, Andy, and you can do it at so many different ranges as well. Close, far, it doesn't really matter with the scope that it has on it. It is something that players and teams now realize they need to control.
Yeah, right. It's no longer an option that a team can just kind of fire the Stalker from C-Balk, maybe top A, and pick up a kill here or there. It is getting more prioritized, and I think that's the case for a lot of things within Halo Infinite. I think, for example, in Week 1, we were not seeing as much prioritization of the Stalker rifle, of the grapple, things of that nature, and that is quickly changing. On the side of points, you have to wonder, I think the biggest thing that's important for them is don't get down by a deficit that's around 8 to 10 kills. They need to make sure they keep this game within reach.
Game 2 is live. 1-0 in the series to XSET in this best of 3. So if they close it out, of course, they will be progressing into winners round 6. They will get the rockets as well. Even though Rami's managed to pick up a double kill, we did see one XSET player manage to scarper in and pick those up. Good shots from Suspector are going to take down the player in front of Rami here. He's trying to push up to Pink Street and Neon's. Player inside a cafeteria, though, is going to be Kratos. And I mentioned that Kratos is shooting pretty well, but Rami seems to be shooting equally as well, too.
That's not an easy battle to win at Neon's. Kratos had the cover of Cafe and even has a little bit of help here. Rami tries to do whatever he can to turn 2, but I think it's on the other side. Porky J, who he just jumped on board with, actually picking up a double kill off screen. That's going to extend his team's lead just a bit, but pretty even here off of the first few moments of the game.
The point spawning inside a tram here and trying to work out how they want to try and escape. Kratos gets taken down, and now it looks like they're going to try and flood the B side, but NYC with some great shots, a little bit of help coming in as well, and Points have done a really good job of breaking out here, Andy.
That's a perfect call. NYC just poking Neons. That's not an easy battle to win. It's also just even a risky angle to take, but he comes straight out of Tram's stairs and wins the battle on Neons. That's going to open up the game for them, and just like that, we're tied 7-7. So it's a pretty big moment. When you can win a battle like that when you're trapped at Tram, that can really change the trajectory of the game.
2 players inside of PD and 2 players doing a great job to survive as well. Filthy G and Porky J. It's going to get more and more difficult to say who pick up the kills inside of PD as Rami now escapes to the L to try and just create a little bit of space for his team. But Kratos here has made that call. And he's playing this corner very, very sneakily as his teammate unfortunately goes down. But there's going to be a beat down. I said it was sneaky. However, collect. Oh, that's a call and collect for Kratos because that's one death that I don't think he would have wanted to give away.
Definitely not. You could tell we've all been there, right? Kratos actually stopped shooting. He got the melee, which was really well timed. He didn't go shot melee, which risks exchanging a melee trade. He meleeed first, then backs off. Rocket's being grabbed though, and it's going to be a kill that comes in from Filthy G and actually picks up 2 and make it 3 there. A triple kill killing spree for Filthy G.
3 is the magic number for Filthy G. Our weapon control has been XSET so far in this game. As we walk through the arcade, we get a little bit of a listen in to the Master Chief arcade music, the 8-bit music starting to work its way through our ear holes as the kills are starting to work their way through XSET's feed as well. They're up by 18-11 now. That 7-kill deficit is starting to extend as well, Andy. And with Kratos picking up yet another, now it's 8 and collect. You can see just caught in the back of the base.
And you have to ask, was it just a matter of time until we saw an XSET lead? Because Points was trapped in the back of Tram, and they pulled out, to be honest, a little bit of a miracle play. They won a battle at B Street. They also won a battle at Neons to get out of the base. In the next exchange, it's a perfect rocket grab from Filthy G. As we saw, a triple kill killing spree. And that's really the difference, because this is only a 6-kill game. Filthy G has blown this thing open, leading the game with 7 kills.
Well, here's the Stalker Rifle, and it's in the hands of Nico. He needs to do a lot of damage with it. Porky J's going to be up here on the Neon Street. A grenade's going to take down the shields, though, of Nico. A wonderfully placed grenade. Trying to work with his teammate, NYC, just to survive for now. So a 4v4 on the map here, Andy. And Nico pushing up with his Stalker Rifle. Like I mentioned, just showing it's not just a ranged weapon here. You can do a huge amount of damage if you can hit your shots. That's what Nico does. That's the opening. 2 kills for him.
It's a great angle that he takes there from bottom tires, and surprising that he's able to get away with it for as long as he did, but that's why he's here in this matchup. Knew that he might be able to peek for just a second towards A and clean up those kills. Just like that, he keeps the game close, only within 2.
OVG is just waiting for teammates here off respawn. Not willing to give away any kind of information. You can see on our observer screen that Collect is going to be sneaking behind him here, and he might have just given away his position. It's a straight 1v1 here. Collect comes in for the beatdown, and we'll get it as well. The thrust showing its value once more, but here's rockets again, and I think that's 3 sets of rockets in a row now for XSET. Up by 3. And that might be extended now as Kratos doesn't quite get the kill here, but gets a lot of information from that second rocket.
Certainly does. You're going to expect his team is going to definitely be pushed up at B now, and going to maybe even try to take a few more angles here at A. It looks like they're going to try to see what they can get with this cafe push.
Big grenade comes in and does a huge amount of damage as well. There's 2 dead now for Points as XSET try and squeeze the last 2 players into the death screen as well. Information being relayed to Kratos here about where they're going to be, and now it's a slide back into the statue area just outside of PD. Porky J trying to survive and work with Suspector as well inside of PD. And that lead starting to just open up once again here. 30 kills on the board now to 22. It's an 8-point game between these 2 teams.
And this is what we were talking about. We did not want to happen if you're on a fan of the point side of the table. You don't want to let this game get out of hand, because when you have a team like XSET playing with a really comfortable cushion where they can take even more risks, they become an even more threatening team. And right now they're starting to run away with this game a bit.
Well, you say that, but a couple of kills go their way to Points, and you never know what can happen if they can get 1 rocket launcher in their hand. That's kind of been the difference maker for me in this game, Andy. 3 sets of rockets on the sides of XSET. On the side of Points, 0 to work with. And they really haven't been able to capitalize on those weapons dropping. NYC gives away a little bit of a cheap death there, just over peeking that corner, and the information that there was 3 players there, maybe not relayed to him, but now it is starting to look like a little bit of a house of cards collapse in here as 2 more players fall for Points, and that lead is just extending. It's now 10.
That is a rough death cam to watch. 2 players dying right around rockets just as they were about 20 seconds away from popping. Maybe they're a little bit too early on the side of Points and they lose those battles. And like you said, now a 9-point game with rockets about to pop.
Expect to get stuck though. NYC comes up with the play. 2 players falling for XSET. There's no excuse now for points not to get these rockets on board. Filthy G doing what he can, playing this head glitch, but now they've just taken a little bit too long to be aggressive on those final two kills, Andy. The rockets finally get picked up here by Collect. However, that one misses everything on streets, doesn't even find any geometry, let alone a player. Filthy G is in a 1v1 with Nico. They have 1 rocket to work with, but they need to make the most of this to turn this game around.
Like you said, this one's not over just yet, especially if he can... Unfortunate trade there. It's still a pretty close game here, just a 6-kill game. It absolutely can be turned around, but we need very, very good Halo, very disciplined Halo from points in the home stretch of this game.
NYC just trying to play his life here as the swarm is coming in. Kratos is 1 shot. Kratos is 1 shot, but it does not matter. The God of War steps up when it matters and manages to turn that one around. That's a highlight for Kratos, but maybe not one you want to see on the other side.
And that's more than just the sum of that kill on the board. Let me tell you, losing a BR battle like that at the 35-41 mark, you got to clear your head right away and start to get ready because, like you said, a battle that Kratos should not have won, but he comes out on top.
Just in case you missed it, and me saying it twice, Kratos was 1 shot during that fight. And now he's going to be filled with all kinds of confidence. Kratos, one of the biggest momentum players you'll see in the Halo Championship Series. He never second guesses his own ability, this man, and you've just seen why. NYC, go to sleep. And now it's just a few more kills, 4 in total for them to close things out. Rami manages to at least slow down Kratos for now, but this is looking like the end of the game is coming pretty quickly. The end of the series as well, Andy.
Yeah, Kratos, like you said, really running off that momentum. The entire team running off of that momentum now as they hit the 48 kill mark.
Bulldog in the hands of Suspector. He'll get the trade as well. 1 more kill here for XSET to close things out and continue their run in the winners bracket. Kratos has the Stalker rifle in his hands as well. Collect has a few shots at him. Ain't going to slow down for just a few seconds. Filthy G does get that final kill, and it will be XSET with a convincing 2-0 victory in this winners bracket game to send them on their way into the next round. And I was very impressed, to be honest, Andy, with what I saw from all 4 players.
Me as well. I think you put it best. It's a convincing victory. In both games, they looked very strong, and despite moments where the score might have gotten close in each of those games, they managed to establish very, very clear and really unrivaled control. 50-42 is your final score in game number 2. They will close out the series in just 2 games.
One thing I really liked about watching XSET there as well is the way they were playing things, Andy. It always seemed like there was a plan. It wasn't just kind of 4 players running around and, you know, just trying to double up and all that, you know, kind of freeform Halo, if you like, that we saw maybe a couple of weeks ago when the game first came out. There was definitely strategy to the way they were approaching each and every one of those game types. And statistically, I'm looking across the board here. Kratos 10-10 with that big play, but Suspector, the man, is having a very, very pleasant stat line. 16-10 for him.
I was going to say, got to give a shout out to Aiden there with those big numbers. We didn't get to see as much of his POV on the game through all those 16 kills, but stepping up in a big way. Also, taking a look at the damage category, it's all 4 players in the 4K range for XSET and all 4 players on the other side under 4K, and I think that tells us the story.
Jump into the highlights of that second map as well, where XSET did close things out in a 2-0 fashion. And I mean, this is going to be the highlights of the entire series, Andy, here, because one thing that really I can take away from it is just the way, I know it sounds like a very simple thing to say, right? But strategy and shooting. Usually when those 2 things are working, you're winning games. That seemed to be the case there for XSET.
It really did, and I think XSET just showed that they're a team with a lot of composure, and even in moments like this one on screen where NYC comes in and gets a double kill return, they didn't really let that get in their heads. And even though we saw the side of points get a counter run after that, XSET was just ready to bounce right back, make the plays they needed, pick up another key multi-kill on the other side, and start to bring those flags in as we watch that Porky J cap once again. So we're seeing this Kratos play again, just really difficult kills. And I think you're right. It is all about the strategy, the composure, and the way that they approach this game and this series looked really strong from the side of XSET.
Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of trust in each other as well, which is, you know, it might seem like a strange thing to kind of highlight if you're watching for the first time, but with the way that Halo is played and time to kill being a lot longer than other FPSs, sometimes you got to have trust in your teammate to be watching your back, to be baiting for you, to keep you alive. And it's something that they seem to be doing extremely well, trusting the comms of each other, Andy, to make sure when they were involved in battles that there was always an escape route or a teammate with them to help them do that damage.
That's right. And let's not forget, this wasn't necessarily, even though the score's 2-0, this wasn't an easy road for them. This game was really still tied up around that 20-point mark. However, XSET just time and time again, each and every respawn, each and every rocket bringing that coordination, bringing the strategy and teamwork, and I think the way that they moved around the map really made a statement as they close this one out.
Bulldog in the hands of Suspector here towards the end was one of the final moments that we saw, and it was XSET who pick up the 2-0 win. Lottie, very impressive performance from the newly signed XSET lineup.
Gosh, yeah, an extremely impressive performance. I think, honestly, just you guys recapping what you saw there with the highlights, you know, a lot of them have qualities that you see in a lot of our pro teams that have been in the pro scene for such a long time and have really, like, sort of paved the way at the top of basically every match or you know, every title that we've seen. Those team qualities are so important in everything that you just said. I mean, the teamwork, the composure, the strategy really coming into their own there. So it's great to see XSET really excel. Gaskin obviously watching that back. I mean, they are really quite like nearly there. They're on the cusp, aren't they, of making 8th seed. They're 9th seed right now. After what we've just seen before us, do you think they have what it takes to make it into Raleigh?
That's the thing, isn't it? That they have to move over that kind of mountain that they've been stopping at every single tournament. They've reached top 12 for the last 2. They've lost the likes of Inconceivables. They've lost the likes of Cloud9, but that's a little bit more expected. They'll probably play a team like Oxygen next, the 8th seed. That is a massive game for them to try and just achieve top 12 in the winners bracket, try and push themselves that little bit further. But they're around 1,000 seeding points behind 8th place. So when we look at those pool play positions that are available for Raleigh, they are within the chance of doing so, but they're going to need to probably break into the top 6. And to do so, we'll need to beat a team like Inconceivable or someone around their standard. From what I've just seen, though, it's doable. They've definitely got the potential in terms of individual ability. The chemistry is there. They need that clutch factor. I want to see Kratos doing more Kratos things. What we just saw, the out BR on one shot, stuff like that. We have to see it. It's certainly going to be an interesting couple of days for them, but I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility of them still getting pool play at Raleigh.
Love to hear it. Yeah, some epic stuff that we saw across the board there from the players of XSET. I mean, to Spectre as well. Do you see the amount of assists that guy had in our first game? That was ridiculous. Talk about team player. So yeah, teamwork is definitely there, and I'm very excited to see more from XSET. We're actually going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, we'll have plenty more games and action for you guys, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifier. It's day one here. We are just about getting started. We did see an epic matchup, though. And XSET are looking pretty on set as well, which is pretty nice. And we do have Onset himself here.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest with you.
I think it's a good thing. If you're on set, they're on set, they're here. But no, we've seen a bunch of great things already happening today, and I hope you guys are going to stick with us. But we need to talk about our roadmap right now. I need to bring your attention to everything we have coming up in our competitive season. We have 8 giant LAN events. It's coming your way, guys, and honestly, I'm so here for it because we have one in every single region as well, ANZ, Europe and Mexico. And of course, we couldn't do any of this without our partners. Face it, ESL, DreamHack Gaming Partners and Esports Engine. They really do make the dream come alive here. My goodness, though, look at that roadmap. It is absolutely gorgeous. Apart from the Halo World Championship in Seattle. Okay, I'm totally taking that one off the board for a second. Bravo, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Oh gosh, okay, you took the one that I keep picking about, the one I'm most excited about. Okay, I see what you're doing here. Okay, I'd have to say I'm gonna pick Mexico City now because, to be honest, Mexico City is a low-key sleeper hit in terms of the Halo community. When you go down to Mexico City for these events, the crowd is nuts. The teams are so passionate. I think LATAM has a lot to prove yet on the global stage, so I cannot wait to go down to Mexico City. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Love to hear that. And Onset, I've got to ask you, mate, which one are you looking forward to the most? Is it the first one? Is it Raleigh, or is that one down the line?
It's so tough to pick, isn't it? I mean, Raleigh's going to be unreal. I think that's going to be a really good kind of kickoff, so to speak, for the roadmap as far as LANs is concerned. But I'm looking at HCS Regional in EU. We're going to Valencia, baby. We're going in the sunshine. I won't be allowed out for more than 10 minutes at a time because otherwise I'm going to look like a tomato when I get on camera. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Valencia, a beautiful, beautiful city. And I'm sure that a lot of the people and the teams from all over the world are looking forward to getting to Spain and getting a little bit of culture involved in Halo, you know?
Definitely. Valencia is going to be such an epic one. Gaskin, are we going to be looking forward to Valencia? Are you going to be on the sun cream kind of patrol there for Onset, making sure the top of his head is not red?
I will be applying the sun cream directly myself to ensure that Onset is still looking as pale as always and not red. And Valencia's going to be fun. I mean, 2 days after Valencia finishes is my birthday, so I'm hoping for a little bit of celebration with everyone. But also, I mean, looking at Orlando, looking at LA, I mean, there's a lot of Disneyland opportunities there. I'm just saying, I might have a few holidays to actually start booking here as well.
Honestly, I think Halo Infinite LAN is the adult version of Disneyland because I can't wait for the roller coaster of action we're going to be seeing. But I'll let you sink that roadmap right into the noggin because it's going to be absolutely amazing. And I'm going to throw it over to Onset and Gaskin, your sun cream duo. Make sure it's shining out there on the maps, boys.
I'm worried about that sticking now, to be honest with you. But you know what? The sun cream duo are here, everybody. We're ready to go. Dan, that is officially what we're going to be classed as now, by the way. I'm sure that Esports Engine in the back right now is sorting a lower third for that and going to take the most of it. But what a series it's going to be. Firstly, welcome to North America, my friend. Great to have you in the booth. I know you've been doing your job and doing all of the work that you do over in EU and doing some great work over there as well. But what a series we've got ahead of us as well. We're going to be jumping into another winners bracket game, and this time we're going to be seeing Space Station, who have been putting in some very good performances over the last couple of weeks, going up against a Status Quo. I mean, that name in itself, Dan, is enough to just make the hair stand up on the back of your arm a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go into Status Quo in a little bit, but first, Space Station, when I was talking about teams, on the cusp, but just outside of the top 8, they're 10th seed at the moment. They finished top 12 in week 1, top 6 last week in week number 2, but now in the qualifier here, they have a real opportunity to break into that top 8 and get themselves into pool play. But those are the maps and modes, Mark. That looks like an exciting series to me.
Yeah, well, just the same maps and modes that we've just seen. Obviously, the same round of the bracket, so to speak, the winners round 5 that we just saw from our previous game. So, starting off with CTF on Aquarius, and we're jumping straight into things here, Dan. I mean, I know you love your stats. Have you got any stats on Space Station? I know I'm kind of putting you under the spotlight a little bit here, but who's been impressing you most on this lineup, and who do you think is the difference maker?
I think Space Station in general are a team who really could be a massive team to make it into pool play. I think that they had a disappointing week number 1, and I think there's plenty of players on the team that could have performed better. I think a lot of people sleep on Tylenol in general. I think he is really one of the outliers of this team who can decide on whether they're going to succeed or not. But then you've got to look at the likes of Ace, right? He is just one of the best individually talented players you will see across all of the Halos, and it has transitioned here into win for them.
Well, it looks like there might be a little bit of a lineup change here that a lot of you might have noticed. No Formal on the lineup today for Space Station, but one player that we do all know about, we know him and we love him. We spoke to him on the show last time. Elamite Warrior filling in for Formal this week, and I'm going to be keeping my eyes on his stats for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for me, and we'll see whether he can, you know, still pull it out and he can still be that player that we used to see way back in the day. And I'm sure with the amount of time I've seen him grinding on this game, he will be a great fill-in. But to start off with things, it's certainly been about getting those power positions, getting those power plays and weapons as well, as that heat wave really can make a difference.
Flag's going to be being run here, and it's going to be back at the base. So we're going to see our first flag going in, and Elamite Warrior, one of the greatest objective players in the Halo 3 era, is doing it once again. He'll put the first flag in here. Congratulations, Carl. It's great to see you back on my screen.
No kills, no deaths, no assists, but one flag on the board. Yep. That's important. Very much just playing his role in the team. I think that's what you've got to do sometimes as a substitute as well. Get in, do that objective, and just allow the rest of the team to slay out here. And now they do have a 4 versus 3 advantage, so no surprise they're all pushing in.
2 players trapped at the back of the base here for Quote. Ace will pick up one. Deciding's going to work well with Elamite Warrior here. Elamite in a fight with Flame Sword. What year is it? Both players are going to smartly back down here. Elamite playing his life and trying to work with a teammate to double up on Flame Sword at the back of the base. There's going to be the Dynamo Grenade. There's going to be the kills being exchanged. So 2 of the veterans not getting the better of each other there. It's just a little trade for both.
Status Quo are really pinned back at the moment into their base. Every single time they try and push out, they're being traded off and they're being focused so heavily from various angles of Space Station. They just need to try and get off this spawn cycle, group up as a 3 or a 4, and then push out together. Don't allow Space Station to have so much dominance of the map.
Really good shots there from Flame Sword as well, as Tylenol was trying to line up a triple kill of his own, but still the score at 1-0, as we do see a little bit of a fight for mid-map at the moment. Commando in the hands here of Ace, and I'm seeing players get more and more comfortable with this weapon as well. Can do such a huge amount of damage in very, very short time if you can control that recoil and sometimes let that bloom reset as well. 2 kills going to fall to Status Quo here. However, as you can see, Ace has managed to get that camo down, and it looks like he's trying to move forward with it too.
Yeah, just when Status Quo probably think they're going to be let off the hook and be able to push out the base. Flame Sword, oh my god. This is like Alien versus Predator right now, but somehow Ace manages just to scoot by.
That was maybe a slight increase in FOV there for Flame Sword, and he might have been able to spot Ace, but he must have been just outside of those peripherals. As now kills being traded across the board, with that camo being used to get into that position. Now you're seeing 3 players actually on this side of the map. The flag, excuse me, going to be moved through Bomb Lightning inside of the closet now. And this is looking like a very simple run here. They just need to pick up a couple of kills. But as I say that, the flag's actually going to be exchanged as the Space Station flag will now be over at the plant side. So kills going to be vital. 2 now 4 on either side. A little bit of a standoff here on the map.
Just check up on Goose Watch as well. Frag Out still has yet to get a kill so far. So probably feeling a little bit nervous coming into this one. And Space Station have just not allowed him to gain any sort of traction on this map whatsoever. But trying to push out. And with Space Station dominating this much in the early stages, maybe they should have another flag to go with it. They probably should be 2 up by this point.
Camouflage is going to be coming up in just a few seconds. Deciding going to eat 2 grenades on his way to the grave as well. Couple too many calories, maybe not in the form of food that he would have wanted. One player going to be sliding in Tylenol here to try and get that touch on the flag, but the kill is going to come in. The assist, excuse me, is going to come in, and there might be the final return as Flamesword's doing some really good work, just patrolling top middle at the moment. Doing so much damage for his team, and there is the return, and there is the flag in, so we're tied up at 1-1.
You need a lot of confidence to be able to step up top middle and just leave yourself somewhat vulnerable from angles, and you've got to trust your team to cover you and give you those call-outs so that you can retreat if needs be. But Flamesword showing his experience with Halo, showing that he knows where to be controlling on this map, and the amount of coverage, the amount of visibility he provided his team from top middle then was fantastic.
Shots coming in from Tylenol though. Flamesword just falling off of top middle, just making that angle a little bit more difficult to hit that final shot. As we move over to watch some Elamite Warrior. 2 players in front of him though, and he's going to be eliminated almost immediately. A 2v1 situation, never a nice one. Frag Out taken down though. A 3v3 across the map at the moment. Tylenol still up here top plant. And still finds some control of that 50-yard line, which seems to be the story so far in this game.
When I look back at my notes from week 1 and week 2 here of the HCS Open, it's formal is the notes on Space Station. Well, they now have to work on Elamite Warrior being able to fill that role, and that is not a role you really want to be filling. That is something entirely different. Formal offers so much more when it comes to what he has been able to achieve in this team. And I think for Elamite Warrior, he's got to step up objectively. He's got to be there to fill that gap. Everyone else on Space Station, they've all got to be slaying hard to try and make up for that lack of slaying power that maybe they lose because Formal's not going to be playing here today.
Well, Tylenol's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Dynamo grenades are going to go in. There's a wingman for him. An assist comes in too. Unfortunately, he falls, but two players have also fallen for status quo. So there is an opening here for Space Station. Deciding trying to move in alongside Ace. The camo's going to be coming up in just a few seconds as well, but still not being able to get that pull out at the moment. And one thing that seems to be highlighted for me on the way that Space Station are approaching this, Dan, is they're not quite sure where they want to run the flag at the moment. It's kind of like, we got a kill, we got in the base, we'll throw it out and see where the kills fall, instead of there being a clear and obvious plan as how they want to move things.
Yeah, my preference is just to run it car, and I think if they just follow that same sort of strategy, they say, look, when we pull the flag, let's just run it needles or car, whatever you want to call it, and then we'll work as a unit to slay together, force the other team to P side, and then at least we know they're going to be either coming from P or they're going to be coming from bottom middle. A little bit kind of structure about the team.
Yeah, Burton shouldn't have lost that one. Yes, Ace had the thrust, but you had those first shots. You got to make him count. Double kill, though, for Blaze as he moves into the base now. 2 down on the side of Space Station. Make it 3. Last player alive is going to be Elamite. Kyle, don't let it happen. Kyle, let it happen. And Blaze picks up the overkill.
Massive overkill there, but the flag still was stopped. And Burton's going to get a touch here, though, which may lead to a cap. The overkill is going to be huge. Unfortunately for Space Station, they just kept challenging one by one.
Elamite manages to regain a little bit here and pick up the kill as he moves forward on the map. That is 2-1 now to status quo. So Space Station kind of in the mud a little bit here as Tylenol's in a 1v1 against Flame Sword. Has to hit every single bullet of every shot and manages to do so. It was looking a little bit scary for them. Tylenol now moving in through the closet, and I need to see a little bit more aggression coming in from Space Station here, because Quo with that lead, they're just going to be able to control the pace of the game here.
Well, despite the fact that Space Station are outslaying status quo right now, they just don't have the objective to show for it, even though they had that one sneaky flag right at the beginning when Elamite was able to pretty much go across the whole entire map without anyone noticing him. Status quo ever since have had far better chance at actually moving that flag. As you said, maybe it's just a lack of structure, maybe it's just Space Station not really connecting as a 4 right now, having this sub with Elamite coming in, previously just coaching them but now playing for them. I think they'll find their rhythm. The slays are there, it's just the objective work. This flag is moving and they'll be close to tying it up if they can get it further.
It's a big kill from Ace as well. That's going to open the path for him to put this flag in. He's going to stamp that one home. It'll be 2-2 now as Space Station do answer back. And shout out to Elamite for that initial flag run, but also a vital kill on the closet tunnel just to make sure that that flag wasn't going to be returned. Flamesword tries to go for the counter cap, but that's just allowed 2 players to be easy kills here for status quo. Space Station now with the numbers advantage, and with that, they also have that camouflage in the hands of Tylenol.
They've really controlled the camouflage well, have Space Station, and Status Quo have been on the back foot a lot because of it. It just offers you that freedom to make that one push, to get behind a player, get behind an entire team, and be a real thorn in their side. So impressive control of that camouflage so far for Space Station.
Oh, T-Rex arms. Tylenol manages to get the kill though, as Tylenol and Elamite will fall as well. As the last player alive now for Space Station. Good plays here from Status Quo, who are starting to grow in confidence a little bit here, Dan. I'm noticing they're getting a little bit more aggressive. Flamesword's doing a good job of just anchoring the top middle at the moment, and the communication coming out as well from Flamesword to tell his teammate, pull that flag. I have you covered, friend. I'm doing the job of keeping you alive.
He just has to stay alive and play his life now as well. Does at least do some damage before he goes down, but the information he was able to gather there is what's important. He gave 2 positions away to his team to say, look, we can push out in this way, we could probably pull this flag once more. Frago is at least going to be able to continue running it, but with only 2 minutes 30 seconds left, Space Station need to make sure that if they do get this return, they start to control the map once more and get a solid flag pull.
Return still hasn't come in, and somehow Status Quo have actually managed to get a touch on this flag. It's as scrappy as the dog from Scooby-Doo, but it's not looking like Space Station are being able to jump on that return at the moment. You can see that Elamite's trying to do what he can, but he's coming under pressure as well. Some shots onto Flamesword in the closet. The question is that flag still alive here? With 2 minutes left on the clock, they cannot afford this one to slip through their fingers, because it's a big misplay if they do. A touch from Burton.
again, it's another touch that is vital as well. Even though there was some fantastic positioning from the Space Station Gaming players, no one was really in a position to get a return there. Is anyone there now? It looks like someone dove on it, but another grenade and another touch in for Burton.
Oh, this is a messy flag cap, but who cares when it goes towards that score. Fragout's going to get a touch as well. He'll be able to get into the base. He's going to decide to try and slay out as well. However, the flag has been thrown out of their base. So now you're going to see a desperate return on it, and it's not going to happen. Burton flying in the window at the moment to try and do some work. Elamite trying to fly forward as well to get a touch on the flag, and Elamite's going to do it. He has the camo as well. His two teammates have picked up kills across the board. Now can Tylenol move into position while Elamite goes forward with the flag? Deciding keeps him alive, and Elamite is just running this one back home. As the return is now coming in as well. This could be a moment of glory, but no, Tylenol, can he get the return? Yes, he can. Elamite will now slide in. Great work. Objective mastermind is Elamite Warrior.
Even though he had camouflage, he knew full well he had to jump on that flag. He saw the slays coming through, and after he had picked it up, it was a fairly simple run because the rest of Space Station was slaying around him. Deciding is going off at the moment in the kill feed as well. Status Quo are once more finding themselves in a position where every time they spawn, they've got bullets raining down all over them.
They do as well. They've only got 35 seconds left here, but the more pressing a problem for them is that another flag is moving SQ. And this could be it, although the pool might be stopped momentarily here as Flamesword is trying to do what he can. There's a counter cap coming in, so now Space Station in a little bit of a scary position, to be honest with you, because Flamesword has snuck behind enemy lines. He's managed to get the return. Now he might be able to pick up 2 kills on Ace, and they could in this last 10 seconds or so if they get the kills, get this flag in and tie it up and send it to overtime.
Finally gets that kill. It's going to be a big touch now from someone as we're going into sudden death of this game.
Deciding though. That is big from him. Flamesword, though, takes him down. Elamite in a 1v1 with Flamesword again. And Elamite clutching up when he needed to. That return should be grabbed by him as well. And we were talking about Formor and how he's missing. But Elamite, I gotta say, stepped up in a big way objectively there for Space Station. They will take home the first game of the series.
It's certainly something that goes unappreciated at times, maybe at your very basic level as well. It's just someone who will play good objective work, knowing where to position yourself, knowing when to push for those flags and which positions to hold, knowing sometimes when to just jump on and do some time to get that return on a flag as well. Even though Elamite might not have had, you know, the amount of slays that compared to the rest of the Space Station team, I think he'll be delighted with how he involved himself, how he positioned himself, and ensured they still won a very close encounter here against Status Quo.
Well, here's some of the stats from that first game, like you mentioned. The most important one, of course, is how many flags you cap, and that's on the left-hand side of your screen with Space Station getting the 3-2 win. But Tylenol and Deciding, massive game from them, and oh my word. Let's just take a second here. Deciding went 36 and 20. He went plus 16. Plus 16. Not bad. Good stuff, Deciding.
He went plus 16, but they only won 3-2. They just weren't able to get those flags on the move. It was a real struggle for them. At one point, I was thinking that it was going to go in favor of Status Quo, despite the fact they were getting so heavily outslayed, just because they were moving flags better. They had a far more structured idea of how they wanted to move that flag from one side to the other. But there's some damage for you. Almost 9k for Deciding. He really was just emitting bullets from everything.
Yeah, most of the players, probably to be honest with you, the amount of bullets that he was firing from his BR, he might have been shooting his teammates at some points because everybody on the map was feeling Deciding's presence. And to be honest with you, that's what I want to see from these players. Tylenol and Deciding stepping up for their team now that they need them more than ever. We'll take a look at the highlights from that first map as well, because it was a good battle of objective. But I have to say, for both teams, it was a little bit scrappy as well. It was very rare that we saw those clean runs coming in. Towards the end, though, you saw Space Station, I think, starting to adapt a little bit, getting those runs going on the needle side of the map.
Yeah, once they had an idea of where Status Quo would position themselves for those kind of counter caps or where they were trying to overextend to stop flag runs, I think Space Station were like, all right, well, if we move it on the other side of the map, we know exactly the kind of positions where Status Quo are going to be now. We know the flag styles they're going for. But look at this one. This was a huge overkill, by the way. That just was unfortunate that Elamite was on the end of it.
It wasn't unfortunate. It wasn't
he probably shouldn't have challenged it.
Elamite's a good friend of ours, and I've got to say, you know, if that was me or Dan, Elamite would be sending it to us as well. So, Kyle, I've given you a lot of praise, but thank you for that moment. You won the game. Everything's cool. Everyone's a winner here. But I mean, Flamesword, I've got to say, was doing a pretty good job of controlling top middle. This was kind of the concern for me. I feel like when we get into you know, our top 6, our top 4 teams, these kind of scrappy runs where there's a little bit of a lack of decision making, you don't see that. It's a lot more fluid, the game type, because everybody knows what their job is, what their role is, how they're trying to play. And this flag at the end here was a good example of maybe just, you know, a couple of the cogs being loose in the machine, so to speak, for both teams.
And I think if Space Station were to play this way against United, Inconceivable, you know, anyone around that kind of top 6 area, they would have lost. And I think they know that. And yes, okay, there's going to be a difference maker. We've got Elamite instead of Formal, which is going to be a big change for them. But that doesn't mean they can't still have a good result in this tournament, because they're going to need it. As I said, they're 10th seed coming into this one, a couple of thousand points short of that top 8. Even though Raleigh is definitely achievable on the open bracket side of things with funding, they will still want to be getting that pool play. So they need a top 6 placement, you would imagine, to push themselves towards that. And, you know, if they're going to be playing that way, if they're going to be struggling, despite the fact they've just outslayed someone so heavily on objective, then I would be a little bit worried.
We are heading into a Slayer now for our next game. We're heading over to Streets once more, as we do stay in the same round of the bracket. And I mean, one thing that's really influencing these games as well, I know it sounds very obvious, right? Rockets, but we saw XSET earlier. That was the difference maker. Just being able to secure the kills before the rockets were coming up is kind of what is changing a lot of these games on Streets, because there's a lot of tight, close quarter battles. You have a lot of players who are kind of playing shoulder peeking a lot of corners, round arcade, round cafeteria. Having the rockets allows you to stagger spawns down. If you can get 2 dead, and then all of a sudden you can split spawns 2-2, and that is where you can really get an advantage and extend your lead.
Yeah, the best teams in the world are going to be not just setting up for rockets when they see that countdown suddenly pop up on their screen, but they're going to have in their minds when they want to get aggressive, when they want to start pushing to try and get a 3 or 4 dead. And if you can do that prior to when the rockets are coming up, as you say, it really can make a difference. The mistake you can make sometimes is trying to set up for rockets and just watching them and saying, hey, look, if we just watch the rockets here, we can bait them out. A smart team won't take that bait. Instead, they'll all rotate together, find one single player who's just sat staring aimlessly at rockets, and then they suddenly have that player advantage. They can take control, and then they will be rewarded with those rockets as well. So there are various different ways to play it, but I think you've just got to play it smart. It's really going to help when we get to LAN events, and you've got coaches who can try and give you a little bit more information when it comes to timing, rather than just that visual aspect on screen, because sometimes hearing it is far better than just seeing a little bit of clutter whilst you're trying to shoot 4 enemies who are all running at you.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I feel like on Slayer game types as well, you know, you look at Bazaar, you look at Streets, both with that rocket launcher on, opening strategy becomes absolutely vital for these teams. And I feel like on Streets as well, sometimes the opening strategy is quite simple. You have a lot of teams who kind of go 2 for 2 in the windows of both bases, if you know what I mean. They have the A tower and then you have the tram, and it just becomes a little bit of a battle for who hits their shots, essentially. So little things like that is what can change the opening of the game. And like I mentioned, get rockets. Instead of it being 2-0 where you might have picked up those first kills down, it becomes 4, it becomes 6, and all of those things start to progress. But another thing we've seen a lot of, and a lot of fun plays recently, Dan, is the grapple. And we've got a little video of it here just to, again, just highlight some of the new equipment that we do have in Halo Infinite. And I've got to say, grapple is probably my favorite thing that has been added. Some of the creative things you can do, not only with your movement, but with ability to close gaps, get flags moving, pick up overshields, all that sort of good stuff, Dan, is awesome to see.
As a child, I always wanted to be Spider-Man. I think this is the closest I've ever been. Just swinging my way around every map, just grabbing things, grabbing any objects across the room. How many times as a kid did you look across the room and see a can of drink and think, oh, I really wish I could just sling that over to me without having to stand up? Well, now you can do that, but you can do it with an overshield instead. You could do that with a ball instead in objective, and I think it can really be the difference maker. The amount of times, especially here on Bazaar, where you'll see a team play for the grapple rather than the overshield, because if you get the grapple, you can get rewarded with the overshield. And there are so many times that we're going to be seeing people focusing this utility, focusing getting that grapple, timing when it's going to be coming up on spawn, because it can make a massive difference in these games. And the further we get into Halo Infinite's life cycle, I think the more and more tricks we're going to see people come up with when it comes to movement and when it comes to grabbing other utility.
Yeah, grapple for me as well. I think people are starting to realize the range that you've got with it as well, and the ability to, you know, not expose yourself to a death by just, you know, using the grapple to grab flag, to grab camo. Like you're saying, it is something that people are starting to find, you know, is imperative to have successful flag runs. Interesting story, by the way. You said that, you know, you wanted to be Spider-Man, right, when you were a kid. I also did, and once this is a weird story, and I don't know if I'm happy that I've started sharing it. So I was about 6 or 7 years old, right, dressed up full Spider-Man gear, as you do when you're a kid. My mum told me this story once. She went upstairs for a sec. She came back downstairs and saw me launch myself off a sofa and try and grab onto a mirror that was hanging from the wall. Needless to say, I ended up in hospital with a broken arm because I'm not Spider-Man. And I would say don't try that at home because it's not a good thing to do. But there's my little story for you.
Wow. Other superheroes are available, but I've definitely got that mental image of Mark now as Spider-Man.
Crashing through a mirror, through a wall, onto the floor. Yeah, I mean, that sums up pretty much everything you need to know about me personality-wise as well. But, I mean, we're going to look ahead now to Street Slayer. I mean, what have you taken away from what you've seen with pro teams playing this? How do you think it's sort of evolved over the last couple of weeks?
I think sometimes, and I know I was talking about structure and I was talking about timing your pushes, especially at the start of Streets, if you play stupid and you do something that the other team would never expect, you could sometimes get away with it. I'm not talking every time you start the game, just one person diving on rockets. But if one person does dive on rockets, I don't know, 1 out of 10 games, you will catch a team off guard because they'll be focusing maybe P, they'll be focusing maybe just looking straight towards station or tower. And if you go through tires or if you go through L-bend, sometimes you can just jump straight onto those rockets and catch everyone unaware.
Well, it looks like we might have had a little bit of a false start here. I can assure you of that as we see 3 players having a little dance, a merry dance, bottom mid. And, you know, this isn't an opening strategy, everyone, by the way. I just want to say...
No, I said stupid, I didn't mean that.
Yeah. Maybe Dan's got a little bit ahead of himself there. That is not an opening strategy we're expecting to see. A little bit of a false start. We'll get back into the game as soon as possible. But going back to it, I mean, one thing that stood out to me, and I think I highlighted previously, is the impact of the Stalker Rifle. I think especially in Slayer, if you can get that, you have the ability to kind of keep a couple of players at hand's length, right, with the damage that can do from that kind of range.
Yeah, the Stalker Rifle is terrifying. When we talk about utility, we talk about the Sandbox and the weapons that are available. Stalker Rifle is something that has to be a priority. If you've got someone who's confident in their shot, it's a 3 shot to the head, you can outshoot people who have got a battle rifle, and not just distance, close range as well. You can consistently hit those shots without scoping in. It's a terrifying weapon to go up against. Very much want to see teams timing it and prioritizing it at all times. Otherwise, you are going to probably fall behind. And I think throughout Halo Infinite's lifecycle, we're going to see plenty of 50-49s come on this map. And it might be decided by that one Stalker Rifle kill, just catching someone trying to run round a corner, catching someone just trying to dive onto rockets last minute. So definitely want to see prioritization on the Stalker Rifle.
Certainly the Bulldog as well, especially with the close quarter battles that you have around tires and around arcade. You'll see, you know, I mentioned players like Lucid. I swear that guy just spawns with it on a lot of maps because the amount of kills that he picks up. I mean, he posted a video from a scrim the other day where he managed to turn things around, and I think they had 1 more death, and they had to pick up 4 or 5 kills, and the man just had a Bulldog and just said, hold my beer, lads, I'm going in, and just destroyed everybody because, you know, it's such a devastating weapon. But I will say as well, even though it's a shotgun, I'd much rather this shotgun than what we've seen in some previous games because of the fact that you still have to hit consecutive shots to actually do the damage to give you that advantage.
You also have to hit the head. I mean, you don't have to hit the head. You can go for the body, but it's better when you hit the head. That would be my biggest tip. If you're watching and you're using the Bulldog and you're not finding as much success as maybe some of these pros, aim for the head. It does more damage. Also, you can hold down the right trigger or left click if you're playing mouse and keyboard. You don't have to time those shots. It can just automatically fire, which can be the difference maker again from you just pressing that button to it automatically firing to get you that kill. But certainly is something that needs to be prioritized. Certainly something that's going to be timed for pros. I think we've seen pros on the streets throughout the objective game types actually waiting for that Bulldog. Like 3 or 4 people I've seen gathered by that weapon rack and saying, okay, we get that Bulldog and then we go. That's how much of a power weapon it really is on this map.
It's also a fear factor, right? If you see 1 kill in the kill feed where your opposition has got the Bulldog and you see that pop up, all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, I can't afford to push into close quarter battles because there's going to be someone there with a Bulldog, and all of a sudden the fear factor comes in, you play a little bit slower, all these things kind of combine and roll into something you don't want it to. But enough about that. We'll see if it does play off, and we'll see if the Bulldog does start woofing in this game as well. We're moving into our second map now. Hopefully this is a little bit more of a standard starting strategy, not a Dan Gaskin one, and both teams will be more comfortable on the map. But we are moving into Street Slayer here, the second game of the series. Space Station up by 1.
Yeah, I don't advise starting and spinning in circles every game. Maybe once in, I don't know, 100, just to throw the other team off. But here, this is a big chance for Status Quo to try and take us to a game 3. I think with Space Station having that change, with Elamite coming in instead of Formal, there are going to be natural weaknesses in this lineup because they're not a natural 4 playing together, despite the fact he is a coach. So Status Quo need to take advantage of that.
I will say that Elamite has been grinding this game, and shout out to his stream. Yeah. It's been really, really fun to watch Carl, you know, back on Halo and doing what he does best. But Now opening 3-2 is going to be the score for SQ. A little bit of a whiff beat down there as Tylenol will pick up the kill. And not only the kill down, that is the turnover of the weapon we were talking about and highlighting. That's the Bulldog into the hands now of Space Station.
It's very easy for this to become a scrappy game type as well. You spoke about Scrappy-Doo from Scooby-Doo earlier, but if everyone's just running around aimlessly, taking 1v1s, then it is probably going to be, I don't know, 50 to 48. It's going to be one of those games that just comes down to whoever wins an individual battle. It's difficult to set up on this map, but when you do trap a team either towards tower or towards station, you certainly can prioritize certain areas. And I do feel like, similarly to Strongholds, you want to be holding the B side of the map, the arcade side of the map, as your number one position, and then have someone anchoring like this in either tower or station.
Yeah, Burton not hitting the shots though with that Stalker rifle, and Elamite taking some really good angles to make sure that it was only going to be the top of his head poking up. But here's a good angle coming in from Fragout. Can he kill the 2? No, he gets the help from a teammate and manages to survive for now, but Space Station still with a little bit of a lead here. Excuse me. Status Quo with a little bit of a lead off the back of that play. 11-8 the score at the moment, but I think you're completely right. 2 have fallen here for SQ, so Space Station with a chance to get back into this, but it is a scrappy start, this one. It's just 1v1s across the board.
And if you are spawning alone at station or tower and the rest of the team is on the other side of the map, or some of your teammates are in the death screen, just take a second, take a beat, take a breather, spawn at least one teammate with you before you make a push. Yes, okay, I'm all for flanks, I'm all for trying to get behind the other team, but you don't want to run into 2 or 3 players and just give away easy deaths.
The sighting has no kills to his name after dropping 36, I think it was, in the previous one, so maybe some of those kills need to start moving via osmosis over to this game and away from the last. Couple of kills being traded across the board once more. 2 now down for Space Station. SQ with 3 players, so they do have the numerical advantage. Flamesword just holding down tires at the moment as Fragout, excuse me, tries to move towards these pillars. Nice shots from him, but once again, just trades is kind of the story of what we're seeing here.
And even though there is a considerable seeding difference between these two teams, you've got to remember Status Quo did finish top 16 in week 1. It's not like they are afraid of that underdog story. It doesn't matter with their seed. They really can turn up on the day. And it looks like they are far more comfortable here on Street Slayer. They were heavily outslayed in the previous on Aquarius Capture the Flag, but they still got that objective work. And if they can win this game too, I think that will strike fear into Space Station.
Burton trying to move with Fragout here. Tylenol will be taken down, so that's 2 players now falling. Elamite trying to do a little bit of work. The drop shield will go down, but Fragout's going to turn around and react to the call out from his teammate to give them a little bit of a hand. 25-17 the score right now. SQ back into this. Nice shots coming in from Fragout, Commando in hand, and the Bulldog as well. Elamite trying to push up to that nest to finish off the kill, but meet the Bulldog, and that's going to woof in his face, and that one's going to be another kill going down. And I've got to say here, Dan, this is starting to get a little bit out of hand here for Space Station. I want to see them slow this down ever so slightly.
The trouble is, if you do try and slow it down, if Status Quo recognize that's happening and they continue just aimlessly pushing and being aggressive, it can be very difficult for the team who's trying to slow down to get any sort of structure whatsoever, especially when the Bulldog is running around the map as well. That's the advantage Status Quo have right now, is the weapons that they are able to hold in their hands, and they may be rewarded with some rockets here as well.
Rocket's going to drop in just a few seconds time. It looks like Blaze is trying to make a little bit of a sneaky play. Elamite, he's going to be taken down and almost managed to turn the second as well, as Tylenol will scoop in and slide in to pick up that final rocket. So 1 rocket in the chamber here for Space Station to work with. Tylenol needs to turn this into a kill. Ace picks up 1, so does Elamite. The 2 brothers working together to maybe start to drag this back a little bit here, but it is still a game which is in the hands of Status Quo, but map control now in the hands of Space Station. A chance here maybe just start racking up back-to-back kills, and they need to take advantage of this.
One thing I noticed there from Status Quo, as soon as they lost the rockets and they recognized there was still 1 on the map, they all spread out. There was no one holding hands. There was no 2 players close together. They didn't want to give away a double kill or even a triple kill that we've seen happen with those rockets here on Streets. So a nice little small detail that I was impressed to see there from Status Quo.
Beat down coming in though. Tylenol's trying to go on the flank and will pick up 2. Design will be taken down. A 6-kill game between these 2 teams. Flamesword gets the better of Elamite. Flamesword will pick up a second as well as Tylenol will fall. Ace off the respawn here, now moving through those B stairs. No one in front of his crosshairs for him to really do any damage to. Tylenol picking up yet another. So we're starting to see them crawl back into this a little bit here, Space Station. And those split spawns are starting to come in. This is, as I said at the start of this, it seems like it's just a bit of a scrappy game like we saw in that game number 1. A lack of cohesion between the teammates. Everyone just kind of doing their own thing.
And both teams are responsible for that. It's not just because one team is trying to play a little bit, you know, aggressive and different. Both teams are reluctant to set up here. They're not playing it in a more traditional style. Again, I'll put that down to Space Station not being a 4 who have played together as much as when they did with Formor. I know that Elamite has played with them plenty in matchmaking and a few scrims as a substitute anyway, but that will make a little bit of a difference. For Status Quo, however, you'd expect a little bit more structure considering the place that they find themselves in.
Elamite did not know where that player went, and Burton comes back to remind him where he went. Elamite, unfortunately, getting lost a little bit for his team. Frag out now with that Stalker rifle again. 43-36 the score, so just 7 kills now for Status Quo to tie up the series at 1-1. Flame Sword picking up yet another. And now trying to play this corner. That's going to be a big beatdown for him, and it's just crawling closer and closer to that finish line now for SQ. 5 kills needed.
Yeah, they just need to trade 1 for 1 now at this point, and actually can afford to trade 1 for 2 now with a 10-kill lead. And you can see how the drop wall has really played a part here on Streets. Every little bit of utility being used.
Bulldog going to find the kneecaps of Deciding, and that will put him in the bin for a few more moments. And now we're going to see a little bit more of the Sandbox as the Sentinel beam starts to heat up people from the inside. But one team is heating up a little bit more is Status Quo as they take our second game of the series, tying things up at 1-1 here.
And Status Quo probably would have loved the fact that it was a little bit messy, especially when you look at the previous game on Aquarius, which had a bit more structure to it. They got absolutely hugely outslayed. They had no chance of being able to be on the board when it came to slays. We saw, what, 36 kills from Deciding? But now, it was a game which was all about kind of running around, utilizing the Bulldog, grabbing the rockets when they came up. Status Quo just looked like they had a little bit more about them, and they kind of enjoyed it being all over the place here on the Streets. Space Station could have done with playing it a little bit more structured from the beginning, and then perhaps that would have made Status Quo feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's the ups and downs of competitive Halo though for you. You mentioned Deciding 6-14 for him after a standout performance in that game at number 1. On the other side of things though, pretty good across the board. Everybody putting in the work for Status Quo. Flame Sword going even across the boards. Blaze putting up 12 and 10, but Burton and Frag Out were the 2 players who had the standout stats, both of them going +5.
Show me the damage. I want to see who was actually putting the damage in. 3,800 from Sika. Yeah, just, I mean, across the board, above 3k damage for everyone on Status Quo. Almost the same as just Elamite, who was a little bit lower, but he was taking a lot of damage, was Elamite. And we saw a few times where he got caught out in certain positions, maybe unaware of where other players were pushing him from. But in general, I think every player was responsible for that one on the side of Space Station Gaming. And it'll be one they'll want to take back. I know we've seen a lot of upsets when it does come to Slayers in Halo Infinite, and that's why we've had so many interesting series, because objectives have often gone to the more structured team, but then sometimes the Slayers have come in really to shake things up. I don't think Space Station will be too upset. They might be a little bit worried, but they'll look towards this game 3 and say, hey, look, objective game, we outslayed them heavily in the first one, we can do it again here in game 3.
Yeah, my concern though is that yes, they outslayed them in that first objective game, but they only won by 1, and then they've just lost this game as well, when they've lost this one by a considerable amount. So I wonder if Space Station are actually arguably the underdogs going into this final game now, especially with it being on live fire, which does lend itself to fast-paced, scrappy game type, and that's where Status Quo seem to be having the most success so far. Maybe if it was a different Strongholds map, I would agree with you, but Status Quo, I think they're going to be very confident actually going into this next game type.
I think they'll try and take Space Station out of their comfort zone. I think they'll try and keep the pace up like they did in this Street Slayer game, so that Space Station can have a time to, you know, pause, breathe, set up. Instead, they'll probably look to get trip caps constantly if it's Strongholds, as you say. So I'm a little bit worried for Space Station, but at the same time, if Deciding can have the game that he did in game 1, then I think that should just give them a little bit of a momentum boost, but certainly is not going to be an easy one here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be tough, and I think this is going to be a more balanced game than we're expecting. It should we have seen the two teams, you know, you say Space Station versus SQ. With all due respect to this SQ lineup, you would say Space Station, but the change of lineup has obviously influenced the way that this series is going ever so slightly. Maybe I'm doing them a little bit of a disservice here, Status Quo, for the way that they have played. But this is going to be our third map, live fire, and it's going to be strongholds for these two teams. A sniper rifle, maybe that will have an influence as well. I'd like to see some sick headshots, Dan. I'm always a fan of that.
Always a fan of the sniper being used, whether it's up close or whether it's distance. But you speak of the two teams. I mean, yeah, Space Station definitely are the favourites. They're 10th seed. Status Quo are down in 21st, I think. So there is a big gap between these two, but you wouldn't know it after watching what's happened in these first two games.
He's being chased down here. He'll be taken down. Double kill to Blaze. Now the camouflage is going to be in the hands of Tylenol. Not only that, he's got that heat wave, and he has the opportunity maybe to do some good damage. Teammates inside of that C stronghold will be capping. I'm pretty sure that Elamite had a sniper rifle as well, so trying to play a little bit crafty, a little bit sneaky, a little bit surprising as Tylenol manages to get one and stay alive. That's the most important thing though, Dan. You get those kills, it's so vital to get away with your life so that you can come back and make the most of these power-ups.
You really do have so much responsibility when you've got the heat wave plus the camouflage, because you can change an entire kind of 20 to 30 seconds just with a couple of kills. You can get more points on the board when it comes to strongholds here. But right now, it is Status Quo who are still putting on the points because they are rotating well as a team. They've got B as like an anchor at the moment, and they've been going back and forth from C to A in the early stages every time they see Space Station push into one of them.
Well, look at the score. 42-0 at the moment for SQ. They are just rolling their opponents. And Tylenol, even though he's had this heat wave for quite some time, it hasn't been a huge impact on the game. Finally, Space Station managed to turn over a couple of strongholds to scoring, but it's only going to be for a few seconds here. As you can see, the C is being converted by SQ once more. So SQ going to extend that lead for a few seconds as A is now transferred. And that's what you'll see a lot of here in live fire, Dan. You do see the kind of C and A strongholds getting flipped very, very often.
Yeah, Status Quo are playing very annoying right now. I think what was important for Space Station is they were able to solidify B. If Status Quo had held on to B for that time, they would have just consistently gone from A to C, until Space Station said, look, we need to capture B here, otherwise we're not going to put any points on the board. Oh, Desighting going massive.
Yeah, because Desighting inside of that B stronghold, the challenge came in, but he had a Mangler, and if you've got a Mangler up close, you're going to win the fight. It's as simple as that at this level. Flamesword is going to jump back into B here, having done that damage to just push Desighting off of the stronghold for a few moments. Here comes Elamite to try and give him a little bit of help on the way back to maybe putting Flamesword under a little bit more pressure, but Flamesword just staying alive for now, has the repulsor as well, so if anyone comes around that corner, they're going to get force pushed back off the map.
Players are here, there, and everywhere right now. It's just neither team able to really get a hold on anything, and I said I think this is how Status Quo were going to play it. They are darting all around the map. They're sticking in twos for the most part, except for Flamesword, who's trying to anchor a little bit at the moment, really being a nuisance.
Oh, just out of range, though, is Flamesword with that repulsor, and Ace managed to pick up the kill on him, and that's going to be Space Station now making their assault over here at B. 3 players have fallen for SQ, so that should be an easy conversion, and that will be a triple cap in effect now, as the sniper is now in the hands of Desighting.
Just as they were taking B, Status Quo said, yeah, fine, you can have it. We'll just go take C. And that has been the story of this game so far. Now C is going to be taken, and I would imagine Space Station will just send someone over towards B. So if there is no one to stop it, they are going to carry on Status Quo, just being a nuisance, but they've got to reset onto C. So every single time Space Station try and take something back here, there is always an answer from SQ.
Oh my, Burton. Whoa, jeez, that woke me up again. I mean, I was about to say, I've got to be honest with everyone, this has been a little bit of a mess so far, this game. No one's had control for any kind of elongated period, apart from maybe at the very start of the game. It's just been a constant transfer of strongholds, and that's down to just trades across the board. If you're trading kills constantly and there's not that flow of kills, then you're going to be spawning next to different strongholds. You're going to be spawning across the map from your teammates, and it does lead to this kind of gameplay down where you are going to see just that constant conversion. Elamite gets caught out to sight with some nice shots to take down Flamesword with that heat wave, just that one shot missed, which is going to change the outcome of things for now. Status Quo scoring as it stands, but C trying to be converted. However, as I say, that C converted by Space Station. Now they have to start the journey back over to A.
but this is the thing, right? There hasn't been any traditional control for either team, but Status Quo have been consistently scoring throughout the entirety since we began because they have been moving around the map as a unit, and every single time one of their strongholds is taken, they go for the next one. They're not trying to hold A and B and focus C. They're not trying to hold C and B and focus A. Instead, they're just saying, let's focus wherever they're not. Let's always be taking one off of them, and for the meanwhile, it has been working.
Just point out one statistic that I don't take much pleasure from doing, but Elamite is struggling a little bit in this game. He's currently 1-7 for his team, which is certainly going to make things a little bit more difficult when you've got a player who's just not picking up those slays that he needs to. No shade being shown his way, of course. Filling in for the roster today, doing what he can, but Status Quo will have the man advantage a lot of the time on the map. That is the case for the rest of things, so Elamite needs to pick it up a little bit in the Slay division. He's doubled his kills now, as he's now on 2. As Burton now slides in for SQ to try and turn over A. They only have 2 players alive here as one comes off the respawn SQ, so wouldn't surprise me to see him maybe bait this, because the pressure is going to be coming.
Does bait a little bit. A final triple cap in play for Space Station temporarily, so they've managed to find a little bit of control, but look, they're relentless. Space Station instead are saying, well, if you're going to play this way, SQ, we are going to do the same now. We're not going to try and play this more traditional style of holding A and B and spawning you at C. Instead, we're going to be just as aggressive as you are. We're going to push for that triple cap to try and get us back into the game, and they are starting to rack up some serious points.
Let's see if Elamite can heat things up now with the sniper rifle in his hands. Narrowly misses that shot onto Blaze, manages to hit the body. It'll be cleaned up almost immediately. Big challenge coming in from him and his brother. And it will be traded out. So good damage output there from Elamite and good conversion coming in from H as well, working with his older brother. Converted the stronghold over at B now, Space Station. So they're starting to crawl their way back into this a little bit. It has been a little bit of a messy game, like I mentioned, but Space Station starting to find some sort of flow, at least here now.
Well, what Space Station are doing better now is they're collapsing onto Status Quo. Rather than pushing a stronghold and allowing Status Quo to flank the other way and just consistently take the other stronghold away from them, Space Station are looking for slays. Now they've got a little bit of stabilization, a little bit of control in this game. And SQ need to find a response to that. They need to either answer back with slays of their own, or they need to try and get a little bit more structure towards A and B and force Space Station back into C so they can put some points on the board. But I don't know how easy that's going to be now that Space Station have once more found a trip cap.
Triple cap going to be really, really devastating as well. Can just rack up those points. Flame Sword's going to be taken down. No, he's not. He's going to be taken down to no shields as finally Design will move in for his double kill. Tarnanon once again just on patrol at the moment. Blaze is going to be in front of him. Some shots coming in and the repulsor will keep him alive. There's another kill, so that's a fresh 4 dead now for SQ. And Space Station, like I mentioned, the pieces are starting to fit together a little bit now. The puzzle is starting to look a little bit more complete for them, as they're now up 148 to 114, and that lead starts to grow.
Having the heat wave has just been really impactful here as well for Tylenol. Even though he had it at the start of the game, he wasn't able to do what he's doing. It's a killing frenzy now, and that really has made the difference here for Space Station Gaming.
Should be able to convert C as well here. That constant rotation will come in, but it looks like they're actually going to hold at A and B, and Tunnel's going to play his life for now as the conversion comes in. Elamite doing a good job to clear out the back of that tower. Now they're really trying to move across the map to flood over at A. Big perfect coming in there from Deciting. However, a triple cap in effect here, although one has been challenged over at B, but that's reset now, so it's up to Space Station to try and get a little bit of a foothold here. And even though Tarnal's picking up all these kills, in those few moments, Dan, scoring was in the favor of SQ, and in a heavy way that the game is almost tied up again.
Yeah, Status Quo did well to stop that bleeding because Space Station were really starting to get away with things. And now Space Station need to be careful that they don't fall into the same trap that Status Quo set for the beginning, is offering and baiting one of the strongholds and then pushing to the other one. But it's happening right now. C is being taken, so they're at the other side taking A instead, but someone is there to stop C, and because of that, they've got another triple cap, and Tylenol is pretty vulnerable here, has to go big.
Oh, Flame Sword's going to re-challenge, but he doesn't have to hit the bullets because Blaze, his teammate, was there to do so. And they're going to get the reset onto C here, so look at the scores at the bottom of your screen. Space Station have managed to get control of A, but it's only for a few moments as Deciding feels a body shot coming in from Frag Out. It's not the headshot maybe he was looking for, but body shots damage is good enough just to hold off those pushes in these kind of game types.
Sniper in the hands, and you can do some real damage with it as well. This is a very naughty angle that you can hold. Slight head glitch at times. Oh, and there we see Elam Ace just go for a backflip.
Wonderful work now from Fragout, and all of a sudden Status Quo is starting to heat up a little bit here. The score is heavily in their favor, 217 and rising to around 150 or so. Burton picking up a kill onto Elamite, deciding managing to trade it out, but they're the ones who have to push for those strongholds, and that's going to give the information to SQ about where they're going to be. Flamesword's doing a good job of converting A now, and it looks like they're giving up C. They're happy with that because of the fact that they're managing to rotate ahead of their opponent's SQ here. Sighting doing a good job to just about take him down, but 2 kills are going to fall to Burton. He cleans up both Ace and the Sighting, and now here comes Elamite. He'll get the trade, but that's not good enough when you don't have control.
It's quite literally like clockwork at the moment. Status Quo moving as a unit around the map, and Space Station need to contest 2 here, which they are, so they're still just in it.
They get A, they get C, so the game will continue for now. Elamite picks up 1, traded out, and all the battles are going to be going down. The Sighting is deciding that he wants to try and move over to B. Does he have the time to do it, though, as the score will stop once again? And this is getting a little bit weird. This is getting a little bit strange as SQ only need 3 more seconds or 3 more points to close this game out, but Space Station are starting to come to life.
3 dead. That was temporarily 4 dead as well for Status Quo. So Space Station are going to be scoring, but look at the distance that they need to try and make up here. There is a considerable gap between the 2 teams. For Status Quo, all they really need is 1 push. And I tell you what, the heat wave could make the difference here.
2 players bottom middle. Flamesword's going to thread the needle. Bank shot medal popping up. Elamite picks up 1 again, so they're just going to be looking for kills here, and maybe the assault on C is what they're going to do, and it's going to be difficult to hold off here for Ace as he's trying to do what he can, but the heat wave is good enough. Now, is the conversion coming in at the other side? It looks like it is from Space Station, as the Sighting's going to be inside of A. Now he's going to be challenging on the Sandbox top middle, and somehow it's starting to look like this is going to be a comeback from Space Station, even though SQ only need those 3 points.
Well, one good thing is at least SQ have managed to force Space Station into A, but now someone's taking A here. We need to see a response from Space Station.
Talonel taken down.
Oh, they're taking C.
248, but they're taking C. 1 second off. C, is it going to be converted? Yes, it is. Somehow Space Station's still alive for now. However, the assault now comes onto B. 2 players from SQ are going to be flooding. It all falls down to Ace here. He gets the defensive play as well. Flamesword now over at C. So all of the players from Space Station have just got to fly over here, try and convert, but they're inside of A. The battle for A now commences, and Space Station will get that. What is happening?
Really good recognition from Space Station, though. Every single time they see one of their strongholds being taken, they flood to the other one. They say, you can have C, we'll take A. It's what Status Quo have been doing this entire time, but now we've seen it flipped.
Yeah, Fragout's just got a really big kill, though. That stopped everything. He takes down 2. Fragout has just gone off for a second. Blaze is inside of the stronghold. Space Station's still trying to convert, but they're not able to do it. And even though that was looking a little bit scary for SQ, they will close the game out from that big play off the back of Fragout. SQ progress, and SSG will fall down to our elimination bracket.
And I don't think anyone would have been expecting to see SSG drop to the lower bracket so early on, considering what they've done in previous tournaments and previous opens. But we do have to reiterate, they do not have 4 more today, and even though we know Elamite Warrior is one of the greatest Halo players to grace any Halo game, it does make a difference when you're practicing with 1 player, and I think Status Quo will be delighted to get that extra placement to move on to the next round and have their stab at winners bracket round 6.
We'll take a look at the statistics from that game, and once again, it was a mess until the last few minutes where it became a little bit of desperation for Space Station, and they almost seemed to work out how they wanted to actually approach the game. This is kind of occupation time. This is more objective stats. This is the kills that did come in. And even though the scores might not reflect it, or the stats might not respect it, that big play right at the end from Fragout with the sniper rifle was what gave the opening for Status Quo to actually close that game out.
I just think that Space Station Gaming, they reacted too late. At the start of the game, they didn't really realize how Status Quo were trying to approach it. They were all moving around the map as a unit, taking C, then taking A, then taking B, and they just kept rotating together. And because I think SSG are more used to a traditional style and more used to a traditional hold, they were punished for that, and they went down a considerable amount. and because of that, they were just too far behind. Even though they evened it up at one point with a trip cap, they were able to put some points on the board, it just wasn't enough, and Status Quo once more got into that rotational ability that really put them ahead of Space Station.
Well, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome along. Here's some highlights from the match up itself. This was our first map that we did see Aquarius capture the flag, where it was a little bit of a standoff between the two teams for quite some time. Good objective play coming in from Elamite Warrior to get a couple of flag caps on the board for Space Station. They actually managed to close this out. I mean, one of the highlights though, Dan, was the overkill, of course, coming in from, I think it was Blaze who managed to pick that one up right at the end. We didn't see it in the highlights, but certainly a highlight play for sure as we moved on to Streets.
And Streets wasn't, again, it wasn't a traditional way you'll see people try and play Streets, which sounds silly to say 2 weeks into the game, right? That there's a traditional way to play it. I guess more structured would be the right word to assess it. It was a sloppy game type for both, but Status Quo took full advantage of that. They had far better weapon control. They were finding that Bulldog, they were finding the rockets consistently, and they were able to really frag out and take down Space Station and not allow them to get into the game.
See some of these kills going down right at the end, and it was the final kill that did manage to close things out in a 50-38 fashion. And this was, I could put it out there. I'm going to make a statement right now. One of the strangest games of Strongholds on live fire I've seen for quite some time, or that we've seen some time in Halo Infinite. Because it was just, at the start, SQ got out to a really, really hot start, and then this spree from Tylenol managed to pick up the killing frenzy, and that just kind of started to get things ticking a little bit for Space Station. And even though they were only a few points away from actually winning the game, SQ, Space Station really made a fist of it towards the end.
They did. They gave themselves an opportunity to get back into it, but I think it was just a little bit too late. That was a nice no-scope, and I just love the ragdoll effect. But Status Quo played that similarly to what I've seen in Europe, actually. Going for the rotational style, playing it very aggressive, being relentless with pressure, and trying to put as many trip caps on the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, who doesn't love a close game of Strongholds to close things out in a series? And you're right on set. It was a bit of a weird one towards the end, but I think Dan put it very, very well. I think Space Station just didn't really realize or recognize what was happening until it was too late, and then evolved and adjusted to be able to meet that. But unfortunately, you know, Status Quo were just too strong. I gotta say, it was really fun to watch though. Rob, obviously watching that one yourself, you know, I want to actually pick your brain about CTF Aquarius though, because I've seen a few different preferences now watching over the weeks, and where teams want to run flags specifically. And E-United seem to really like to hold the flag in their closet on Needle's side and kind of get the kills and work in numbers in that way. But SSG and I gotta say Status Quo, very scrappy stuff from them, and obviously, you know, teams need to evolve and they need to practice a little bit more as a united team. But you know, what would you say the preferences and how much pressure does Aquarius put on some of these teams in terms of arena style to really figure out your strats and where you want to go?
Sure, yeah. I mean, first of all, what a series between those two teams. It's looking at the highlights, it's kind of hard to remember that Aquarius CTF was even in this series. It feels like so long ago as the series really went the distance. But yeah, I think when you look at Aquarius CTF, it's not too dissimilar from any other 2-base 2-tower map, Midship, Heretic, Onslaught. If you look at the way those play, teams have different strategies. Some teams like to really slay, have really clean slaying power, and continue to run the flag, say, top Needles. Some teams are okay with those scrappy pulls. And as time goes on in Halo Infinite, we're seeing more teams that are okay with a bottom-middle toss. See if you get 1 to 2 more kills, maybe at the top, maybe say bottom dynamo nades. And if those kills come in, you continue the run, or you use the flag to apply pressure to draw opponents out. So I really think that teams are kind of finding their own style. Each of those are working right now. However, I do think between now and Raleigh, and certainly by the end of Raleigh, we're going to see a dominant strategy, like in terms of pink or car, if you will, the teams really start to decide as the #1 strategy on that game type.
Yeah, love to see it. I mean, I'm really, really enjoying just learning from different teams and what they're comfortable doing right now. And we're going to see plenty more of that, where that has come from. We're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we're going to be lining up Pioneers versus SEAL Team 6, sorry. But before we get into that game, we actually have a superstar on board to have an interview with. You're going to have to stick around to find out who it is. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Kickoff Qualifier Day 1 event. You know, we have another match coming your way, but first we've got some superstar content to get through. And Onset, of course, if you've been paying attention to the region of ANZ, then you'll know the name. I mean, I've got to say, NutriBullet, the team, have been popping off recently, going back to back to back. Incredible stuff. Have you been keeping up with ANZ, and how good is this team, Onset? Honestly, come on, let's pick this up.
I mean, I love watching other regions. I love the ANZ boys. I think it's always great to when in previous events where we've had world championships, the ANZ boys always amazing to hang out with, always put in really good performances. And I love what I'm seeing over in ANZ right now. There's a new crop of talent coming through, and there's a new bunch of players who are putting up some big performances, and I think one of them's about to join us lot.
One is about to join us. I would love to welcome Barcode onto our interviews. Lovely to hear from you, Barcode. First of all, congratulations, man. I mean, you guys have been crushing things so far in the beginning of Halo Infinite. Absolutely amazing. Back-to-back champions. You know, you've put a lot of teams in the blender recently, and you're on track for Raleigh. Yeah, excuse the pun, it's going to happen. But what is the mood like right now in the NutriBullet camp? You know, going into Raleigh and hopefully on track to qualify. How are you guys feeling?
So we've basically already qualified for the event, which is awesome. Can't wait to see everyone there, first of all. But no, we're definitely trying to keep the vibes high and just high-spirited. Obviously, you know, it's going to be tough, you know, going in. It always has been from our region, but obviously we always go in with the mindset of like, let's just try our hardest. Let's see what we can get from this like event, what experience and like what we can learn from it. So that's definitely the mindset going into this event.
All right, that's the nice that he's done now. Okay, Barcode, because I've been watching you stream, and I know that like you like to get in the mind of your opponent a little bit. Let's talk facts. Let's talk what's going to happen if you make it to Raleigh. What do you want to achieve placement-wise? Where do you want to end up as a team? Have you got kind of an aim, or is it just kind of a see how we get on kind of vibe?
For the most part, I think it's a see how we get on with with whatever we get, really. Like, because it's always hard traveling like 30 hours, like a travel day, like flying from Australia to America, and then like 4 different stops to get to the venue, and then we have a week of practice there, and then we just get straight into the event. So like our expectations are always like low, but we always have high hopes, I suppose. So the dream is obviously to place top 8. That's the dream, but it's going to be very difficult, and we understand that.
Keep that dream alive, Barco. Go on. Bring the confidence. I want to see the confidence coming from you guys. You guys are ridiculous. Now, I'm going to take away from the intensity and get mushy on you now, Barco, because I want to know, you know, obviously it's a long road ahead, and it has been a long road ahead. You've just launched into a brand new game, had to learn the ropes of it, and you're right on the top at the moment. How proud do you feel to be representing ANZ region heading into Raleigh in the first ever Halo Infinite event?
It's a lot of pressure, honestly. Like, you know, there's like, I never expected this to happen, to be honest. Like, the eyes and everything, like, my Twitter's been blowing up, the Snipe Down host, even Halo hosting me, that was absolutely insane. So, definitely a bit of pressure there. But, no, it's definitely been awesome to sort of have, like, that representative status now. And I'm really honored to, you know, go into this next event and rep Australia.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Australia would be dead proud of you. You should be dead proud of yourself. Thank you so much, Barcode, for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Oh my goodness. Love Barcode. He's
love the
so
ANZ.
Cool.
ANZ region just always puts a smile on your face. Always amazing players. Always great people as well. And I think it's like the takeaway from that is just proud to represent Australia. And I think all of the team will be as well. Great people, great team.
I can't imagine Barcode talking a little bit of trash to anybody. You know, he's too nice.
Watch his stream,
does it happen? I need to watch his stream. I was going to say. I can't imagine it. I really can't. I can't imagine it at all. Well, I'll tell you what, 2 people who won't be talking trash, they'll be talking absolute song coming out of their mouth. We have another game on its way. Bravo, Onset. It's over to you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you. It's not going to be me. It's going to be Bravo.
Oh, it's going to be.
That's right.
It's going to be Gaskin and Bravo.
I'm sitting out of this one.
You are. Gaskin, great to have you, as Onset said, of course, here with us in NA. It's been, we've had a chance to cast many games over the years, and it's great to have you as part of the NA Kickoff Qualifier. We got an interesting match coming up on this next one. It's going to be SEAL Team 6 and Pioneers, and two teams that, to be honest, have been slowly making a way through these brackets and a name for themselves. And if you ask me, both of these squads, you could say Pioneers based on their placing, haven't been talked about enough in terms of league play.
Yeah, I think I've seen a few comments around Twitch chat, social media from several Pioneers people, whether it be players, whether it be coaches, whether it be managers, saying, hey, you've been forgetting about us. We literally finished top 4 and then we finished 3rd. Why aren't you talking more about us? Well, here you go. Here's your platform. Here's your chance to show us what you're made of. You're going up against SEAL Team 6, who I think in week 1 we saw them finish, top 12. A fantastic achievement for them as well. I want to see KC Pioneers dominate here. And not that I want to see personally, but if we are going to see the KC Pioneers that have been finishing top 4, top 3, they need to assert dominance in rounds like this to show why they have been such a strong and consistent team.
I agree. If Pioneers comes off of a top 4, enters back with a top 3, and obviously have their sights now on that trajectory in the top 2, I agree that they need to make quick work of the earlier matches. Now, SEAL Team 6 not going to make that very easy. As a reminder, that's going to be Eli Elite, Bohm, Brainstorm, and Piles. But game number 1 going to be Strongholds Recharge, Gaskin.
Strongholds Recharge is probably going to be a little bit messy, just like what we saw on the previous Strongholds Live Fire as well. There is going to be the opportunity for teams to rotate around the map and take stronghold by stronghold, but you can play it far more structured, and I'm wondering whether the Pioneers are going to go for something like that as the more structured team out of these two, in my opinion. Are they going to try and hold A and B, spawn the other team at C, and then keep it that way? Just constantly batter them as they come off spawn, try and push through pipes or try and approach them through control. It can be very difficult to break a setup here on Strongholds Recharge, but there are other ways to play it. You can play the more aggressive way and go for the trip caps, go for the rotation, but then you do leave yourself vulnerable at times to be set up on, and then you have to try and break their setup.
Yeah, I think, Gaskin, the term you bring up there, structure, is really important and a really valuable one, because when you do look at the teams here and their early success in a tournament, you can tell a lot about how that event might go by how they do in these exact matches. Of course, even when I was coaching some of the top teams, you could tell early on a bracket, if there's some struggles, it might show some signs of weakness as well. Once again, this is SEAL Team 6 versus Pioneers. Map number 1 is going to be Strongholds, and as I've been taking a look at the bracket, and a very good chance that the winner of this match will match up against Inconceivable. So here we are into game number 1. It's Pioneers versus SEAL Team 6.
And I want to see who prioritizes the power-ups from the get-go, and it's going to be Stat Camo slammed straight in the chest for Brainstorm. So SEAL Team 6 have more of a starting strategy to focus on that camo. They feel it's important. They feel it could be the difference maker. So I want to see it put to use here.
That's really exciting here. We've talked about just what this open system... Ooh, look at the flank here, by the way, as we're going to just take a quick peek across and see exactly what play is going to be made here. Nice little kill from Old Grapple coming in from Brainstorm as he takes his time with that kill. Also sees some players coming pipes. Knows that he needs to be very careful and just stay alive now and maybe flank around pipes here a little bit. Unable to get the trade there.
So something I was mentioning earlier, the priority positions for me, A and B. But you can hold B and C at the same time. You can kind of lock the other team in towards elevator, in towards control. You just need to take slightly different angles, and everyone needs to be on the same wavelength. They need to be prepared to all shoot in the same direction when a call-out comes through. And this is one of the things that we're seeing now. Everyone's locked towards the elevator, but Talek can't afford to go down here, but at least he does get the trade.
Yeah, going to be glad that he's able to get the trade. In the back of C, though, now with the sword out is Manny, and wisely going to play this one slowly. Takes a look around to see if anyone might be coming in from control, and there's multiple players on the screen. But actually, I was going to say, he gets back whack, goes down very quickly, and that's because Piles from SEAL Team 6 was coming around the back. We'll watch Eli Elite's back on the sneaky, and they will be able to convert there as well.
So what SEAL Team 6 have done very well there, as I say that, as actually C gets reset, was that they didn't try and just push out and try and focus B and leave themselves vulnerable to grenades and shots coming from every direction. Instead, they tried to all push together to take C off of Pioneers, but that actually fell into the hands of Pioneers because they all collapsed. The sword did make a slight difference. I thought Piles had done enough. He is still alive, but with that reset coming through, this is becoming more and more difficult for SEAL Team 6.
Piles just trying to hold this corner. Talek does hear the footsteps. Piles actually comes back, and a Bull True comes through, and you could tell by the velocity of that Spartan against the wall that the lunge was certainly underway by that point. Sword is going to stay out for Talek, but actually gets juked. Once again, that's going to be Eli Elite back C, so that battle for back C still going on, heavily contested.
So much pressure coming now from the Pioneers. They were pushing into C and they were pushing into A at the same time to stop SEAL Team 6 from getting any points on the board. Just the 1 point so far compared to the 110 that we've seen for Pioneers. So that does just scream how much control we've been seeing in the early stages, how much structure Pioneers have been able to find. Finally some points being scored now here by SEAL Team 6.
And finally, that sword going to go back into the hands of Manny, and one of the most heavily contested power weapons we've seen today in terms of our matches that have been on broadcast. It's some nice shots onto C-flat, onto Bohm as well, and Manny's going to be very comfortable just holding here at control, roaming around and looking at the angles he might need to support his team at B as well.
A lot of responsibility as the sword player. Usually you're going to be anchoring, usually you're going to be holding one of these strongholds on your own, and it's situations like this where you have to get at least one. It could have been a double, but now there's going to be the assist to come through. The teammates can get in that information, they can push in, and they can stop that capture. Even though SEAL Team 6 have got one of the more difficult strongholds in B right now, the way that Pioneers have been rotating and prioritizing their strongholds, it's still points going in favor of the yellow team.
Absolutely. They're finally now trying to get a little bit of A. Just as fast as they get A, though, B is going to get converted as well in just a moment. So it looks like there were going to be a few points on the board for them, and they will maintain control of B. They will start to score once again, but Gaskin, they've got a long road if they want to get back into this match.
And I feel like because of that, SEAL Team 6 are pushing for this triple cap. They're not allowing the possibility of, just waiting, allowing Pioneers to spawn at C and then trying to hold just a 2 cap setup. Instead, they're saying, look, we're so far behind now, we have to be relentless with our pressure. We have to be constantly rotating and matching the pace of the Pioneers here. Big fight, which does not go in the way of Bohm, and that will mean that Pioneers will get A, and they're probably going to get C if no one is there to stop them.
Certainly a big battle. Anyone who's been playing enough Halo Infinite online knows just how important that one is. You can get players that are spawning. Sword comes back out for Manny. He will clean up that one as well, bottom middle. You know how just important that play is. There can be players spawning bottom elevator and a nice little jump up top as well with the repulsor to get right back into the mix over at C.
Switching out the sword for the Mangler, just finding every single weapon that can do a hell of a lot of damage close range. Really can help you hold a stronghold on your own. How many times will you see someone just holding elevator with a Mangler? Really can be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's a great point, and just how important that is, because how difficult it is, as we were just talking about with this elevator and this A angle, it can be so challenging to hold that. Players are spawning back elevator. The second you step into control, the second you step out of turbine, you do open up that spawn. So having something like a Mangler, like a sword, as we've seen time and time again, really can make the difference here. It will still be a sizable lead for the size of the Pioneers at this point.
Oh, what a play by Talent, though, getting the double kill and then forcing the rest of the team to all swarm and collapse on the rest of SEAL Team 6. They are so quick to push with one another. This is why Pioneers have been just so fantastic over the last 2 weeks. Their coordination as a unit is something everyone needs to be watching and everyone needs to be trying to adapt to, because if you can play this quickly as a team to react to callouts, you're going to find success.
Druk is going full acrobat here, eventually gets clipped by a nade, but some great grapples in and out of top A there to just win that battle pretty easily. Eventually gets caught by a nade from Turbine. Unlucky bounce on the stairs, but some great shots though coming from Piles on Manny as well. Still putting up as much of a fight as they can, but this score has gotten out of hand in favor of the Pioneers.
It's got to that point, hasn't it, where SEAL Team 6 need to almost play perfectly, and whilst we have seen some crazy comebacks already in the opening couple of weeks of Halo Infinite, you just feel with how Pioneers have been prioritizing their strongholds, this one's just going to be a little bit too much out of reach. But, and there always is a but, if SEAL Team 6 can consistently slay off spawn, force Pioneers into this off-spawn cycle they currently find themselves in, there is still a small chance.
There is a small chance. Eli Ali going to add to that small chance by getting a nice kill on the Camo Mauler player. It's a very nice play. He will lose the beatdown battle over at A, though, which will maintain A control for the side of the Pioneers. They have been in control of the scoreboard, also not just in the points category, but certainly in the slaying department as well, if you take a quick look at those numbers.
Yeah, +5 for Druk right now. He's been a real nuisance and a thorn in the side of SEAL Team 6. As soon as they think they're going to capture a stronghold, Druk is usually there or thereabouts to either stop them or kill them and then take it back off of them. But in this instance, at least he was stopped in his tracks, but he had help. He had a teammate there. There's that coordination that I was talking about. There's always two. There is never just one. Good grenades, though, from SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, it was good nades to nade them out just for a second. And they will get the reset. Very nice stop. Great timing on those grenades as well. So it will still be time on the board. And as Gaskin said, we can see if this one might go the distance and just how much SEAL Team 6 can hold on to this. They're right now scoring, and they need to make quite a run to get back into this game, but certainly enough time on the board to do so.
This is like a Matrix moment where the glasses come off and they're beginning to believe because it's there. It's open for them. It's for the taking. They're starting to slay better now. They are stopping Pioneers from having easy transitions across the map. But you'd argue one good setup here for Pioneers now would be enough to win the game. But what SEAL Team 6 are doing well at is every time Pioneers try and prioritize one of these strongholds, SEAL Team 6 are reacting and all pushing together.
Yeah, Pioneers actually get a last-second reset. You might have noticed that off-screen on C, which is going to force SEAL Team 6 back in. They're actually multi-capping B and C right now, and as you pointed out, Gaskin earlier, Soul Snipe, though, sweeps in for the C reset. They might look to a few of those trip caps just get back in this game just a little bit to try to even the gap and maybe even catch the side of Pioneers off of some spawn traps.
But this is the dangerous part for SEAL Team 6. Now they've lost a little bit of control. Pioneers were able to get 2 on the board. It's about how they react, but they have reacted well. It's not easy to take B here on recharge, but they're able to drop in, get some slays, big grenades coming out of them, and they still are slowly trickling up this scoreboard and getting closer and closer to a potential comeback.
AB hold, Eli Elite does well to stay alive and doubles back with the teammate. They might be able to take down both players. They do, and that's going to be 2 dead for the moment there. So a little bit of a 2v2. Look at that, though, across the map as we see both strongholds being converted once again.
Zipping across like the Spider-Man that Onset always wanted to be. A big double that really is going to make the difference to be able to control Turbine and get the triple cap and ensure that Pioneers can get this first map under control. A fantastic performance, shaky at times, but for the most part, I'd say they had control of that game.
They certainly did. It's a good finish, a strong and a clear one from the Pioneers. They'll take game number 1 with some crafty plays with the grapple and shock rifle as well to close it out. And despite the fact that we saw some late game runs coming in from SEAL Team 6, Pioneers not going to let that one happen. They stay cool and collected towards the end. They close it out 250 to 116 in our game 1 Strongholds recharge, and now all sights onto Live Fire Slayer next up.
I think what worries me here for SEAL Team 6 is the ability that we saw from the Pioneers to all transition together, to be pushing as a wolf pack, always in a 2, always holding hands, always having someone to push through. You can see it just the assists, the difference in assists between the 2 teams. And Pioneers were just always there, a helping hand. Communication, you could tell, was on point. I don't need a listen-in to tell me that their communication was on point. You could see it in their gameplay, Bravo.
And certainly when you look at the slays, as we said during the game, we'll take a look at some highlights right now, but if you look at the kills, they're not heavily outslayed in that game, but in the points category, they were handily outclassed. And it's interesting to see that you don't have that big of a delta in slays, Gaskin, but really on the scoreboard came down to it. And that just tells you how much of the nuanced resets and prioritization and angles of the side of Pioneers, how important that was.
Yeah, it's efficiency. It's about playing the objective. How many times have you been playing matchmaking and you've outslayed the other team, but they actually beat you on the objective just because they prioritize a little bit better, they move as a unit, and they're finishing the one-shots. Survivability is something that's massive in Halo Infinite. It has been in Halo in general, but if you can get away as a one-shot and then force yourself into a fight with a teammate, suddenly your BR becomes so strong, so powerful, because they'll be prioritizing the fight they're already engaged with, and you suddenly get free shots where you wouldn't have earlier if you had actually died. So just really important to be able to get around that corner. That's where sprint comes into effect. Even though it's only a small advantage compared to actually just running normally, it really can make a huge difference, as I say. But great prioritization from Pioneers, even though there was a small window where SEAL Team 6 gained a little bit of control in that map. Pioneers did well to respond. They paused for a little bit, they took a breather, they didn't panic, and they regained control.
Absolutely, and credit to Pioneers for putting as many points as they did. This was a nice sequence from Druck as he's able to grapple all the way in from outside of A, grapple back up to top elevator, and pick up a pretty clean kill on the player in the stronghold. But like we said, it's a credit to the side of Pioneers. Clinical work from them, great baiting and switching. Also just really good, like we said, prioritization of everything they needed to do on the map. But a lot of that, Gaskin, comes down to the fact that they did get that early lead. And that sizable lead gave them a lot of cushion, a lot of comfort to slow the game down, just like you said, and kind of run away with it. And you had to feel like SEAL Team 6 on the back foot throughout that whole game. And they're going to want to avoid that going into game number 2.
And we talk about starting strategies and like what implications they can have. It was very different starting strategy from both teams. Pioneers didn't really focus the camouflage whatsoever. Instead, they focused positioning, they focused gaining control of the strongholds, and because of that, they got a 90-point lead. I think they were able to achieve a situation where they had the sword covering C, they were doing enough damage. There was always one player who was happy to anchor, but there was always another teammate who was in kind of shooting distance, or at least distance where they could travel to finish off a one-shot after that engagement had happened. And my worry here for the Seals is the fact that they're going into a game 2, which is Live Fire Slayer, another game type that can really benefit teams who do push well as a unit, who can rotate around the map as 2s, as 3s, and catch you off guard. So I think that Pioneers should be able to take this one, but I hope that SEAL Team 6 can respond, because you know me, I love a game 3.
As do I. We love a good game 3 here at the HCS. Pioneers, like you said, going to be playing this game type, we can assume pretty fast. They're going to be rolling around these corners, clearing out areas like back tower, like house, fast and together. Let's see how this one kicks off break, as they're going to be a battle middle between 4 players right now.
And it's crazy, isn't it, really, just how important the Heatwave is, that we saw 3 players sent from both teams to bottom middle there to battle for it. And this is why, because the Heatwave, whether it be from close, whether it be from mid-range, whether it's long range, it can hit so hard and be the difference maker from not just 1 kill, but sometimes an entire team of 4 falling.
Certainly makes a huge difference as well. And one exciting thing, if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to winners round 6 of the HCS Raleigh Kickoff Qualifier. Teams competing here ultimately on this 2-day event to try to get a guaranteed pools play spot in the upcoming sold-out Raleigh LAN to kick off the Halo Infinite LAN season. This match particularly a cool one that you're joining us for, just because you have a lot of names here that are in the up-and-coming category. A lot of them have established themselves. As we take a look at a battle here. Back tower! Piles actually gets the trade on Manny with the no-scope. That sniper will stay on the map. But as we were saying, these teams are here. A lot of up-and-coming players. There's a lot on the line here. When you look at the players in this match, as we're off to a little bit of an early lead here for SEAL Team 6 for just a second. Eli Ali, Piles. Look at names like Drux, Soul Snipe, Talek, Manny. There's a lot of names here who really want to establish a name for themselves in competitive Halo, move out of that up-and-comer category and into really that top 8 conversation.
Yeah, 19th seed at the moment, SEAL Team 6, and they just want to push themselves up a little bit further, maybe to try and compete for that 9th and 10th spot, to at least get funding to be in the open bracket at Raleigh, get some travel paid for, you know, just be able to relax a little bit, kick your feet up, rather than have to fund everything yourself. As for the Pioneers, a victory here in this game would all but guarantee them at least in top 8 and allow them to move forward to Raleigh and pool play, but we'll be expecting them to get one of those guaranteed top 4 places with how they've been playing over the last 2 weeks. Top 4 week 1, 3rd place week number 2. Can they go one better and maybe even get to the grand finals this week here today? Because Talek is on a riot right now. He is just tearing through this team.
My God, putting on a clinic, and this is technical work from Talek. I mean, look at that play with the Heatwave and the Repulsor, being able to hold top tower, then just Repulsor right back up, running everything at the back tower. There's a reason for that, and as we talked about, Pioneers probably haven't gotten the credit that they deserve in the scene. Right now, they're sitting in the 3rd seed overall in North America with just under 9,000 points. And keep in mind, just to give you an idea, if you haven't caught each broadcast just yet, they are right now outclassing E-United, Sentinels, Inconceivable, G2, Space Station. There's many names that they are above right now, and they are making a statement and looking to be much more than even a top 8 name. You can say right now they're sitting top 3 and looking to make a statement in our last qualifier before Raleigh.
It really is difficult when they're kind of being outshadowed and outshone by Cloud9 and Optic Gaming, because they're always going to be the names that are on the tip of everyone's tongues. But I think we do need to be talking about this Pioneers roster and what a threat they could be to those top 2 with a little bit more practice. But in this game, it's pretty even so far. SEAL Team 6 have a very minimal lead, but that can change extremely quickly, whether it be down to a power-up or maybe even just a Heatwave.
Yeah, as we get towards that 25 kill mark here, taking a look at exactly what Eli Elite might be able to do, moving into back of house with that Heatwave, deciding if he wants to go back into house or just hold top. Sandbags will instead engage from Sandbags, but needs to be careful because players were ready to come around that corner from the B-side pillars.
Piles with 10 kills at the moment really has been the force of this SEAL Team 6 roster, and if he can carry on slaying the way he does, it's going to make it very difficult for Pioneers to regain any control. But Druk has found a sniper rifle, but he will give it away. Love that. Fantastic teammate.
Sharing really is caring here, Gaskin. That's what we're finding out in Halo Infinite. And a very close match here, just 25-24. It's a 1-kill game. Soul Snipe does have that sniper up on top middle. Just going to keep an eye on Ace Sandbags and see if he can rotate around. He does see players dropping on the other side. So going to take a risky play here, drop the pillars. Sniper was the one out first, but make sure to clean up the kill on Piles. Very well done, back tower. You do not want to keep players alive from the opposing side with that, and tries to get a shot into power up. That will not connect just yet. So this one will stay neck and neck between these two sides in game number 2. Of course, if Pioneers closes this out, that will be the series. However, SEAL Team 6 trying to send this to a game 3.
And mean, it is an unwritten rule that if you have snipe in your name, you do deserve the sniper. So I can understand why it was given. Camouflage is spotted out here, though. That could have been a big play for SEAL Team 6, but Bohm gets spotted, and that will now allow Pioneers to maybe take advantage with a player advantage here and really push to try and take this fight.
Ooh, Soul Snipe bodies there on Eli Elite, but is not able to clean up. Eli Elite tries to scurry away back pillars, not able to, goes for the no-scope. That'll be the sniper emptied, but Talik will go down to Druk back tower. So still tug-of-war back and forth between these two teams. Really just a one-kill game. Repulsor comes in for Druk. He'll send Brainstorm off, but Druk makes sure to also trade out that kill. We'll jump back into the action now. Manny up top tower, forced to drop down.
Just dipping his toes, having a little swim, but unfortunately that will result in his death, and it really does show how prioritizing the repulsor can be important on this map. Several different areas you can shoot someone off to one side and gain a kill because of it. But when Pioneers were down by a few kills, I was thinking, okay, maybe SEAL Team 6 going to take us to a game 3 here, but slowly but surely, control starting to be gained now by the Pioneers. They are marauding the map as a unit and making things very difficult for SEAL Team 6 to find any sort of structure.
Just like that now, 37-35, 2-kill game. And as quickly as we say that, a few kills do get exchanged for the side of SEAL Team 6. So this one's certainly not over just yet. Flying across top middle is Talik, wants to waste no time. Now going to fly in Big Door, a perfect slide in there, waiting to see any opponents, but doesn't find anyone just yet. Going to sit back a house, eyes on the power-up now, Gaskin.
Yeah, Sniper and Camo coming up at the same time, and the first kill is going to be massive here. 2 kills have gone in favor of SEAL Team 6, but that one from Talik allows them to gain a little bit of control of the camouflage area. The camo, if it can be combined with the heat wave, could be the difference maker to actually win this game. I mean, I've seen people go on 5 to 10 kill sprees when you've got that kind of utility.
Certainly now, Heatwave in the hands of Eli Elite. What will he do here? 1-kill game, 39-38 on the scoreboard. Finds 1, does not trade. Might get 2 as well. Able to do it. A third player does kill him, but it's a big double kill from Manny. Sniper and Heatwave down on the scoreboard door. You can be sure these teams are going to start to prioritize that as well.
41-41 as everything slows down a little bit here on live fire. Both teams recognizing that one mistake could lead the other team to gain a little bit of momentum, and that's going to be the camouflage going down for SEAL Team 6 again. They got the camo Bravo, but they're just not able to make the plays with it.
Like you said, that camo could have been a big factor. It's neutralized, though, by Talik on those pillars. So now Talik, off of the respawn, has to win this battle against piles of pillars, or at the very least stay alive. Bottom middle is able to scurry away just like that here in this tie game. Sniper in the hands of Manny, tries to connect on Nest, but not finding anything just yet. Will rotate Sandbags.
Yeah, I feel the rest of the team need to allow Manny to do some work here, but the aggression from SEAL Team 6 coming through at exactly the right time to give them a 2-kill lead, make it a 1-kill lead. This one's going right down to the wire, brother.
Pile's able to hit there on the body shot, however, will not be cleaned up just yet. We'll have to see if the teammate at window is able to make something happen, but just like that, 46-45, 47-45 in favor of SEAL Team 6, trying to force this to a game number 3. Heatwave is out, gonna find Druk and see if he can connect with these shots. At the 2-shot, there's Soul Sniper around the corner as well. This should be it. Yes, indeed, 50-49, 50-45. SEAL Team 6 closes it out with a Game 2 victory, and they will force us, Dan, to what you and I, as general fans of Halo Infinite, were looking for. It's gonna be a game number 3.
All the neutrals will be delighted that we're going to a game 3. However, if you are fans of the Pioneers, you'll be wondering how they didn't manage to 2-0 SEAL Team 6 here. But it shows the amount of raw talent that's available throughout North America here, that even though SEAL Team 6 are, quite considerably further down the seeding list, the individual talent offered means that in a Slayer game, they can go toe-to-toe with Pioneers. They look completely off the pace when it came to strongholds and it came to an objective, but here in Slayer they looked like they were fine at home, they were winning their battles, and unfortunately for the Pioneers, they weren't able to really gain that control. And even though I thought it was going to be a very fast-paced game going in favor of Pioneers, I'm delighted to say that SEAL Team 6, they do tie it up, and we are going to a game 3.
They did step it up. Talik and Brainstorm, your standouts there in terms of KD and KDA. Talik goes 14-8, and Brainstorm 12 and Talik goes 14-11, and Brainstorm there 12-8. We'll go ahead and take a look at some replays in just a moment. But like you said, if you're a fan of more Halo Infinite, which we certainly are, we're going to a game number 3 between these squads, and it's the first time really in Halo Infinite that we're seeing at these earlier rounds in the tournament that we're going to a game 3 more often. But let's take a look at some highlights in that game. As you said, Dan, we didn't maybe see the aggression and coordination we expected out of Pioneers in this game 2.
No, and I feel like they weren't able to get the kills at the right time either. When Camouflage was coming up, SEAL Team 6 always seemed to be the team who managed to get 2 or 3 down and pick the Camouflage up because of it. And even though several times when we jumped on board with the Camouflage player, they were killed or they weren't able to really make a big play to change things, just getting the camouflage can sometimes be the big difference, because the other team is naturally going to retreat a little bit, they're going to play a little bit scared, and that can allow the rest of your team to actually push up, gain priority positions, and make it very difficult for the other team once they do take down that camouflage. So even though the camo didn't necessarily do the individual work, it was about what the rest of the team were able to achieve because that camouflage was making the other team actually drop off.
Yeah, pretty strong final push there from Brainstorm. He had help, as you see, in the back there, and even though Druck did not make it easy, it's a double kill to close it out. At 50-45 will be your score from game number 2. If you're just joining us, it's a perfect time. It's SEAL Team 6 versus Pioneers here in the winner's bracket of the tournament. And as we said, this is a pretty big matchup for these squads, because in a lot of these broadcasts, in a lot of these matches, Gaskin, we've seen a lot of times where it's up-and-comers versus established pro names. And as we said in that game number 2, there's a lot on the line here between these players, because they're really fighting to be household names in competitive Halo.
Yes, they really are, and I think that when you have a new game, when Halo Infinite was released, I think everyone looked at it and said, hey, maybe I could be, the next big thing. And I think the fact it's open, the fact that anyone can enter, the fact it's free to play, the fact that you can play on peripherals, you can play on mouse and keyboard instead of controller as well, anyone could do that. Anyone could be the next big thing if you put the right amount of time in. But there's a lot of players who have been there or thereabouts competing in Halo for quite some time, who now maybe feel like they're in the right position in their life to put the right amount of practice in, the right kind of dedication in. And I'm delighted to say that, just there's such a buzz around the community right now.
And that's right, we were taking a look at the bracket as we mentioned earlier. The winner of this will play Inconceivable, so that will be a match to watch for sure. Of course, Snipedown and crew will see what they're capable of on the Inconceivable side. But before then, we got to find out who's going to win this series. Once again, Pioneers versus SEAL Team 6. Pioneers, as a reminder, coming in with your 3rd place overall in North America. Would be quite an upset if we saw SEAL Team 6 take this. We're jumping into game number 3 right now.
It really would be a fall from grace, Bravo. But you'd imagine now this is an objective game that Pioneers will be a little bit more comfortable. They should be able to find the structure that they've been able to practice on over the last couple of weeks and what we've seen in previous games in Opens. Whereas for SEAL Team 6, they've got to make sure they keep up with Pioneers when it comes to slays, and that's all 4 down. SEAL Team 6 with a starting strategy which will allow them to get slightly on top here.
They will be the first ones on the board for a moment. It was 2v2, but those last 2 kills do come in, as you mentioned, for the side of SEAL Team 6. That's going to give them a little bit of early control, and we'll see exactly what they do with this back tram hold and if they're ready to drop and shoot. I think one thing we're going to be expecting to see as spike grenades do come in, going to need to be careful, and finally we'll take him down. That's going to be a kill from top Balk coming in for Manny, as here comes the Pioneers push.
Certainly becomes a very messy game when it's a tram hold, a station hold with the oddball. There's so many areas you can just get funneled into, so many chokes where grenades can be thrown to stop people from pushing through. But you can't hold with a stalker rifle like this. Manny just putting some damage to really allow the team to stay alive, and I don't know how he stayed alive there, Bravo.
I have no idea either. As you can see, actually, he still has a teammate in the back of his base. He hasn't cleaned up all of them just yet. I think we're all wondering how he might still be alive, and surprised to see players at both the back door and the front door, and those are not friendly neighbors. They're going to finally try to finish him off. Manny will finally go down, but not without putting up quite a fight and putting a few points on the board for Pioneers, so they answer back. It's going to be Talleth picking up another kill as well, and as you can tell by the grenades, their priority is to clean out the back of this tram base. There's no way you're going to be able to get a hold with players in the back of the base. I think they're going to realize that they've finally done that after this last kill and maybe look to grab some time.
I feel like the Observer's going to have his work cut out coming into this game, because there's going to be so many grenades causing deaths here in Station, but the next 5 seconds very important. Those rockets are coming up, and that could be 2 kills guaranteed, or it could be 4 kills if you actually play your cards right. You need to focus it, but you also need to prioritize ball time at the same time.
Yeah, here now comes Brainstorm. Also, Bohm is going to be the one that does grab the rocket. Still has 1 left. Also going to check B Street, and also Red Room very quickly. Sees no one coming from B. Instead going to rotate the ball back. That will be an extension of the lead for the side of SEAL Team 6. As we said, Pioneers on the standings, the heavy favorite in this game, but SEAL Team 6 making a run of this. And here's the question. On the rotates and the drop and shoot, it's a nice rocket on the B stairs. An easy one. He'll drop front C as well, looking to get 2. Also challenging on C stairs. This should be continued hold. It's a nice use of the thrust and a cleanup, and some shots on the body from Bohm. They will continue scoring here.
SEAL Team 6 starting to feel themselves a little bit. Maybe they smell an upset on the cards, and I think playing this in tram is the perfect strategy. Pioneers will want this ball over towards the A tower. They will want to play this a little bit more structured, but SEAL Team 6 are forcing Pioneers out of their comfort zone. They're making them push off spawn, sometimes one by one. I feel like frustration starting to kick in a little bit here for Pioneers.
Little sentinel beam action coming in on the B stairs. Maybe a little bit of insult to injury on the back of PD. Shotgun is out, and that will be a kill from Piles on Soul Snipe towards the back of the base. So continued control and momentum coming in for SEAL Team 6. They will continue the tram hold, but the spikers and the frags do a whole lot of damage on the ball carrier. As we said, it's going to be a messy back base hold here. Pioneers will be the ones to come in. They only have one dead, but they're going to get a little bit of time here.
Nice drop of the ball just to make sure that now this Bulldog can be utilized to full effect. It really can be the difference maker if you hold it correctly, but Pioneers at least are starting to put some points on the board now. But SEAL Team 6 playing it a little bit more patient, but from behind arrives Struck, really being a nuisance. Pioneers just spreading themselves out to make sure that SEAL Team 6 can't push as a 4 together successfully.
Here's the, ooh, look at the nade on Bauk, does not kill Manny. He's so weak, but he stays alive. And what a big play it was to continue controlling in the back tram. He's gonna have to rotate to help. He's able to clean up that one shot as well. Bulldog comes out, but gonna find a drop shield. Nice work from Brainstorm there to give him some options on how he might want to be challenging in that situation. Gonna be a little bit of time and a rocket grab for Pioneers. They're looking to turn this one around.
Yeah, the rocket grab could be really big here. But you can see how Druck reluctant to push out. There should be a double kill, which it will. And now he just needs to retreat and gets to the rest of the team. Don't be too greedy here. You're a little bit vulnerable. You're a little bit weak. Play your player advantage. Go and help that ball. Try and secure a little bit of a setup here to get closer to winning this first round.
Absolutely. Now Pioneers also playing a little bit of an advantage here, and as soon as they get 1 or 2 dead, they're starting to get ball time and then just right away start to put points on the board. I like what I'm seeing though. They'll lose that battle over at the B stairs, so they'll need to be careful here.
Nice movement from Manny, recognizing that he was under a bit of pressure there and playing it. I think playing the ball, even though it's not, you know, your normal way of playing the ball where you're throwing it off the map, just putting it into an area where it's difficult for the other team to pick it up, where they're vulnerable to grenades, is extremely important. And that's where we'll see the best teams really recognizing those moments and playing it accordingly.
Certainly, and we talked a lot about this early SEAL Team 6 lead, and that really has been reduced to just a small margin here as Pioneers has answered back quite handily. They've not only been able to get some ball control, but also really established some slaying control as well. However, SEAL Team 6 certainly wants to do something about that, still maintaining control back tram. However, no ball time recently.
Soul Snipe able to pick up that ball. You've got to have someone on the team who is prepared and brave enough to sometimes put themselves in those vulnerable spots to get that ball time, because even though it's just a couple of seconds, those can be the difference makers to between winning a round or not winning a round. But Piles is looking to try and stop this ball time as quick as possible, but needs support from the rest of the team.
He really does, and that's some of the really frustrating moments here, and the teams that are the best at rotating will make it so difficult for you and your team to grab ball time. Pile's going to be sweeping in here. They will get another kill. They will clear out the back of PD and start to score once again. That will be a little bit of time for them, but they know that off the respawn, they're going to have to worry about these pushes coming up from B.
And worry about rockets, but it looks like Brainstorm and Manny are the 2 players close enough to actually get them. Brainstorm does throw some grenades, but there needs to be assistance from the rest of the team to ensure that these rockets can be grabbed and used to full effect. But another demonstration of teams not just jumping aimlessly onto rockets as the perfect comes out. Pioneers starting to heat up in all different angles.
Oh, right there. Soul Snipe actually tries to get a great kill in PD, but surprisingly goes for the ball pull. Was not aware that the rockets might have been pulled. Could have challenged Eli Elite in maybe a different way there. Eli Elite's going to come away with the rockets and a hold here in the tram. Actually not able to clean up that kill on tires. So a little bit of a surprising scenario back and forth in the back, and the battle will still be focused around PD in the back right corner.
Again, when the ball is being held in PD, it can be very messy. It can be full of grenades, but only 5 points remaining here for Pioneers to win round 1. Unless SEAL Team 6 spam some nades and get some success, which they do not, it will mean Pioneers go 1 up here and will be 1 round away from winning this entire series. Bravo. But SEAL Team 6 really are taking it to the Pioneers.
They are, and I think it was all SEAL Team 6 over the first course of the first 4 minutes of that game, and it really was all Pioneers in the second half of that one, and they never really looked back. If you take a look at the kills from that first game, if you happen to glance at the scoreboard, there really were quite a few on the board in favor of SEAL Team 6 because they outslayed so heavily early on, but Pioneers once again just using their objective prowess to win that one pretty handily. Druck does well to not waste the rocket, stay alive on B stairs.
Druck has no idea where he was getting shot from then, just turned around in a panic, but it was crazy. He was able to pick up rockets so free. You talk about starting strategies, and now you can benefit from them, not wasting the double rocket again, really knowing that he can whip out his BR, he can do the damage, and saving that rocket because he knows how much of a difference this one rocket could make to the game.
It's a great point. I think a lot of players in that situation might have been panicked to just shoot that rocket off the wall, secure the kill. Instead, he's patient, he's confident in himself, just like you said, knew the timing of the BR swap and able to get another kill on the board. Interestingly, though, despite the slaying prowess and the success they've had in the slaying department, only 3 points on the board yet.
Yeah, and the ball gets reset, but at least now they can gain a little bit of control, and they're going to have to bring it over towards Station and try and set up. They know there's a few members of SEAL Team 6 over towards Red Room, so if they can position Druck here with the Bulldog inside of Station, they're going to make it so difficult for SEAL Team 6 to break through, because any angle they push through, Druck might be there, and he is there.
Druck is a one-man show right now. Perfect grenades coming in from that C balk onto B pillars, able to pick that one up. Also wins the C stairs battle, even with a thrust, kills Bohm in the back of the base as well, taking down 3 players almost single-handedly in those scenarios. Great work from Druck in the back of the base, and still a few points on the board here, but maybe not as many as Pioneers would have liked throughout these opening exchanges.
Druck just gaining so much information from audio cues there. He heard one player sliding down the ramp, and he did not hesitate to push and use that Bulldog to his advantage. All 4 dead. Rockets coming up in 5 seconds as well. If Pioneers get hold of these, SEAL Team 6 aren't in a position to stop them. This one might start to spiral out of control.
2 players at tires, 1 player bottom A. Manny and crew looking if they do have the opportunity for that rocket grab. As you said, that's where all eyes will be in this respawn moment here. Bulldog still out, Piles not going to be able to get away, and rockets are still up. That's going to be what looks to be a free grab from Manny. Help is on the way with that Bulldog battle. They're going to be a little bit delayed, but they will get rockets in hand, already crossing that halfway point. Look at the perfect juggle of the Bulldog, and rockets coming back home in the back of the base.
Yeah, just these little details, just something that you need to work on as an individual player to always make sure you know how to juggle things effectively, how to move weapons across the map, how to prioritize weapons as well. Even though at the very professional level they seem somewhat standard, but they can make the difference between, you know, amateur players and professional players.
We didn't get an eye on exactly who might have picked up the rockets in the end. You have to think it was a player of the Pioneers there that was not on screen. We'll have to see, though, because Soul Snipe just trying to figure out what he wants to do around C balk. Knows the players are going to be coming in from B. Talik just waiting on the dumpster. Should be able to get this kill as well. And just a huge margin. And Pioneers making to look very quick work of this game number 3, Gaskin.
3 dead, but the ball is in a vulnerable spot. 2 grenades off spawn, and of course Talik is not going to want to just throw these rockets away and push for that ball unnecessarily. So they are going to wait one more time, one more push from SEAL Team 6, try and slay out before they go again. But off the spawn, SEAL Team 6 have actually done a job, and they have managed to find frags. Talik not getting 1 single kill with the rockets there.
It's surprising there. You can see Talik just a little bit panicked, wanted to maybe get onto a higher ledge, wanted some better angles. I think in the end he does enough damage there to push the side back, but certainly, like you said, would have wanted to get a little bit more kills on the board there. Take a look at Piles and Eli Elite. They're still at Tram, and they are worried about this game right now. Already down by 1 round and down by a huge margin in this, but they are once again scoring and looking to make a run here to try to force this game to a round 3.
They are scoring, and they do have a decent amount of time left as well. Still over 2 minutes left on the clock, so they don't have to panic just yet. And with the Bulldog in hand, Elo Elite taking down Soul Snipe, this now means that they can really dominate Station. They can do exactly what Pioneers did to them. Every single time someone pushes through any sort of these chokeholds, you get the Bulldog onto one of those corners and you dominate it. But great from Pioneers to push in from several angles and make it awkward for the Bulldog player.
Yeah, Eli Elite did very well there to drop front C, and lucky for him there was no angles from the other side. Pops back up, gets another kill on Druck. However, SEAL Team 6 now a lot of pressure because you're looking at a B stairs and C hold from Pioneers. They will continue scoring, and now really just a few points left before they close this one out.
Yeah, you'd imagine now if SEAL Team 6 go 3 or 4 down, it's going to be all she wrote. Pioneers 98, 99, tick up to 100, and Pioneers continue their success here in the HCS tournament. It was 4th place in week 1. It was 3rd place in week 2. Dare I say it, could they start to maybe believe about getting a top 2 finish here in this kickoff qualifier? There's a long way to go just yet, but they do get that 1 step further.
That certainly will be what they set their sights on and their eyes on here. They'll close out that series 2-1. SEAL Team 6 making it interesting in the Slayer, but when you really take a look at the scores of the objective, it's clear that Pioneers handily wins in that category. They will advance on, as we said, our number 3 ranked team in North America and probably the least talked about team in the top 8. They're looking to really silence the critics and show that they belong not only as part of that top 8 conversation, but they are a top 3 team looking to continue that run, maybe even place top 2 this week. That is the question. Can they continue that trajectory? Gaskin, your thoughts on if they showed us enough that they have that caliber of play in this week's event?
I'll always be worried when a Slayer is lost against a team that is that much lower than them in the seedings, but I think that was more of a credit of how SEAL Team 6 played rather than actually on the other side for them playing badly. So I think they've shown enough that they can push for top 4 once more and top 3 again. I still don't think they're quite on the level of Cloud9 and Optic just from what I've seen in that series, but at the same time you can only play it against what you're actually facing against. I think until we see them against the likes of Optic, against the likes of Cloud9, then we won't really know just how they're playing in this week's tournament. But there's a brief glance at the statistics there for you. I think it was a very solid game from Pioneers. I think they'll be impressed with how they were able to manage some of the aggression that came out of SEAL Team 6. But looking at the highlights, it was a really fun series to watch, and I'm so glad it went to a full best of 3.
Yeah, it really was a fantastic series between these two. It's our second series in a row that went to 3 games, and like we said, that isn't always the case with these somewhat earlier rounds in the tournament. It's great to see between these two squads the fact that there was so much back and forth between them. But really in the objective category, it was all Pioneers all day as they were able to close out. You see, ending that game on a trip cap, 250 to 116 was the Stronghold's final score, and Slayers where things got interesting.
Yeah, and I think it is, especially with these best of 3s, the Slayers are always a little bit scary because they're always going to be that outlier. They're always going to be that question mark above the heads of some of the better teams. Like, are we going to be dropping some of these Slayers? Are we going to give a little bit of momentum to our opposition? And SEAL Team 6 certainly would have thought, I think, after Game 2, right, let's use this momentum. Let's use this fear that Pioneers will surely be feeling right now about potentially losing a best of 3. But I will give credit to Pioneers. They focused up going into that 3rd game of Oddball on Streets, and they did not miss a beat. They did not look worried whatsoever. The strategy was all there. Right from the get-go, they ensured that even though they didn't get the first rockets, they were making sure they focused them when they popped up every time afterwards.
Certainly, and credit to SEAL Team 6 for taking that momentum from Game 2 straight into Round 1 of Game 3. Keep in mind here, it was 35-2 in the opening of that game, and SEAL Team 6 showing that they might be able to close it out, but Pioneers making sure to close out that round 1 so strong. And you have to feel momentum-wise, Gaskin, that really was all she wrote. Pioneers just ran with it after that.
Yeah, I think once we saw Pioneers get this ball in station, once they had control of the Bulldog and they were consistently getting the rockets, it was just a little bit too much for SEAL Team 6 to do. And because of that, Pioneers do come out on top. And Lottie, I mean, we got a Game 3, but it was still a Pioneers victory.
We certainly did, and like you said, it is a swing factor, isn't it? The Slayer, I mean, it can go either way, and I think it's such an interesting game type in terms of the underdog. So for the underdog, if you can take that Slayer, then like you said, and like we saw in that Oddball, that momentum really did apply the pressure to Pioneers in the form of our Seals, and it was pretty epic, actually, to be honest. But then, obviously, pressure aside, not too much of a struggle for Pioneers there. They had 2 pretty clean rounds there for Oddball to end things out, and Pioneers, honestly, impressive all around. Onset, obviously, watching that match, Pioneers right now establishing themselves as a team to be on the lookout for, especially if you're a top team. Do these guys have a ceiling at the moment, especially heading into the rest of the season? Obviously, we're right at the beginning here, but do you see them improving? Do you see them, kind of forming into a team that maybe we see establish themselves as top 3?
I think at the moment the Pioneers, outside of Optic and C9, are the team that have impressed me most in Halo Infinite. You look across the brackets, you look at who they've played, who they've beat, and you can't argue with the fact that they are one of the best teams in the game right now. I mean, it's great to see as well, because these are 4 gentlemen who have been grinding their way through, open brackets over the years. A lot of players who have been playing together for a number of years as well. They're always playing, Money 8s, they're always doing what they can to improve as players. And I'm really happy to see this lineup come together and be performing so well. As far as the ceiling is concerned, I don't know what their ceiling is. My question is, have they got room to keep improving, to keep themselves ahead of some of the chasing pack? Because I think they've been more impressive, to be honest, than the likes of Space Station, G2, and some of the other big name teams that we have at the moment in Halo Infinite. And I think that there is a lot of room for them to get better as well. I genuinely have been so impressed with them that I put them in the conversation outside of Optic and Cloud9 as being one of the best in the game right now.
Yeah, I gotta say they're definitely impressive, to say the least, and we can question their longevity as we head on further through our kickoff qualifier. Now we're gonna head to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be jumping into our winners quarterfinals. That is right, and we're going to be seeing the likes of Sentinels versus E United, and this is a rematch you guys don't want to miss. Welcome back, Halo friends. Our winners quarterfinals is set to be coming up very, very shortly, but let's be real, okay? We're all here for one reason, that's to see exactly who qualifies for Raleigh, and after tomorrow, we'll know who exactly is going to be there. So I need you to take note of this. Get your notepad out, get your phones out, whatever it is that you need to write down, calendars, you name it, because December 17th through to 19th, you guys are going to be busy. You're going to be busy watching your screens or busy being at Raleigh itself because we have so many pro teams attending. Spectator passes were sold out in record time. I mean, I can't gas this event up enough. Boys, I mean, our first live LAN event is happening so soon. Christmas is coming early. Rob, are you excited?
Are you kidding me? I just can't wait to see all of you guys. It's going to be, I mean, it's a reunion of epic proportions here. You're talking about the entire Halo community coming together. And now as you're seeing everyone coming from Call of Duty, from Apex, etc., this is becoming much more than the biggest Halo LAN ever. This is becoming like the don't miss event of the past 2 years since everything's been shut down. This is going to be amazing.
It really is. Like, I don't want to be biased over here, but I mean, have you guys seen the hype Halo Infinite's been getting? I have seen so many different content creators in so many different FPS games and so many different esports who have been getting on Halo Infinite, have been playing it, loving watching it as well. I mean, the reception we got from week 1 was insane. And if you want all of that and more combined together, literally, you need to watch Raleigh. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So make sure you guys tune in mid-December to catch all of that action live. Gentlemen, we are heading into our winners quarterfinals. I'm so excited for this one. Sentinels versus E United, a rematch we all want to see. Bravo, on set, take it away.
Thank you, Lottie. And yeah, a rematch we want to see. Andy, this one has a little bit of a big match feel about it. There's a lot of stories to be told with how this series does end up. And by the way, if you're wondering, you know, I'm working during Raleigh, I can't get up, I'll write you a note. Don't worry, just ask me. Send me a DM on Twitter. I've got an official HCS note I can send you to any boss, any employee. I'll sort you out. But let's talk about this series because, as I say, a lot of stories. Sentinels, I think questions are going to be asked of them if they don't take down E United here in this best of 3. For E United, it's a chance to really compile what has been a somewhat of a difficult start to the Halo Championship Series in Halo Infinite for Sentinels.
Certainly, and I think this is going to be such a big moment for these teams and really going to be a tone setter, not just for who gets even closer to that Raleigh pool play as we take a look at some of the maps in this series, but also it's a question of, you know, what is this Sentinels roster really capable of? We've seen them time and time again hoisting trophies on championship stages. Of course, they're looking for big things in Halo Infinite as well, and this is just one of their stops on their road to greatness. We'll see what they can do in these winners' quarters.
Well, you can see the game types in front of you. Aquarius, Capture the Flag, Slayer on Bazaar, and then we go over to Streets for some strongholds. And if you needed a little bit of extra spice to this series, these two teams have not been scrimming, and it's from the choice of one side. And I'm not going to give you away what side that is, but as if you needed something to just keep you a little bit more fixated on how this one turns out, it just adds an extra level of interest to how this the series in total is going to be decided.
Definitely been a bit of drama there in the pro scene in terms of which teams are offering to play one another on these weeknights, and that's been interesting to say the least, and it has provided some teams with more practice than the other. These two teams, like you said, a little bit of a unspoken interesting rivalry being developed between them, and we're looking forward to seeing really everything being left out here in this best of 3.
Well, imagine the pressure that's going to be on both of these teams if they do fall down to the elimination bracket this early on. And I say early on, obviously, you know, with an asterisk next to it, because for both of these teams, you almost expect them to see them inside of that top 4 every single HCS tournament that we do have, Andy. I need a little bit of a foresight from you about how you think this series is going to go, because there's a lot of unknowns to be answered.
Let's see, you know, just based on what I'm seeing most recently last night from Sentinels, when I was watching their scrims, the last score that I saw, for example, versus Inconceivable, they were up 8-3. They're looking really good, and I think they're finally starting to hit form. I think you and I were talking about it on set as we were watching those scrims. You actually put it perfectly to me. It's that Sentinels is really finally figuring out exactly what they want to do, and now they're capitalizing on that. And once they have their strategy set, they are such a scary team.
They certainly are, and I know it sounds like a very simple thing to say, right? But working out what you want to do as a team means that communication can be so much clearer, and everyone doesn't have to communicate absolutely everything they're doing because there's that assumption that someone is going to be doing it. Sentinels certainly looking very, very impressive, but I can say the same about E United. I mean, some of the games you see them play recently, some of the tournament games we see them playing, they seem to have that strategy down on more game types, and one game type in particular, I think that they've kind of been leading the front on is the first game type and map we're going to see in this series, which is going to be Aquarius Capture the Flag.
Yeah, and it's a game type that you'd expect these 4 guys to be able to play very well. It just feels like it's in their wheelhouse. It's their bread and butter. They're able to capitalize on the moments that they need to really push and hold things forward and also slow things down when they need to. I think whether you're a Sentinels fan or just a neutral fan who has watched a lot of Sentinels gameplay, which to be honest, if you've been watching competitive Halo over the years, has been unavoidable because of how successful they've been. I think a lot of people are expecting to see Sentinels find their footing within these next few days as we get closer to Raleigh. It'd be crazy to say that Sentinels is going to stay. Let's see, where they even are right now. I think that, in terms of being number 5 right now, this is a team that's not used to being in 5th place. So I'm expecting them to really hold themselves at a high standard through these next 2 days, and this is their next step on that road.
I think it's going to be a very interesting road as well. Another thing we were discussing yesterday, there has been some bumps in the practice schedule, some bumps in the road for Sentinels since the start of Halo Infinite. But we summed it up by saying it would be a very Sentinels thing to do in the last online tournament before we head into LAN to win the whole thing. And all of a sudden, everyone's going, hey, Sentinels are back. We kind of forgot about them. How could we have forgotten about them? And everyone, the likes of Optic, the likes of C9, and everyone else who's in that bracket starts to realize that Sentinels are back, and they are the real deal.
Certainly, yeah. And then just to give clarity there, you have teams that are declining to scrim Sentinels for one reason or another. And that happens from time to time. Just to give you history there were times where we were landing back in Halo 3 and certain teams would not allow other teams to be in the room. If you had a 3 or a 4 team LAN, they wouldn't allow other teams to be in the room to watch those matches. So, and that's, to be honest, quite a rare thing. So when that does develop, people start to get some weird feelings. So the fact that certain teams are declining to scrim Sentinels, it just starts to create some interesting dynamics, some interesting drama, and that's what Sentinels has been dealing with. So it's going to be interesting to see how they answer back and how they make a statement here on set.
I think it's very interesting to talk about it, isn't it? Teams deciding to not play other teams. There's kind of this like little head game that goes on, but I think it's probably the biggest mark of respect you could possibly give to a team, right? Saying, we don't want to practice you, and the reason that we don't want to practice against you is because we know how good you can be. We don't want to give you any kind of advantage to get back into the cycle that you're used to, that gives you that kind of success that you've previously had. I mean, 2-time Halo World Champions back on Halo 5, one of the greatest lineups of all time in competitive Halo. I think it says a lot when a team says, we don't want to play you because we're worried a little bit about what you can do if we do.
Certainly, yeah. It's at the same time, it's a sign of respect and also disrespect. It's an interesting decision to make that some teams have made, and like I said, one that's not generally common in professional Halo. You don't generally see teams approaching things that way and declining to scrim other teams during the week. It does certainly create an interesting ripple, an interesting fold, and to be honest, a great table setter for this series because Sentinels is going to look to upset here and make a big statement. But we can talk about some of the things that we're expecting to see in this specific series on set, and of course some things we're expecting to see even more throughout Halo Infinite.
Certainly we will indeed. And one thing that we can show you, we love showing you some features of Halo Infinite, and we know all about Combat Evolved, Andy. This has been something that's been in the game since CE, but there's something a little bit different about it. Something sort of kind of lovely when you manage to do it right. You hit that plasma onto a weapon pad, and all of a sudden that sniper rifle can be flown away towards a teammate. You can drag it back towards yourself. All of these kind of plays that can be made. It's one of those little intricacies of mechanics in Halo that we love to see.
Certainly, yeah, and you're going to see a little bit of another example here as Mandy's going to Combat Evolve that weapon right to him, and of course the name coming from Halo 1's full title, Halo Combat Evolved, and being able to grenade a weapon to yourself, an art that started way back in Halo 1 with some very, very nerdy nades across the maps. Hang High stands out as the map where you could really nade weapons to yourself from so many different angles of disadvantageous areas, back red, back blue, etc. And you're seeing that here, of course, in Halo Infinite as well. And to be honest, we're seeing a little bit less Combat Evolves coming in because you're now seeing the grapple as well. And the grapple certainly being a really great option in terms of sneaking and snaking weapons to yourself as well.
Yeah, I saw Naded on Twitter, obviously a huge member of the Halo community, saying, back in Halo 5, it was what won them games, the ability to nade rockets back and do all of those little things. And again, we talk about these 1% that win you games. It's another little 1% you can add to your game if you find those nades, you find those angles to secure power weapons for yourself. We'll have to see as the weeks and months go by how influential that can be. But let's talk about E-United a little bit here, because E-United, we kind of have the story going right now. It's like, can they break into the top 3? Can they get into a grand finals and take down the likes of Optic, C9? Because they seem to be coming up a little bit short just against, as I say, those top 3 teams. Why do you think that is, Andy? What is stopping E-United from becoming champions of one of these brackets?
Yeah, I think United is just finding their stride, and I don't think they've fully found it yet. I think anyone who's fans of these players knows that they are capable of a very high level of play, and I think they just haven't found their stride to be clicking at 100% or 110%, if you will. And what's interesting about this team, I think the hunger is there. Spartan, Rain, King Nick, Ryan Noob, these guys have all touched and tapped greatness, and they've all, some of them have tournament wins, a lot of them have tons of top placings, but really they all want to be known as some of the best in the world. Right now, they're absolutely part of that conversation, but they're not right now, as you mentioned, in the Optic C9 conversation. So for me, it's finding that stride, finding how they click, and really finding just a little bit more teamwork. When are they baiting and switching? When are they making sure to take advantage of plays, not trading when they don't have to? It's the little things like we talk about so often that I think will make a difference for this team.
Now, one thing I want to point out here as we look at the series below us right now in the winners quarterfinal, I look at that game number 2, Bazaar Slayer. Now, we know that game type can get a little bit out of control, especially if you don't win that opening engagement, Andy. The opening strategy on that map is going to be absolutely vital for both of these teams. But if you look across to that first game type as well, it almost adds the pressure to both of these teams for different reasons. If you don't take home that first game type and give yourself the 1-0 cushion, and then you lose that opening exchange as we head over to Bazaar Slayer, before we know it, this series could be over for one of these teams in a 2-0 fashion.
Definitely. I mean, it's hard to think of a game type that feels worse, and in competitive Halo history, I'm talking, than losing an opening rush, then Slayer on Bazaar. Just because it feels like every time we see a team, and we've seen Optic do it many times now, go up 4-0, 4-1, 5-1, it feels like that team just ends up steamrolling. And it's really because of the layout of that map, the way that map is built. And you hear players talking about it, some be finding frustration with how difficult it is to push in and out of bases. But Bazaar is a punishing map, and I think as a team, you want to make sure you win the opening rush, but you also want to make sure that you have a strategy that it's not all or nothing. You don't want to go down 4-0. So it'll be interesting to find teams that find that dynamic, that's a little bit not all in, because you don't want to put all your marbles in one basket. You go down 4-0, like you said, it's a very difficult road.
I want to talk a little bit while we're just waiting for this game to get started about Pioneers, because I think it's right that we take a few seconds to really appreciate what these 4 players have done. I mean, what's your view on this team? Because, we've seen them compete in Halo 5, but they were always kind of just on the outside looking in. Now I feel like they've given themselves a really good opportunity with the way they've started Halo Infinite to be a team we're talking about for some time.
Yeah, I think they made a statement. I think coming into week 1, we were talking about them because they were doing really well in the bracket. And you heard Clutch talk about just how well these guys have done throughout the end of Halo 5. And in the Halo 5 community, and the Halo community all up, they undoubtedly became names that you were very familiar with. If you were watching anything Halo related, these guys were performing. They come into week number 1, and everyone's like, oh man, they're doing pretty well. These guys are the real deal. They place very well. They place top 4. Week number 2, they placed top 3, and now they're 3rd overall, and they're performing once again here. So I think their story has been one of making a statement, proving to the entire Halo community and all these new eyes that are on competitive Halo that these guys are the real deal, and that they're outclassing many top names in Halo. So I think it's been a great story for them, and to be honest, I don't really see their momentum slowing. I think they're proving time and time again that they're here to stay.
All right, let's focus on the game types a little bit more. It gives us an opportunity while we wait for this game to get set up and get underway and get live for us to enjoy about some of the strategy we're seeing started to be implemented here on Capture the Flag Aquarius. I think E United have been one of those teams who really have realized the potential of holding down the needle side, the closets on this particular map, Andy. Give us the reasons why, because there's some clear advantages to holding down that side of the map, especially in Capture the Flag.
Certainly, I think the angles that offers you, if you're holding down up top especially, you're able to just really hold down the enemy's closet, kind of all the pathways that lead to top middle. Also, the fact that you have so much cover during that flag run, really regardless of which height you take that flag back at. And I'm not surprised to see that prioritized. Even if you have a bottom mid toss, the flag does tend to end up coming that way as well. And I think teams are slowly starting to kind of settle in and get comfortable with that run.
Yeah, on top of that, you got to add in the fact that both of those closets have the sidekicks in. And if you're running the flag, someone's trying to force their way in to get behind you, whatever it might be. The sidekicks are just a couple of shots and a beatdown. You are out beatdowning essentially the battle rifle player who's coming in, who doesn't have that sidekick, because you can do that damage so much quicker at short range. Plus, we talked about dynamo grenades. We keep talking about dynamo grenades. And I know that Wes Price is watching somewhere at the moment in Seattle going, keep talking about the dynamo grenades, because the man is the biggest fan of them that you could possibly imagine. Locking down that side of the map with those nades, Andy, it's so difficult and stifling to try and get out of.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think one thing that's really important with those is teams are starting to really prioritize those dynamo nades. You pointed it out, I believe, in a broadcast just a few days ago, that's also being used as a denial weapon, right? You deny the front door on Bazaar with it. You can deny an entire closet with it on Aquarius. So we're expecting certainly to see even more use and prioritization of those nades for sure.
Apologies for the slight delay on the start of this game. We're going to get into it as soon as we possibly can. But I mean, Sentinels have had we've mentioned they've had a little bit of a rough ride here, Andy, in the build up to obviously this game, which I feel like is a really important game for them. If they win this series convincingly, I don't think it's just a confidence thing for them. I think Sentinels are a confident team now that they've found their footing. I think everyone else is going to be looking at this series as well, who's in the bracket. The likes of C9, the likes of Optic, who don't want Sentinels to start gaining momentum. So I think this is just kind of a statement series for Sentinels if they take it home. Of course, taking nothing away from E United, because I really do feel like this is a 50-50 series, but I feel like it's just not, you know, the Halo community, the Halo fans who are watching this one and thinking this is going to be a great matchup. I think this has got implications to the teams actually watching who are at the top as well.
I think so too. And if you ask me, I think everyone has been looking at Sentinels and thinking, okay, it's a matter of time before these guys start to find a little bit more form, a little bit more stride, because you look at the names on that roster, you look at the history, just what these players have done over the last decade plus of competitive Halo, and it is nothing short of amazing. So looking at those names and the placings they've gotten so far, I think everyone was kind of on the same page, like, okay, when is Sentinels gonna just, you know, learn a little bit more about this game? Keep in mind, we're only in week 3 of Halo Infinite, and you know, I think in short, it was a matter of time before they started to find more form, and here they are, and this is a chance for them to prove that.
Well, it gives us a chance to talk about Raleigh as well. Again, apologies, we'll try and get into this game as quickly as we possibly can. We love to talk about Halo, we love to you know, share our views with you, but we also want to bring you gameplay as quick as we possibly can. But Raleigh just around the corner, Andy, and it almost feels like a dream starting to kind of materialize now. We were talking for the best part of 2.5 years about how excited we were to cast Halo again, and then finally we got Infinite, and we're like, okay, Infinite's dropped early. Awesome, wicked. Like we lost a week, all of a sudden it was over. Then we were like straight into esports competition. Then another one last weekend, and it feels like a day ago we were casting, and then we were into today. Then we've got another one tomorrow, and then Raleigh's just around the corner. So I mean, how do you feel about it? Because it all seems to happen so quickly, and the Halo community is obviously loving every single moment of it.
Dude, talk to me. I mean, you and I are feeling the same way. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. I've been waiting to cast alongside you for so long. The fact that we're finally headed to a sold-out land. Let me tell you, I won't go into names, but the amount of people and names that are in Tashi's DMs that are like, yo, let me get to Raleigh, and I'm talking way beyond the Halo community as well. I won't tease any names. That'll be up to the HCS team, but people are excited about Raleigh, and I'm not just talking kind of the core Halo crew. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing, and yeah, really, it's amazing to have 2 days of competition that are going to seed that event as well.
Yeah, I really wish we could share some of we can't share any details. This is not the place for leaks. No. Okay, we're respectable professionals on this broadcast, and Andy's definitely not going to write it on the back of his hand and go like this at some point with some of the names that I promise he won't do that. But it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. Raleigh, not just for, as you say, the Halo community, the core Halo community, the hardcore Halo community, for the gaming community as a whole. Thank you everybody for bearing with us. But good news, we're here. We're ready to get into what is a massive game for a number of reasons for both of these teams. E United versus Sentinels. Game 1 here on Aquarius. It's capture the flag.
All right, of course, these players need no introduction. You see some big names on both sides of the stage, and as we said, this is our most stacked match of the day here on this broadcast. It's going to be Dynamo Nades right away going into the hands of Spartan.
3 dead, though, for E United. Camouflage in the hands of Royal 2 here, and it seemed like both teams had a little bit of a trade-off as far as kills went in those opening moments. Pretty much everyone was taken down outside of Spartan and Royal 2. But the good news is, if you're Sentinels and you're a Sentinels fan, that you have got that power up in your hands. And Royal 2 is one of the best in the game at positioning himself and playing sneaky with this power up.
Sneaky and patient, finds King Nick as the first one. It's very well done. Also knows that there's a Rain hiding in the back of the closet as well, and he really has taken his time with this camo. It's all but gone now, and eventually does get double teamed to go down.
Yeah, that was the firing squad coming in from E United there, just melting Royal 2 as his head peeked around that corner. And already notice here, everybody watching at home, like we talked about, E United are just constantly flooding that Dynamo's side of the map, and already the Dynamo Nade's doing work. A Snakebite is just trying to play his life.
Yeah, really ticking him there around the corner. Maybe did not expect to get tagged by that. It's going to be a battle of Snakebite versus Spartan. Spartan will win that one. But really the exciting thing here is we do have this E United run coming in on set. Hold that thought, because this flag's already in the closet.
Frosty Last player who can really have an impact here. Two players are going to be stacked up on top of that flag. King Nick versus Frosty. A little bit of help comes in from Rain to take him down. However, has Frosty bought enough time for his team to get across the map? It doesn't look like he has. So it's going to be EU United who are going to stamp the first flag in here. 1-0 to EU.
And they'll strike first. A few players standing out. Rain with 4 kills. Also Royal 2 with 4 kills on the other side of the board. But I was going to say right before that, Cap goes into E United. Was just this is really a question of, is E United capable of playing above a placement that they have historically as 4 players? And has Sentinels hit their form yet? And that really, I think this series is going to be the one that tells us that. And whichever team advances here certainly is going to be feeling good going into tomorrow.
Rain will finally find the death screen because it's been a great start to the game for him. Currently sat at 5-2. You saw the killing spree popping up as well. Second camouflage of the game, though, is going over to Sentinels. This time it will be Frosty who has it in his hands. A couple of battle rifle shots onto King Nick inside of the flag, but you can already see for the first time, really, that E United have been forced out here on the plant side.
Ooh, unfortunate there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication because Frosty actually sees Snipebike get back-whacked there, and the fact that he had a player on screen. So maybe just a little bit of miscommunication from the Sentinel side. Surprised to see that.
Lethal trying to survive and play his life for now, and he manages to buy a few extra seconds. However, Rain picking up that kill is going to allow E United now to move this once again on the Dynamo side of the map. A couple of nades going to be coming in. Ryan taken down. Frosty's going to have an important battle here, but he was weak, and Rain recognizing the situation once again have got this all the way back to his closet. Royal 2 is alive, but again, it's 2 players alive. Royal 2 takes down 1. Lethal will fall as well. And the flag is now down inside of the generator. So E United might be desperate to get a touch on this. Really big win here for Snakebite, though, to keep that flag away and get it back home.
As Ryan knew, the last player, Sentinels doing everything they can to get that flag back home. And my God, did the heat wave ever look just insane in the back. You can still see it. The heat wave is still bouncing around. I think that's the same shot that took place 30 seconds ago as they're still bouncing around the map, able to pick up that one. So we'll stay at 1-0 just like that. But one thing I want to point out based on that play onset is you're seeing both teams, we talked about this earlier, pull the flag when they don't necessarily have numbers. And that's going to create a very exciting game here. Teams are not looking to overslay and then pull. They're trying to run this flag even with only 1 or 2 dead.
Look at the cover fire for Royal 2, though. Sentinels have got that flag moving. They've got that flag back to their gen. Frosty's inside the gen. It looks like Ryan Noob realizes the situation, recognizes this is going to be tough. But look at this. Rain has managed to sneak behind enemy lines. That's 2 to fall down for Sentinels, and that's going to be a return coming in for E United.
Wow, and we didn't see exactly what happened over there in that closet, but like you said, Rain able to stay alive and with some help across the map. There's a reason that E United was shooting all the way across the map like that, closet to closet, just because they knew that they had Rain in position. So as we see once again, ooh, it's another pull there, but actually coming in pretty quickly. That's Frosty that turns around with the heat wave in the back pocket, but we're continuing to see a little bit of unorthodox and pretty frantic flag pulls here, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but these teams just need to be ready to support.
Flag has been returned here for E United, so Sentinels are going to be trying to once again mount an assault on the base. Heatwave in the hands of Frosty, just trying to patrol around the closet side of the map. King Nick taken down, doesn't quite manage to do the damage you would have wanted to on that player across map, but still playing his life here. Frosty, Rhino will be around the corner, but Rain will be behind him where he cannot see him. That blind spot being the reason that Frosty couldn't turn that one into a kill. Rain now up with that heat wave in his hands, manages to pick one up with the assistance of a teammate. 2 now down for Sentinels as E United once again make an assault on this side of the map.
Yeah, United doing well on the scoreboard in terms of flags, and also right now, as you see on the top left, in kills as well right now. Spartan the standout, but Rain only 1 behind with 11 kills as well.
2 players alive here for Sentinels, and both of them trapped in the back of the base, and you can see that that flag is going to be moving. That flag, there's no one to contest it going home as well. A sneaky cap coming in from E United. It's 2-0 here, and Sentinels, I mean, you say they're on the back foot here, Andy. That couldn't be truer.
That really couldn't. Great performance there, and really what we saw is the writing was on the wall. It was complete top mid control for the side of E United, making it look too easy. They continue that run. They bring it all the way back home. Ryan Noob also flies back in with the heat wave, hits the 2-tap, and he's looking for more.
Looking across the stats at the moment, Rain's still going off. He is 13-6 at the moment as Ryan Noob is finally taken down. Royal 2 will be taken down as well by Rain. So Rain continues to have a fantastic first half of this game, and as we have around 6 minutes or so left in the game, if he can continue this kind of slaying, and E United can continue this kind of pressure, all the pressure falls now mentally onto Sentinels, down by 2. They're going to have to start to rally soon.
They are, and let's see what Snakebite could do with this camo. It's a pretty big moment in the game with 5:30 left, and going to try to get something going for this team. Try to establish just a little bit of control, because we really have not seen that yet for Sentinels.
Rain spotted him out. Here comes Ryan Noob, and oh, the troops have been assembled here for E United. Rain's trying to do a little bit of damage as well. Snakebite stays alive for now, but E United doing a good job to hold defensively there, just waiting for that camouflage to disappear, and that's something we're seeing teams more and more do when that camouflage is in play.
Certainly a very good job by E United. The fact that they spotted out the camo there first really spelled disaster for the side of Sentinels, and Snakebite trying to stay alive in the back of the base, maybe get some help from Royal 2 here to continue that run.
2 did fall momentarily there for E United, so this is a chance to get it in the closet. If he can manage to do so, or throw it off to a teammate who can get it moving, there's an opportunity here to win that flag battle and get it across the map. Spartan, though, speaking of wins, managed to take down Snakebite there, tries to relocate his reticle onto Frosty, who's just sliding and causing a distraction. Spartan is going to try the jump up to top middle. Rain picks up 1, but Royal 2's got that one back in the gen. Snakebite giving some cover from the courtyard at the moment. Royal 2, last player alive, though, and now he's taken down. The flag is stopped right on the mark, right on the flag stand here. And E United make a heroic last-second play.
We didn't get to see, but it was Nick on the flag stand there. He had a ton of help, but the team works so well together. They stop that on the flag stand, just like you say. It will stay 2-0, and now E United thinking about a third run here. They're already at mid-map.
4 minutes 10 left on the clock. Spartan picking up a kill onto Frosty. It means it's a 4v3 for them while they're running this. So if you take the flag runner out of the equation, it was 3v3 across the map. So United just needed to trade out kills. Lethal, though, sneaking behind the base, but King Nick picks up a big double. Almost gets the stick on Frosty top middle, but Rain is going to have the chance to run this in. Frosty desperately trying to stop this flag moving. Snakebite trying to work with him. The thrust comes in as well as the flag is put home. 3-0 now to E United.
Wow, Ryan Noob with that thrust cap did it so fast, made sure that that thing went in. It goes to 3-0 now, just like you say, but it maintains top mid control at a camo grab for Frosty. If he could stay here, he could be pretty sneaky with this, and they should be able to convert if Frosty plays this well.
Unless E United can go huge again on the defensive side. Last minute stops have been the name of the game for them, and here comes Spartan. He's on the flank, and he's going to get this one out the window. He also has the side kick. Couple of nades are going to be going down. He's going to be hopping on that re, doubling up on that re. Snakebite, though, comes in and gets the double kill. Frosty with the camo on the other side. He's trying to make a move in to see if he can secure that return. The flag goes home, and that's going to be 3-1 now. Sentinels showing some life.
Frosty will get a trade there in the back of the base. Would have liked to have stayed alive, but he ends it with a killing spree. 3 minutes left, now just a 2-flag game, and finally we see Sentinels on the board here. It's another win in the corner from Snakebite.
Dynamo Nate goes down. 2 players trying to push up onto the flag. King Nick trying to get some shots across as now the assault is going to come in. 3 players from E United stuck in the back of the base. Frosty's trying to do what he can from top middle just to call those players out, do what damage he can. And until that damage is done here, Sentinels are going to be a little bit trapped. This is a big defensive play coming in. Lethal says, I'm bored of waiting. I'm flying in right now, and picks up the double. That's the opening they need.
Huge play, just like you said. That's the opening they were looking for, and it's a great thrust pull as well from Lethal. Look how much distance he already travels across the map. He's already at the halfway line. They should be able to bring this one in as well, as long as they maintain control of their flag.
Camo coming up in around 5 seconds as well, so there might be an opportunity here for Sentinels, not just to put this flag in, but pick up power-ups and maybe think about going back-to-back. Just 2 minutes left on the clock, though, for Sentinels. They need to make this camo count.
Frosty with the camo again. Here we are, 3-2, 2 minutes left in the game. This is the exact matchup we were hoping for between these two titans as they try to go toe-to-toe and find out who's going to come out and stay in winner's bracket as we head into tomorrow as well. Not a lot of time, though, for the side of Sentinels.
Snakebite needs to win this and does win this as well. He'll stay alive. Royal 2 will pick up another one, even though it's traded out almost immediately. King Nick trying to rotate back to his base. King Nick is going to pick up the kill as well onto Snakebite. 2 players now fall for Sentinels. Lethal has pressure on his shoulders, but that pressure has been released because Frosty's picked up a double kill. If he can clean up this kill on Rain, there's a chance for Sentinels to get this flag moving and maybe look to tie up this game.
Yeah, Lethal being very careful here. Knows he has to take his time on this pull. Lets his shield recharge fully. He's going to toss bottom middle. We talked about this toss and now try to slay in the back of the base.
Dynamo grenade is going to be massive, though. That's going to take a lot of damage into Spartan shields. Ryan Oob, oh, that's a big win from Ryan Oob. Getting rid of Lethal is vital to stopping this run. Spartan's going to be weak as well. Royal 2 is going to find him, though, with the beatdown, and only 50 seconds left on the clock. Can they get a touch on this flag? Can they get things moving? King Nick versus Royal 2, there'll be a trade, but where is that flag? I'm pretty sure the Sentinels have it in hands, but it's only Frosty alive.
Yeah, Frosty, last player alive. Look at that. Warrior's snakebite is the question. You can just see on your screen he's the last player alive for just a second as that flag looks like going to be returned. It'll be back to base now. 30 seconds left. They need to pull.
Everyone trapped in the base from Sentinels on respawn as well, so this is looking like E United will be able to take this game number 1. Everybody from Sentinels is desperate to OE, and Rain is recognizing that situation and just thinking, hey, I can get that flag moving. I can get things rolling for my team should that flag start moving, but I love this decision making coming in. Absolutely huge. 8 seconds now on the clock as time is just slipping through the fingers of Sentinels.
Yeah, Rain does so well to just stay alive instead. You see there's going to be a death on the flag there. As we see the clock tick to 0, that should be it. Yes, indeed, 3-2 in favor of E United. That's our game number 1.
E United pick up the first game in the series. Spartan, King Nick, Rain and Ryan, I've got to say, very impressive. That's a game type I think does favor them. Sentinels just couldn't find the early footing, Andy. It took them a while to get going. And I think the first 50% of that game was all E United. They were just a little bit more objectively efficient than Sentinels were in the second.
Yeah, Sentinels is just going to wish they had the first half of that game back. I mean, look at the second half in terms of top mid control, in terms of camo control. We'll take a look at some stats as well here as Spartan on top of the board, tied with Rain on his side in terms of 21 kills apiece. It's also Snakebite and Royal 2 on the other side with 22 and 21 respectively.
We'll look at the damage in just a few seconds as well, but you look at the slaying performances, no huge standouts. I would say that Rain may be the standout player in the lobby as well. 21 and 16 for him. Royal 2 having a pretty good game of it as well. Lots of assists and lots of shots being fired by Royal 2, as we would expect. But I think that was the story, right? It was a game of 2 halves. It's a cliche that's usually saved for sports, but you know, this is pretty applicable to what we just saw in this first game of the series.
It really was, and I think when Sentinels watches this tape back, and you know they will, not just the players, of course, but the coaching staff as well, watching the tape back on this, they're just going to wish that they played the game they played in the second half throughout the entire game, because it was really the Sentinels' story in the last 5 or 6 minutes of the match. However, they let E United run away with this game very early.
This was the second flag going in. Spartan did manage to get that pull, and it was a little bit sneakier than Sentinels maybe expected to get him past that 50-yard mark to eventually convert it. A desperate last-minute stand here as well. We need to highlight. This could have been a very different game should they have not got that stop.
You're so right. I think that might have been something that a lot of players might have forgotten, that they did have that stop, that last-minute stop in the corner where I think it was King Nick who stayed alive and got some help in the back, and that would have instead been a 2-1 game instead of what was a 3-flag lead earlier on. And like we said, Sentinels putting up a very good fight towards the end of the game, and the question is, Mark, in game number 2, can they play the same way we saw them play in the second half of game number 1? If they do, I think it'll be a pretty interesting game 2. However, if United comes off starting the same way they did that game, this could be a pretty fast 2-0 for United.
It could well be, and we could see Sentinels down in that elimination bracket much earlier than they would want to be. Now, we kind of teed this up a little bit, right? Whoever wins this first game, the first 4 kills, the opening strategy in Bazaar Slayer are so vital. This is where I start to look at Sentinels and think, where are you in the practice? Where are you with your opening strategy, especially on this game type? Because, as you mentioned, if you don't win that initial battle, it really can start to be an uphill battle almost immediately.
It really can, and Bazaar is so punishing, like we said. It's really the team that can establish control of their bridge, who can get out their BR, who starts to have angles from rockets and starts to challenge grapple and OS. This really is an opening strategy onset that's all about establishing position. You need to win these first few shots against a player so that you can run that sightline, so that you can run that angle and start to create a situation where your team has a little bit more freedom, a little bit more movement.
Well, here we go then. E United versus Sentinels, second game of our best of 3. And the opening strategy is something that we've been focusing on for quite some time. And at the start, it's going to be kills exchanged between both of the teams. Frosty on the flank is going to pick up 2, though. Royal 2 will fall as well. 3-2 the score. Double kill here is going to be for Frosty, as we just mentioned. Ryan who manages to trade that out, but the overshield has gone into the hands of Sentinels here. That's massive for them. Snakebite has that double layer to work with.
Yeah, pretty even off the break, but I gotta say 5-3 now in favor of Sentinels with that overshield. We can call them the victors of that opening strat, and they actually had a really nice flank. Frosty came all the way around Rocket side bottom middle. E United sent at least 3 players bottom mid double doors. Sentinels were ready for that. That gives them this early lead and the overshield.
It does. I think the Rockets are still up though. No one's managed to control them, but look at this flank here from Snakebite. Decided to re-challenge. Now he's going to have an angle onto Spartan as well. We'll pick up 2 now. That's killing spree off the break here. So the perfect start for Snakebite. 5-0. The captain now starting to step up for Sentinels.
And this is what you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan. This is honestly what you've probably been waiting to see. As we said, this is a World Championship team, top caliber. They've been known as some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world, many times during the last decade of Pro Halo, and they're starting to step up here into this game number 2.
Frosty going to be taken down, though. 10-5 the score, so Sentinels are a very, very solid start. Like we mentioned, doubling up on the score of E United, plus they have those rockets. So Lethal has the ability here to just hold down areas of the map and make sure that if anyone does try and make a little sneaky play, that he's going to be able to shut it down with the big boom booms. But Ryanoob is pushed up on their hut at the moment. You can see how Sentinels are playing set up across the map. They're just trying to play a defensive stand around this balcony area.
Well, that's exactly what you need to do. Overshield popping in 10 seconds. That's where all eyes are going to be. Right now, the map is split just a bit, and it's going to be a tough one just because you do have a player that's in hut. This will be interesting, but all eyes on the overshield right now.
Yeah, Snakebite was trying to make a play there bottom middle to create some space, and unfortunately it didn't come off. I like the idea, but unfortunately the execution not quite there. Speaking of execution, that's how you pick yourself up the second overshield of the game. The first one for E United, grappled into the chest now of King Nick. He's going to pop it early, has the Mangler as well.
And expect to see that more and more at the top level. I think everyone was expecting to see that over time. You know, in the first week or 2 of competitive Halo Infinite, we saw players that were grabbing the overshield, just getting kills. You're going to see the grapple be pivotal and crucial for those power-up grabs more and more the further we go into competitive Halo Infinite. Nice little grapple mangler play from King Nick.
Yeah, King Nick's just put together everything you need to see from the sandbox, everything we've been talking about since we started mentioning all of the different things you can pick up on Halo Infinite to give yourself every single advantage. You saw the spike grenade initially to take down Frosty, then you saw a dynamo grenade to do some damage, then you saw him pick up the overshield. All of these things working together. And of course the Mangler for close range battles. He's going to be the king of this little rocket castle. There's Snakebite. He had a Mangler as well, but he did not have the jump onto King Nick.
I just say amazing moment there to see the little grapple of the rockets as well. Going to snag those as well, and just really putting on a clinic, like you said, of how to use the equipment to keep yourself out of harm's way while grabbing things like the overshield and rockets. And it's those little difference makers to make sure he doesn't take damage. They're going to make the difference. But one thing I also want to point out, nice little Hail Mary rocket across the map as well. But it's so refreshing to see no hit markers on those grenades that he was throwing on rocket side, because it didn't give him the information that would have been a free kill for his team. Instead, he has to work through these decisions with the team. But just like that, 2-kill game.
2-kill game, as you say. Lethal trying to stay alive for now, but lots of frag grenades breaking around him. The ceramic is filling up those headphones as it explodes around his feet, but it doesn't take his life for now. Half shields at the moment. Little challenge going to be coming in, but there's that Dynamo Knight. It's chaining all sorts of problems. 2 players fall. Dynamo's once again the difference maker, and now we're tied up at 17 apiece.
That's just like that. Now a little bit of a lead here for the E United side, and they're going to be waiting on that overshield as well. It's going to be a pop for Ryanoob, so a more traditional, conventional grab for them as they win the battle down at overshield, and now they wait for the Sentinel spawns in the back of the base. You see all 4 players there towards the rocket side back base.
I like this as well. You see the grapple past the tree house to maybe try and be a little bit of bait for Ryanoob there. They don't get any information on where Sentinels are for now, but Snakebite unfortunately is going to be caught out and fighting a overshielded Ryanoob, which is a difficult fight to win at the best of times. Lethal trying to survive at the moment, and look at how E United are set up here, Andy, completely controlling the inside of the map.
And making sure so clearly not to overextend. Look, when they get into tree, they just watch these angles. They did not push past tree. Same with bar. They went into bar, they got 1 kill, they leave. They're just holding this line. They're not interested in overextending or pushing the issue too much. Instead, they're just holding down the exact angles they know they need to hold.
Ryanoob just trying to find some bodies at the moment to fire that BR on, and they're all going to be stacked up as Sentinels do take down Ryanoob. Maybe a little bit of impatience coming in from Ryanoob just for a few seconds. Dynamo grenades are going to be ticking once again here for King Nick, who's had a pretty good start to this game. 8-4, so very nice looking KD to start things off. However, there's some grenades being thrown at him. He caught that one in the face. 2 down on either side at the moment as Snakebite is involved in a battle around that overshield.
Got to give credit to Sentinels there. They were patient, and as you said, surprising to see maybe a bit of impatience from the side of E United to make that rocket side push from Ryanoob. Usually a player that makes the right decision 9 out of 10 times. Unfortunately for him, on that one, happens to get caught off, but just like that, it will stay a 1-kill game.
Oh, Rain's going to win that one, though, against Frosty. And I think Frosty might be thinking, hey, I want that one back, and the opportunity to maybe fire instead of throw that grenade. Rain saw the opportunity in front of him and managed to pick the kill up. And now Rain has that Bulldog to play with as well. Little things like that not going your way can start to escalate if you're not careful. 24-24, make that 25-25 though, as both teams neck and neck halfway through this layer.
Yeah, when you hear that halfway through and music and also halfway to victory, VO kick in. It's not always that the game is tied up neck and neck, but just like that, we have these two teams so close to one another as Rain's going to have to drop down to get away from that spike nade of his own. And it's just like that, still a one-kill game between these two sides.
One-kill game, but Spartan picking up a double is going to open up the map here. Spartan picks up another. Lethal manages to trade it out. And with those kills coming in from Spartan, look who's managed to get hold of the rockets, and look who's managed to get hold of a grapple as well. Snakebite on the receiving end of both of those things combining, and this has been an exhibition in this game from King Nick about how to use the sandbox and how to pick up kills in all sorts of ways here on Bazaar.
Oh, he's going to grapple right back in. Not afraid to challenge, and actually somehow comes out of this alive while still doing damage across the map. King Nick showing off just how much you can do with that grapple. It lets you get away with plays that would have otherwise taken so long and most times even been impossible.
30 kills to 29 right now between these two. And just a reminder, the Sentinels are 1-0 down in the series. They need to win this game. So you can imagine the adrenaline and the pressure that is on them. But speaking of pressure, pressure makes diamonds as Spartan picks up 2 dynamo grenades inside of the heart. That's going to be 3 dead here for Sentinels. And Ryan Uber, a couple of extra bullets. You know that Ryan's feeling himself when you're seeing a little bit of activity on a dead body.
Certainly, Ryan Noob not afraid to shoot bodies historically, and he's doing it again here. Hopefully for his side, if you're a fan of E United, not too soon, as it's still just 34-30, a 4-kill game here, and really could go either way. These next few overshells are going to be pretty pivotal to determining this game.
The way this game's gone, though, and how close it's been, a 4-kill difference. That's Sentinels having the pressure on their shoulders to pick up a full team wipe, and with Rain hitting cross-map shots like that, it's going to be even more difficult. He's got the Bulldog, and he needs to win this battle, but he's not going to. He gets taken down. 2 do full for Sentinels, though. And it's still a 4-kill game with just 4 minutes left. Overshield up as well.
Bulldog going to go in the hands of Snakebite. Also sees that overshield grab. That goes to Ryan Noob. What Ryan does here really could impact this game. It's still only a 4-kill game. How successful Ryan is with this could really impact who closes this one out.
Look at the scavenging, though. He's gone all the way across the map to pick up the grapple, also to work with a teammate. And now they're going to be flying down bottom middle to try and take hold of the kill that's escaping them, which is Snakebite, who does manage to scarper away for now. But with that overshield pickup, it's just opened up the map now for E United. Lethal picks up one onto Spartan, though. Ryan would trade it out, and now they cross that 40-kill mark. A 6-kill difference between these two teams.
That's a big swing, and it's a great use of the overshield grapple. Like you said, Lethal and Sentinels able to get a few kills that maybe they shouldn't have been able to eke out if E United was playing perfect Halo, but still, E United playing that advantage so well right now. And like you said, establishing a pretty big gap. It's going to be difficult for Sentinels to come back. And those nades, though, are coming right back down to Ryan.
They're starting raining nades here for Ryan Noob, unfortunately. He was the one who caused the precipitation. Nick picks up 1. King Nick, that's a big kill. Rockets coming up as well. This could be the opportunity here to close things out for E United. If they can get their hands on them, then they might just have the option of knocking Sentinels down to that lower bracket a lot earlier than they would have wanted to. Rain has the boomsticks. He also has the kill in his sights. And I tell you what, Rain has the chance to close this out. They now just need 5.
Yeah, this is a great run from them, and they can look, to be honest, way too easy with the control of that rocket launcher as well. And Rain gonna pop a few more shots in the back, but doing exactly what you'd want to see a player do with rockets. Look like Sentinels was just a bit late there. You also have Ryan Noob here with the Bulldog.
We've seen some crazy comebacks in Halo Infinite. However, this is another one that we'll have to see. Snakebite somehow manages to survive and pick up the kill onto King Nick. So a big play from PJ. As the game is still somewhat on a knife edge, even with E United in the position they are. You know that Royal 2 is going to be hunting. Picks up 1. Frosty going to be taken down as well. Bulldog kill at the top from Ryan Noob. They're now within 3 kills of knocking Sentinels down.
It's a big win up top. Rockets had that knock on that way. That could have been a very different end to this game. 48, only 2 more to go.
Ryan still recognizing the game situation. Rain is on that overshield as well. If he manages to pick that up, that would be the end of the dream for Sentinels, are staying in the winner's bracket, and it is E United. Take down their rivals in Sentinels, sending them down to the elimination bracket. It was a nervy win, Andy, but it was one that ends up in the history books as a 2-0.
2-0 is what the history books will reflect, and a 50-40 Slayer, which when you're talking about the top level of competitive Halo, really not as close as Sentinels would have wanted it. I think they put up a great fight. I think we saw a great game and series between these two, but this really tells you the story. CTF Aquarius, it was a late start from Sentinels, and really during Slayer Bazaar, it was really an EU United story once again. Sentinels were able to bring the game pretty close, still around that 25 mark. They were tied, 25-25, but once again, the tables turned a little bit. It was a second half all EU United story. Here's a look at the stats.
Here are the stats indeed. Rain at 10-6. He had a phenomenal series there against Sentinels. On the other side of things, Royal 2, a very uncharacteristic 5-11 for him in the Slayer. But you have to say, Andy, the thing that really was the difference maker in that Bazaar Slayer was just control of the overshield. We saw it so many times after that first pickup the Sentinels got, just falling into the hands of E United.
It really was, and I think it was just the prioritization, the positions, everything we saw. Also, there were some key kills that you and I will both remember. Winning those battles, you think about Rain from back rockets over to truck. Battles like that ended up being pretty important because it really paved the way for his teammates to, say, push out into their tree, into their hut, things like that. And it once again gave the side of E United just a little bit more space. Let's take a look at highlights from the entire series.
It was the first cap that did go into E United as we start off this series on Aquarius capture the flag. And once again, something that E United will do and will do and do again is run that flag through the closets. And if they can get it across that bridge, Andy, it's so difficult to shut down.
Oh, it really is. And in the end, like we said, it was United getting 3 caps on the board. And one thing I want to point out, in that specific battle, you have an example like Snakebite trying to win that battle with the shot, instead gets taken down by the melee. It's an interesting decision whether you shoot or you melee there, especially in Halo Infinite with how the trade system's going. But like we said earlier on set, I think Sentinels are going to look at this tape and just make sure that they do not let a team go up 3-0 on them again, because it just created much too big of a hill for them to climb.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. We did see the little bit of a comeback from Sentinels, a little bit of a rally in the second half of that first game. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And we were kind of fascinated by the opening break in this game. And it was going to be actually Sentinels who you maybe feel got the better of it, even though it was pretty even across the board. But I'm just saying it. King Nick, some of the plays he was making, were the highlights for numerous reasons. It's just a great exhibition of how to use the sandbox that is available in the Halo Infinite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at these plays, right? And they never overextended. One thing I want to point out to people watching, count the amount of times that E United went past their opponent's tree or BR or even through their middle doors. I'll tell you right now, with what we saw on screen, it was a whopping 0. They did not cross really that 75% really into the, I should even say, it's better to say, into the opponent's final third. They made sure to hike a hard line there. They never pushed in. They never tried to overextend. And that's what created a 10-kill difference as we bring everyone back in. Lottie and Dan, it was a pretty good series.
Huge. I mean, it's funny, like, that was my initial thought, exactly what you said, that they really didn't go past that. But what they did do is force Sentinels into their base. They couldn't move, and any time that they had to come out and try and regain control of the middle of the map, it was almost impossible because E United were waiting for them. They were not only waiting for them, but they had control of the power-ups, they had control of the rockets. It was really, really difficult, and I think, you know, you've got to hand it to Sentinels in that case, because they didn't really have a whole bunch to work with there in terms of in their arsenal, and obviously coming back as far as they did, 10-kill difference obviously, but managing to kind of scrounge those kills the way that they did is great, but doesn't win you a series. Fantastic stuff from United all round there. Controlling the map was huge. Gaskin obviously controlling the power-ups. I don't think I saw overshield in the hands of Sentinels once pretty much there in that map. You know, how important is it to have those opening strats, have something up your sleeve to be able to try and win those battles, to give you the advantage that is overshield?
Yeah, opening strategies, breaking setups, it all comes with practice, it all comes with scrims. We know this is something Sentinels have actually struggled to come by, but I think ultimately we look at the confidence on that E United roster. They were flying at Sentinels at times. It didn't matter what weapon was in the hand of these E United players. I think Sentinels are lacking confidence right now. E United are full of it, and it really showed in that series. I think I'd like to see them go toe-to-toe in a best of 5. It's difficult in a best of 3 because it is so quick, but I think ultimately E United, they deserve their victory, and our Sentinels are going to have to battle hard from the lower bracket.
They do indeed. I'm smelling a rivalry right now. I'm smelling something that's coming up already this soon into the season. This is going to be epic. I can't wait to see another rematch, hopefully one day, between Sen and E United. But for now, we're going to jump to a break, because when we come back, we're going to jump into some elimination games. That's going to be in the form of G1 versus SEAL Team 6. You don't want to miss this.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Qualifier. We're heavily into day one, and before the break we saw a legendary matchup of E United versus Sentinels. It was a rematch and it didn't go very differently. E United did run away with that one 2-0. Close-ish games. I would honestly say the CTF was pretty close. The Slayer wasn't as close, but some epic action nonetheless. Let's take a quick peek though at our winners bracket because we have an update after that one, which is super exciting. So as you can see in our semi-finals currently we have E United and Cloud9 versus Inconceivable. Our semi-finals, folks, will be tomorrow, so you're gonna have to get some sleep until we get into those ones, but you know, it's gonna be absolutely epic, and we currently have our elimination rounds happening. So we're gonna be heading into elimination round 10, I believe, which is gonna be Space Station versus Reflex. A lot has been going on. Of course, we do have pretty big brackets to get through, but gentlemen, so far so good. We have seen some great action. Brav, on set you obviously got to cast that one. Bravo, E United really coming into their own, and I think you said it really well earlier on, really forming names for themselves. I think for the past couple of seasons on different titles, E United and their players have kind of been on the outside of things. Right now, things are looking very good for this team. How do you see their progression going through the season?
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, United, the household names in Halo for sure, and I think they're just continuing what we expect from them. And I think Mark put it best in the way that he described their gameplay, just simply the fact that they were so aggressive, the fact, and also Gaskin said it as well, the fact that they were so in the face of the side of Sentinels and really gave no room to breathe for the Sentinels players. And I think that's a lot of credit to E United in the way they're approaching the game. You can see it's pretty clinical, the way that they're prioritizing all the grabs, bottom, middle, everything they need to do, and they were able to show that on the scoreboard in the end. So impressed with E United and expecting to see even bigger things from them.
Definitely. Gaskin, obviously King Nick as well. We've seen him being pretty confident on the map so far in this brand new title. And previously we've seen King Nick win all sorts of different things in terms of Halo, but mainly as a single player, not so much in a team. So is it cool to see him back on your screen, also in, formed in a team that really is it's a pretty big deal to be a partner team here in HCS. So is that pretty cool to see?
Definitely. I think this whole E United roster, it screams this should have never happened. It should have never formed. There was rivalry as a part of it. I mean, Spartan and Ryan, who've hated each other for as long as I know, and now they're blowing teammates, for goodness sake. I want to reignite that rivalry, but I don't think it's going to happen if they keep winning, because this team ain't going to split up with the way they're playing. It's been fantastic to watch. I love the confidence of this team. I love that they run it, everyone, and they really are terrifying to play against.
Hey, look, it won't happen if they've got anything to say about it, and hopefully that doesn't happen, because we don't need any heated discussions amongst actual teammates here. And talking about teammates, we have Gaskin and Onset for our next one, Elimination Round 10. Let's drop straight into it.
I forgot about that, Dan, to be honest with you. I completely forgot that Ryan Noob and Spartan nearly came to blows on a main stage once. But now, as you say, they're teammates and everything is rosy in the E-United garden, so to speak. But it's time for us to move into the lower bracket once again now. The elimination bracket is where we're going to find ourselves. And we've got SSG, Space Station Gaming, who we saw earlier, playing with a substitute, Elamite in for Formal, going up against Reflex. Some names that you might have heard of before, some names that you might not have heard of before. But this is a massive game here for Space Station. They need to perform and keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, this is a difficult side of the bracket looking at it. So this game is for top 16. The winner of this plays either Business or Yacht Club for top 12. And the winner of that then plays Pioneers for top 8. So this has got extremely tricky for SSG, who are the favourite out of the teams that I've listed aside from Pioneers. So this is the first potential speed bump. Reflex did drop down to the lower bracket. They lost to Inconceivable, which was also what we saw a little bit earlier on when we saw SEAL Team 6 play a little bit earlier, when we saw G1 play as well recently. So I think that we need to see them bounce back against Space Station Gaming here. A Space Station who lost to Status Quo earlier, which is something they definitely wouldn't have been expecting.
Well, just to give you an idea of the players who are on Reflex, if you're not aware of some of the players, you have Dark Matter, you have Eccentric, you have Firebird, and you have Six Story, and then you have, of course, JR2X, excuse me, as well on that roster. There's only 4 of them. I think one of them is probably the coach that's listed in front of me. So one thing that I need to talk about for Space Station, though, is a concern with the first game type, because this is the one that they lost earlier against Pioneers that was a little bit, you know, all over the place, to be honest with you. If Reflex can play that fast-paced, rotation game type and play style here, and then you never know, and especially with Bazaar Slayer, like I mentioned, coming up next, this could be a little bit of a banana skin potentially here for Space Station.
Hopefully Reflex have done a little bit of research if they've had time between lower bracket matchups. Of course, in the elimination bracket, sometimes you don't have said time to do your preparation and your research, but if they watched how SQ played this first game type, they would have seen that it was like clockwork. They all rotated as a unit around the map in a clockwise direction, from A to then C to then B to then A to then C, just keeping Space Station constantly second-guessing themselves, not really knowing how to set up, not giving them a chance to have any structure. If Reflex can do something similar here, then maybe they can cause yet another upset in today's broadcast, and we would see Space Station Gaming hurtling out quite early on. But you'd expect Space Station to respond to their earlier elimination their earlier loss here down here into the elimination bracket.
You would, but you never know. With Reflex watching those games, they might be thinking that maybe Space Station a little bit vulnerable here. Maybe they're showing their belly, so to speak. And that start is going to be perfect here, to be honest with you, for Reflex. That's 4 dead across the board. I mean, the one thing you don't want to happen, if you're feeling a little bit unconfident, if you've been knocked down to that elimination bracket, is to find yourself on the back of 4 dead to start with.
And this would be so detrimental for Space Station and their chances of playing in pool play at Raleigh as well. They were a 10th seed coming into this, and with the performance of so many of the teams around them and above them, they need to be getting into the top 8, into the top 6 if they're going to be in pool play at Raleigh. Otherwise, it's likely we could see Space Station in the open bracket instead. But maybe that's actually what they want. Maybe they want that, you know, several days play or a couple days play, playing in that open bracket, practicing more as a team and showing what they're made of. But certainly in the early stages of this game, they lost out on a few kills, but they've managed to find a little bit more structure as we get further into it.
Well, time is on the side of Space Station for now. Also, the sniper rifle is in the hands of Elamite and just narrowly misses that no-scope. Well, he's going to feel a heat wave in his back as well, trying to do what he can to survive, to dip and dodge, but unfortunately, the only thing he's going to do is die at the end of things. 2 down for either squad at the moment. Make that 3 for Reflex, as finally Space Station will manage to control both B and C, and they're starting to score here, Dan. It's looking a little bit more composed, a little bit more structured than what we saw previously against SQ.
I think this is what they wanted to achieve. This is the kind of setup they would have liked to have had against SQ, is have B and C, lock the other team in A. When they're down to just 2 players or 3 players, sometimes you can push on that advantage, but actually Legends managed to pick up a double kill there. So Tylenol flanking behind, recognizing that they lost a couple of players, will just take A. But my biggest question is, did they lose players because Tylenol decided he wanted to flank and go solo bolo? Otherwise, if they had all stuck together, maybe they could have stopped the pressure from Reflex a little bit better.
Reflex in control of the scoring for now, with B and C under their control. 3 players, however, have fallen for them. 6-story last player alive. You just saw the camouflage being picked up here by deciding from Space Station. So it's an opportunity to turn things around ever so slightly. C in their control, Space Station, but that might not be the best of plays from deciding with that camouflage. He gets spotted out and he gets dropped almost immediately.
I'm looking forward to seeing the POV of 6-story as well. A lot of potential and a lot of history in this player, and I'm sure that he would love to get his hands on some power weapons to really demonstrate what he's capable of. But for now, he's just being a sneaky little beaver. Might be able to catch Elamite off guard, which he will, and he's contesting at the same time, so this was the perfect timing for him.
Yeah, a little bit of ring around the rosy there. There wasn't a pocket full of posies at the end of it. It was just a right cross that put him into the death screen for a few seconds. Elamite taken down once more. Tyler Nolan deceiving pickup kills, though. 6-story has to escape and retreat to just play his life for a few more moments. Space Station doing what they can to turn over C, but while all of that's happening, you see that Elamite's going to be forced to over-challenge here at B because of the fact that Firebird is here. And he's putting the pressure on. Turnover in the score now. As you can see, that 64-44 is where we find ourselves. Reflex have the lead.
Yeah, Reflex just consistently pushing the pressure onto Space Station, and we've seen some funky off spawns now for Space Station as well, but Deciding will at least get the kill, but for what cost? It is the sniper now going into the hands of Reflex. Dark Matter will have it, and they're still scoring all the meanwhile.
Pressure on as well. Now there's 2 of them in A, and I like this decision from Dark Matter. He's just holding down this bridge. His teammate will cap that, and the respawner can help him. But for now, he's got the opportunity to make a big play with a big shot. He hits that pretty impressive shot, to be honest with you, with the player just sliding out with all that momentum. Whipping that reticle across to hit the body shot, but Elamite's causing some problems inside of B. Take us out into no shields and immediately cleaned up like it should be from a teammate.
Dark Matter starting to pop off now, utilizing the no-scope to full effect to help the team, but then eventually goes down, and now Tylenol will have the heat wave in hand, and this could really turn the tide for them. But is it going to be the same case as what happening at Status Quo, where it's a little bit too late? They've allowed so much points to be gathered by Reflex here.
6-story still has the camouflage. That's the important thing here for Reflex. However, Space Station will be scoring for now. But look at the score, almost doubled up now. Reflex 106-43, that score. 6-story's going to fly in here, has a heat wave to contend with, and Tylenol will win that battle, having the weaponry to give him that advantage. 3 dead for Reflex. Dark Matter, the only player alive, as Space Station finally turn over B.
A and B held, and can keep them at C if they'd like to here, Space Station. It's not necessarily the desired setup, but certainly they have shown preference for holding 2, keeping the other one free and available just in case they have to push it. Goes for the repulsor, but just about playing the right angle.
Well, there it is. There's take 2. Dark Matter will fall as we run it back to make it look like it should have done. However, as he falls, 3 players from Space Station also fall, and 6-story manages to get the rotation towards C to cap that, while Space Station are on the respawn. B now falls over to Reflex, so Reflex will be scoring. It's starting to get a little bit worrying now for Space Station. However, a big win from Ace, top mid on those sandbags. He's going to open up a couple of lanes to play with. His brother Elamite is going to be working around B. Ace now going across to give him that cover fire and that support that he needs.
You know what's interesting is I was doing a little bit of snooping on social media, and Legend JR2, it says he's from Poland, and it says he is the Polish sniper as well. And I don't know whether he's just living in America now. I presume he is to be entering this tournament, but perhaps a little bit of European factor about this team of Reflex, and we'll see whether, you know, he can step up, and maybe I can find him on social media a little bit later to confirm that story. But there's a little bit of extra background. No, it's definitely him. It's definitely him.
Dark Matter now. Sneaking in behind 2 players inside of C here. Elamite's a little bit lost, a little bit confused about where the shots are coming from, and understandable, but it's only going to be the shots. No kills for the camouflage player as Deciding comes in to shut that one down. Space Station scoring. Space Station about to triple cap as well, as now you're going to see Deciding turn his attentions to C, as all of the players now on the respawn on those back pillars.
Polish family, but is American. There you go, got confirmation. I've done my deep diving. I got my scuba suit on, and it's sorted. We've come to the conclusion. But now this has all been tied up by Space Station. All whilst I was doing my deep diving, they've been able to hold A and B consistently and really keep Reflex on the struggle bus.
Oh, Ace! With the no-scope, Firebird's going to challenge. And manages to win an important battle, not only because it took the sniper out of Space Station's hand, but it's given them the foothold in the game here, Reflex. ANC in their control for now. Firebird going to be trading kills as well. And once again, the pace of this game has started to get a little bit frantic. 125 to 120 the score. Space Station in the lead at the moment, but look at this pressure onto B now. Looks like Reflex will be able to turn this one over.
Should be able to, but a little bit of contesting and actually get the reset as well. Elamite Warrior going huge here. Should be taken down eventually, which he will be, but that play to get into B and to stop that, the resets can sometimes be such a difference maker when it comes to strongholds.
He's now forced to make a play on A, and then they're going to have to try and defend B here. You can already see on the player outlines that Legendary 2 is trying to move over there himself with the help of his teammate Firebird. And it looks like having recognized that, it's going to be a rotation. I like this from Space Station, realizing they couldn't get to B in time. Now they can cap C, and then they can look to re-wrap on this one. They should be C captured very, very comfortably. B maybe now their priority, as they know that Reflex will be overextended to try and get hold of A.
Just maybe learning from their mistakes a little bit earlier when they did face up against status quo. They weren't prioritizing strongholds well enough at all, but now they really are moving as a unit, recognizing when one is being taken and is out of reach, so then prioritizing the other instead, and that is why they've got a little bit of a lead here. And I say a little bit because it still could be a chance for Reflex to get back into this one. They are taking C at the moment. They will be scoring if they do so, but look at that. Quickly, Space Station recognizing they have to dive on B.
Big kills coming in from Tylenol here, not just the double kill, but maybe thinking about adding another one to the collection here. 2 stars is good, but 3's even better. They're not going to line up in a row, but Dark Matter will be that third to add to the collection. As Tylenol starting to heat up a little bit here towards the end of this game, but as he's picking up these kills, his teammates just not inside those strongholds, but the lead is still with Space Station.
Firebird 17 and 15 at the moment, and plenty of kills for Legend in 6 story. Just Dark Matter struggling a little bit with 14 assists. I don't think it will matter too much for Dark Matter, but what will matter is a triple cap. As I say, matter as much as possible in one sentence. There's going to be quite a lot of points scored here by Space Station.
Tylenol managing to get that sniper in his hands, moving towards the low garage door now to see if he can help out his teammates around B. If he would have hit that shot, it would be massive. Tyler, no. That's what we need to see from you. Starting to heat up now for Space Station, but even with that big shot, 6 story in a position to capture B, but Tylenol is saying, come at me, bro. I will take on anyone at the moment.
Wants to take on the world with a sniper rifle, and it really does help when you've got someone hitting heavy with such a power weapon. Just the single shot to the head can be the difference maker, giving you that extra player advantage so that then you can take whichever stronghold you really feel confident to go for, because you're going to have that player advantage to work with. Even though Reflex are doing very well at making this game quite messy, making Space Station have to dance between A and C, they're not doing enough to put any more points on the board, and he just keeps going.
I mean, Tylenol by name, and he's going to be giving out some Tylenol for the headaches that he's providing with that sniper rifle. He is ripping faces at the moment. B and C, though, still in the control of Reflex. Tylenol's doing everything he can at the moment. His teammates just need to get in the strongholds. If I'm Tylenol right now, I'm just saying, trust me, stand in a stronghold, I'll do the rest.
Has run out of sniper ammo now, but at least he's got commando for some heavy hitting up close and personal damage. Reflex are scoring, or were scoring, until Space Station again took over B, and now they're slowly but surely getting towards that 250 mark. And if you are Reflex, you've got to go for triple caps. You've got to be a little bit more aggressive to try and get back into this game.
Ace with the AR. We'll pick up 1 kill, but traded out almost immediately. So the camouflage again, just a 1-for-1, and Elamite will go down. That's a reset, a big reset coming in from 6 story onto A. So A-B control now is under the spell of Reflex. And even though Tylenol just went on a crazy tear, the score in the game overall, Dan, does not reflect that.
It doesn't, and again, does just show that even when someone is outslaying another team, you've got to prioritize those strongholds. You've got to be setting up correctly, but at least he's kept Reflex at bay. They've not been able to overcome the Space Station setup. They've not been able to get to a point to really have Space Station on the back foot. Instead, Space Station have always been holding control of this map, which is something they weren't able to do earlier in the winners bracket against status quo.
20 points to go here for Space Station to close the game out. The control turned over, though, to Reflex. It looks like an assault on A is going to be the play here as Tylenol picks up yet another kill. 27 and 8. Tylenol at the moment. With those kind of statistics, Dan, you feel this game should not be as close as it has been. The Space Station now have control of A and C.
Which is enough to keep scoring. And Tylenol certainly now with Camo and Heatwave is going to be a big power player on this map and can basically pick and choose as to where he wants to go here and can change the game entirely.
Yeah, this could be a 30 bomb here for Tylenol if he's plays this one nicely. He's going to be inside of the stronghold as well, so it's not just a case of he's playing away from his team and just picking up kills and playing for kills. He's also playing for those strongholds as well. Reflex now have BC, though. This is going to be a really big moment for a break here for Space Station. 178 and climbing, and even though they only need a few points, Space Station will know that they can't afford to let this go from their hold. Running riot for Tylenol, finally shut down 15 in a row without response.
Just baiting out Elamite Warrior there, knowing that he was on that riot, knowing that he could guarantee that kill. But what's important is they got that reset, they're holding B and C, and they're only 9 points away from taking map 1 here. And every time Reflex transition to the other side of the map, Space Station are very quick, very hot on their heels to try and push to the other stronghold. They should manage to get A, and they're scoring once more.
This is all going to be about the hold at B here. If they can hold off the push that comes in from Reflex and just delay it by a few seconds, then Space Station will go up by 1. JR2 manages to turn it over, though, so the story hasn't quite ended yet for Reflex. They have a foothold, but C is being converted, and JR2X is going to have to jump into this stronghold now just to delay the inevitable, or what seems like the inevitable, but as I say inevitable, I should know by now. Halo Infinite, nothing is inevitable.
It's so difficult when it's only a couple of seconds, a couple of points needed for the opposition team. You have to consistently be traveling as twos from one stronghold to the other stronghold to try and stop them capping.
Battle for B will be 1, and the reset comes in, and now the pressure on the triple cap coming in for Firebird as well. He'll take out the player who was inside. The battle for A will continue, and if you're seeing these fights go down, you'll notice the winners seem to always be Reflex, and now they've crossed that 200 point mark. The 215th comes up, and it is just rising quicker and quicker. Space Station starting to look a little bit nervy here, Dan.
And they had the triple cap. They were putting some serious points on the board. Space Station had to stop the bleeding, so they committed to A, and now they're sending 1 towards C. But as soon as they do send that 1 towards C, look where Firebird is, taking A right back off them, continuing to score for Reflex, continuing to pile the misery onto Space Station in what would be a very disappointing turnaround for them, because they're in so much control.
Yeah, I call it a choke down. We'll call it what it is. They were so far ahead. This has been a comeback that you cannot let happen if you want to be in consideration for winning tournaments. Tylenol with a big play, though, on A, and that might be enough for Space Station to just hold their nerve as they have control of A, they have control of C, and with that, they will close out their first game of the series. But I tell you what, that was a little bit closer than they would have wanted.
I think Reflex will be kicking themselves. They didn't get some earlier points there because they were able to really turn the end of that game over against Space Station, who look to be panicking. If I'm honest, like let's put it bluntly, Space Station panicked, thinking they were probably going to throw that one away. But thankfully, they could look back here and say, at least we got the job done here. And this was always going to be a close matchup when you've got 13th seed in Reflex versus 10th seed versus Space Station for top 16. This is not what you'd expect for a top 16 matchup. Both of these teams should have got further in the winners bracket, or at least SSG should have, and Reflex should have had a more comfortable game here in the lower bracket. But there's some statistics on the screen for you. Tylenol did get that 30 bomb on set, but considering the slaying power that we witnessed, I mean, it's crazy how close the game was.
Yeah, I mean, one cool thing that we did get to see, yeah, Space Station wins, so it's all smiles, but we got to see, you know, Tylenol going on one hell of a run. 32 and 14, 4 assists to his name as well. Some of the highlights here will be from Tylenol as well. When he got that sniper in his hand, I tell you what, Dan, that was a lot of fun to watch. Someone finally, you know, getting the sniper and starting to rip some faces.
Yeah, there was some exciting plays for sure, some confidence just oozing through some members of both teams, and that is only going to make for a more exciting Slayer game once we get there. But is this just going to really knock the wind out of Reflex to get so close on that comeback but not able to actually achieve a victory? Or is it going to be the opposite? Are they going to be able to now use this as a little bit of momentum? Now they've scared Space Station a little bit. That fear factor is suddenly within them. Space Station start to think back to what happened against Status Quo and the fact that they did get knocked down to the elimination bracket somewhere they probably shouldn't be, even though they've got the substitute. Reflex, they've definitely got an opportunity here to make something in this series.
15 in a row for Tylenol, the running riot coming in. The first time we've seen it on broadcast, and I'm sure he'll be secretly smiling to himself, or maybe not so secretly smiling to himself about managing to pick that medal up on broadcast. But now we move to our second game of the series, Dan, and with Space Station 1-0 up, we move to Bazaar Slayer. And we've already talked about this game type, how the opening strategy is so vital for teams to get control of both power up and power weapon. If you can do that, then this could be Space Station taking over 2-0.
If we look at the amount of times in live bar strongholds of when a team actually had control, I think there was probably more control for Reflex than there was Space Station. Just in that final period, they really made things awkward and difficult for Space Station Gaming. If they can find a similar amount of control here on Bazaar, if they can get mid-map, if they can utilize the power-ups, they can utilize the rockets to a point where Space Station are consistently on a spawn cycle, then I see no reason why Reflex can't win this and take us to a game 3. But if we see Tylenol continue to do what he just did and go on an absolute tear, he could probably individually do enough to get the win here for SSG.
Well, let's see if SSG can close out the series or if Reflex will bounce back and send us to a game 3. We're going to start off from the point of view here of Firebird, and he's going to get those rockets almost uncontested. As I say that, he's going to have to use both, as Tylenol will force him into that position where he has to use both of the barrels to get that kill. Overshield in the hands, though, of Space Station, deciding trying to chase down Legend JR2. Couple of nades going to be going in from him, and he now is going to have to play his life. But with that, the grenades are going to take that overshield off and kind of eliminate it from the game. 5-1, a good start though for Space Station.
Well, you talk about starting strategies, you talk about getting control. Here is that mid-map control, especially if 6 Story is to go down here to Deciding. But Dark Matter with the assist means that at least Reflex have a chance and a breather to push out with one member of SSG falling. But for SSG, they need to do exactly what E United did earlier against Sentinels. Assert dominance, emit confidence, and push on the opposition. As soon as you see them pushing out of the base, pushing towards Shotgun, pushing towards the Bulldog, you all jump on that player, take them down, and continue to dominate mid-map.
Oh, Elamite. Maybe a few years ago he would have won that one a little bit more convincingly, but Dark Matter will be the player to come out on top of that battle. And 9-5 the score, and Dark Matter managing to escape with his life using that grapple. Now trying to re-engage and see if he can find a couple of teammates to help out across map, but top rocket control in the hands of Reflex for now, and this is a lot different of a game than we saw from Sentinels versus E United a few moments ago, Dan. This one seems to be a little bit more run and gun.
I just want to point out, like, what an important matchup this is for Reflex, just to give you a bit of context. I mean, even though Space Station, you know, they've got the support, they've got an org, on the side of Reflex, they're still fighting to try and get some funding for Raleigh. There are still spots open, not even for pool play, but just if you're 9th and 10th, when you get all the seeding points accumulated from the 3, you can still get funding for Raleigh. Reflex are still within a chance of achieving that if they can perform and get maybe top 8 in this tournament. So I would say this is more of an important victory for them over Space Station, but of course Space Station won't want to bow out in top 24. That would be so disappointing.
14-9 the score. Space Station won't be thinking about that top 24 placing for now, as they do have a pretty considerable lead at this point in the game. Tylenol's going to be flying in though with the overshield, and now that's power-ups going over once again to Space Station. That's 2 overshields in a row now, Dan, and we saw earlier how vital the OS can be in Slayer.
Just gives you that freedom to push in with confidence, and it feels like almost an extra player being on the map sometimes. If the other team doesn't target you when you have that overshield, you just have so much freedom to push in. But at the moment, Deciding doing what he can to be a real nuisance with the Bulldog. And if he gets away, that is criminal, and it is criminal indeed.
Bulldog in the hands of Deciding actually changes his attention to help out his teammate here. Maybe going to think about re-engaging with that player on the double doors, but and now it's going to be a jump up to the balcony. Rocket's still up, as you can see. He's trying to turn his attention to those rockets. Some nice shots onto Legend JR2. We're going to make it a little bit easier for his teammates maybe to get across and get some eyes on those rockets. Firebird's going to be caught out, though, by Deciding. And Tylenol now finally makes the move onto those rockets. 21-16 the score. That's going to be 22, maybe even 23 as he manages to connect with this one as well. Tylenol once again stepping up and looking for the triple. Dark Matter taken down, but it's just the assist. It'll be the double plus the 1 assist.
So not only did they get rockets, but now they continue to have mid-map control here. They can look towards spawns, and if Tylenol does push slightly ahead, it will give the freedom to the rest of the team for someone to step in and grab that overshield. A 7-kill advantage, certainly one that still could be come back from in terms of reflex. They shouldn't, you know, roll over and show their bellies just yet, but certainly Space Station, if they carry on with this mid-map control, this could get out of hand.
Tylenol again, just aggressively pushing in. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Tylenol at the moment. It just seems like there's no respect being shown for his opponent. He's always willing to challenge a kill where he gets that first shot. He's going to secure himself the overshield as well. And look at this, holding forward once again, immediately getting control of the bar. And now Firebird is going to be feeling the double Palpatine, as Andy Bravo Dadinsky would call it, but doesn't manage to convert into a kill.
Does do enough damage to get the assist as he dropped down to Bulldog, and a 9-kill lead now for Space Station as they look to try and march towards top 16 here. And I still think it's going to be crazy that one of these teams is eliminated in top 24, considering the seed they had coming into this tournament. And for Reflex, they really need to band up, stop pushing alone, start pushing as twos to ensure they can get some sort of control here against Space Station. I've seen far too many individual pushes, just trying to aimlessly grab overshield and things like that. Instead, push out together as a unit.
Oh my word, Elamite! He's still got it as he manages to win that battle against the player just flying at him. Tylenol now back over to his point of view, and understandably so. This man has been one of the highlight players so far in this series between the two. Firebird is trying to avoid the grenades being thrown at him, and Tylenol's trying to avoid two players down for Reflex as he scarpers back to his little hole, his little cage, to just reevaluate, excuse me, his next move. Overshield going to be popping in around 30 seconds, so are those rockets. So for Reflex, this is a really big time in the game.
The survivability we're seeing from Tylenol has been incredible. His movement is different class, and even just being able to get trades like that shows the amount of potential we have on this Space Station roster. And even though, yeah, it was disappointing they lost the status quo, you've got to remember they are playing with a substitute that will hurt them ever so slightly, or massively, depending on how you look at it when it comes to practice and how influential you feel Formal has been was competing under this roster. But with that kill, it's 38-28, a 10-kill lead now. Reflex starting to struggle.
Tylenol, though, does have the rockets here, and this could be absolutely massive. Look at this. I tell you what, if he gets a kill with that, I'll shave Dan's head. Luckily,
I don't agree to this.
Luckily, he didn't manage to get that kill, but I think that's just a indication of the confidence now that Space Station is starting to play with. Wonderful thrust away to secure that kill as well. Oh, don't let it happen, Legend. JR2! It happened! It happened! He inspects the body and thinks, how did you let that happen?
Attempt number 2. Don't do it. Oh, thank God, I don't have to shave my head again. 44-30, and yeah, I think we're seeing so much confidence now oozing out of this team. This is looking more and more likely that Space Station will be progressing into top 16, into the next round of lower bracket. I did mention earlier it is going to be a tough lower bracket with a potential matchup with Pioneers later on, but this has been a real story of just how impressive Tylenol is as an individual.
Yeah, lots of people would have been thinking, who's Tylenol? You know, one of the newer names in Halo Infinite. How has he been picked up by Space Station? I mean this with all due respect. This is why. This is why Ace looked at this player and thought, this is the kind of guy I want to team with. So much raw individual ability. As Space Station do all fall at the same time, but this has been the Tylenol show. As you say, 16-6, a +10 in a Slayer. You'll take that any day of the week. And that's going to be it. 50-35, the final score. Space Station managed to close things out in a fairly convincing fashion as well on Bizarre Slayer. 2-0 in the series, 2-0 the overall score. And Dan, you have to say, Space Station are playing with a sub, but I've been impressed with the way that they have approached these games as well. 250-234, maybe a little bit shaky at times, but you've got a really good indication of the individual skill on the team in that second game.
It's always going to take a little bit of time for a substitute to adjust to how they're playing, even though Elamite has done so much kind of coaching work and he's been working with the team so closely. It's always going to be very different to what Formal had to offer. Sometimes you have to adjust playstyles elsewhere in the team. It's not just the substitute that has to try and fit in. If Formal you see as a main slayer, for example, if Elamite can't fill that role successfully and plays more of an objective style, which we know he used to do historically, suddenly someone does need to step up for slays on this team. And I think the whole SSG roster has done that, and Tylenol in particular really has been one of the focus points for them. Very impressed with what he had to offer. It's a shame to see Reflex bow out in top 24. Considering the seed they had coming into this, they would have been expecting to at least get top 16 and push for top 12. But this is what happens when SSG did get upset in the winners bracket. You get one of these better teams down in the elimination bracket who can just change things for everyone else.
Well, you can see the stats here, and as I mentioned in game, it was the Tylenol show. 16 and 6 for him. Deciding right behind him on kills, doubling the deaths though, unfortunately. Elamite just an 82, but you know, he put in a decent amount of assists as we have a look over to the damage dealt, and I've got the feeling this might be Tylenol winning this. No, actually, Desayan had more damage dealt, so damage taken may be the better stat to look at here, as Tylenol was avoiding all the bullets on the map.
Well, he was just kind of sprinting away from everything, wasn't he? He was surviving well. He was maneuvering his way around the map so successfully with the grapple. He was terrifying. I don't think there was any point where Reflex could actually just chill out and think, we're okay now. We're not going to be hunted down by Tylenol, because he was just swinging through the map, constantly pressuring them, and they had no idea where he was.
Yeah, this is map number 1, and this was some of the craziest plays that we did see. Deciding with the sniper rifle did some good work, but Tylenol went on somewhat of a tear towards the end of the game. But I think we need to put an asterisk by SSG, because SSG, like we mentioned, do have Elamite playing for them. Formal not with them today. And, you know, we can't expect them to put in the same kind of performances when you've got a substitute player coming in. And I know we're going to talk about this a lot, but it's so true. Like you mentioned, a different type of player in Elamite coming in. A player who hasn't been, you know, playing through the previous pro tournaments. And a player, yes, he's got a lot of, you know, history, a lot of championships under his belt, but it's a completely different story for them.
I swear I saw something as well that said, like, if you do qualify for Raleigh in this tournament, you have to stick with the roster you qualified as. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if they manage to go that one step further, if they do push their way and qualify for Raleigh in that top 4, maybe we'll see Elamite Warrior carry on his return to pro days. But for now, they need to just focus on the elimination bracket that's at hand. They've got top 16. As I say, they will face the winners of Yacht Club, going up against another opposition that will give them the chance for top 12, and then potentially facing against Pioneers for top 8. So it is not an easy bracket whatsoever.
I'm here for the Elamite Warrior return arc, by the way. I think it's one that I want to be involved with. You know, I can see that man picking up another trophy. You never know with Carl. He's a crafty guy, that Carl. This, though, by the way, from Tylenol, I mean, yeah, I mean, what do you say about that one? It's a little bit of a nasty way to finish off the highlight package, unless you're a Space Station and Tylenol fan. But Lottie, I mean, Space Station looking pretty good in that matchup, did what was required of them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the fact that they, right now, I wouldn't say a pickup team, but like you said, Elamite obviously kind of subbed in for Formal at this point in time, and I'm not really knowing exactly where they're going in terms of their fourth at the moment. Is Formal to stay? Is he to go? Who knows? However, what I do know is Tylenol was popping off in that series. Yes, he started to kind of pave the way at the end of that Stronghold, and then straight into that slate was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Space Station having, again, control the mid-map. We've just seen a Bizarre Slayer happen in front of our eyes, and United did that so well, controlling everything. And then I think what was a little bit different from Space Station was infiltrating into the bases there as well. I think they were applying the pressure, and Tylenol was really kind of aiding that as well with his team. I think a lot of the confidence that came through from Space Station was stemming from Tylenol himself. I mean, he was huge in all of these games. Brav, in your experience, what kind of momentum do you think a player like Tylenol gives to a team?
I mean, I think what we're seeing from Tylenol is just the fact that this guy was ready to play, this guy was ready to step up. I think Mark pointed out perfectly, there's question marks around certain players in Pro Halo right now. Tylenol, King, Nick, etc., to name a few. These guys have, you know, they're amazing Halo players, but they just simply have less tournament experience under their belt than some of their counterparts. And I think the Tylenols and the King Nicks and Tylenol in this most recent series are simply stepping up and saying, hey, I am here for a reason and I'm ready to play.
Yeah, I think honestly right now it's kind of an even playing field, and I think a lot of these names that you might recognize but they haven't become household names in terms of competitive Halo are starting to really push their way through the woodworks here, and you're seeing it happen before your eyes. You know, this is a brand new title, and it is their chance to shine here, and they're doing just that. I mean, insane stuff across the board from Tylenol. He really was popping off here. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting to see. Yeah, just being a menace overall across both of those games in that series. Strongholds, though, was pretty damn cool. Very close margins in that game. You know, obviously Onset, Gaskin both casting that, but Onset, what did you notice about Reflex and how they were really trying to push and apply the pressure there for a comeback?
I think that's the exact term I'd use. They were just trying to apply the pressure constantly to Space Station. It's difficult. Strongholds, I would say, alongside Oddball as an objective game type, you need to be organized as a team. You need to know what you want to do, how you want to set up, and how you want to rotate. When you do have the likes of Elamite joining the team, and you know, a little change up in the strategy and who's filling in what role, who's pushing where, all these little things can kind of throw the entire setup ajar. So it was good that Reflex were trying to put the pressure onto them, but you also have to kind of, again, you know, we keep talking about it, but it's the fact that Elamite being in that team is certainly going to throw off the strategy for Space Station as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to ask, obviously we just saw two Bizarre Slayers back to back pretty much. In terms of starting strats, I heard Brav speak about starting strats at the beginning of the United and Sen series. Gaskin, what have you noticed about Space Station and their strats? Anything that you've picked up on?
Get Tylenol on the map and let him kill things. And usually that is successful for Space Station. I think starting strategies go out the window a little bit when you're playing with a substitute, because as I say, it's difficult to fill the role of Formal, because Elamite might not necessarily be able to replicate the way that Formal plays. So someone else might have to do the starting strategy that Formal was doing, and then Elamite will do what they were doing, and suddenly it gets a little bit messy. So I think for the most part, you go for a more default strategy, which is just maybe just push down through bottom middle, try and get some grenades off to the other double door, and ensure that you can just get that opening over shield or rockets to give you a little bit of control. But Tylenol was just popping off, and he was terrifying to go against. And I think that this Space Station squad, even though the likelihood is they're probably not going to get pool play with playing with a substitute in this tournament, I'd expect them to make a serious open bracket run, and I hope that when we see them actually come to full strength, they will be able to be in championship bracket as well.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now and let you guys have a little bit of a breather. We have more action coming your way very shortly. We're going to be heading into elimination round 12. It's going to be epic, I promise. We'll see you right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So we have some action here at the Kickoff Qualifier to get into. But before we do, we need to talk quickly about something that is super glorious. I'm sure you've seen them all over the internet, all over Twitter, social media. They have been plastered everywhere. And that, of course, is team skins. If you guys are wondering how to support your teams, then you can go in, grab the skins, chuck them on, and off you go onto rank play, and people will know exactly who you're supporting because they are absolutely glorious. Gentlemen, I'm sure you have been rotating the team skins. I've got to know, out of this gorgeous lot, who you guys are repping right now. Brav, who have you got on?
Let's see. I told you I was moving from C9 to SSG.
Yeah. Where are you at now in this journey?
That's been my latest, but I'm not gonna lie, there's just so many good looking skins. You just throw a different one on, you know. I think we heard that Clutch is more of a front runner. He just kind of wears whoever's winning, which is kind of lame if you ask me. And it's a great opportunity to point that out because he's not on this show.
It's a very good opportunity to point it out. I've got to say, do you know what? Something I've noticed: the Space Station BR skin is delicious. It is gold. It is gorgeous. Oh my goodness! I love the weapon skin for Space Station. Absolutely stunning stuff. Mark, who have you got on?
I've got the Fnatic one at the moment. I don't know, because I'm a man of mystery. I'm an international man of mystery. Yeah. I'm the Austin Powers of the broadcast because we don't know what the lineup is for Fnatic. I know they're going to be scouting people out. Shout out to Strobe, obviously just picked up as their coach, so maybe he's going to do a little bit of scouting for them. But I tell you what, in game the Fnatic skin actually looks clean as you can possibly get. So yeah, I'm rocking that at the moment.
I think if you're not using the Fnatic skin BR as a player right now, then you're doing something wrong. You've got to get their attention. You've got to be saying, hey, sign me, wave that flag. And the best way to do that is by using the Fnatic skins, surely.
Oh, do you know what, Dan? I think you should take over my job because I think you've just got everyone purchasing, mate. I think you have.
Sales pitch.
Yeah.
Is that your job?
Maybe, yeah. I'm trying to sell how great all of these are right now, and I'll tell you what, you just did a fantastic job of it. If you guys want to be picked up by Fnatic, head on over to the HCS store right now, grab the skin, or pop it on, and you never know, you might get the call up. But I tell you what, we do have elimination round 12 to get into Sentinels versus G1. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So I think it's just about time to hand it over to our fellow casters, and I believe it's going to be Gaskin and Bravo taking this one.
Yes, we're going to take it away here, and Gaskin, a little bit of a treat here as we get to jump into a little bit more Sentinels gameplay and see what they're going to be up to for the rest of the bracket. And now we're getting into interesting times, right? Because we are heading into do or die for Sentinels this early in the bracket.
So this is an important one for Sentinels because this is for top 8, if I am not mistaken. And judging where Sentinels currently were residing with their seed, they were in 5th seed. I am pretty sure that a top 8 finish would almost guarantee them pool play just throughout points here in the NA kickoff. So I think this is a big one for them, just to kind of allow them to relax, sit back a little bit, and then move towards tomorrow to try and just push for placements. Because when I was watching the Sentinel streams earlier, when I was watching Snakebite, they said all they want to achieve in this week's play is getting into pool play, and then they're happy. They're not worried about getting top 1, top 2. They don't mind about all that. They just want to get in pool play. But G1 is going to be some stiff competition, Bravo. We saw what they were able to do last week. They beat G2. Can they take down another mammoth here in Sentinels?
Yeah, that's the question. And some of you at home might be wondering, who is G1? This team that has a default HCS logo in front of their name. And it's some names that you're going to be pretty familiar with if you've been following competitive Halo. And one of them specifically dating way back to Halo 2, that's Gunshot. He's also alongside Pre-Devinator, Sargoth, and Squale. So players who have certainly made a name for themselves over the more recent years in those bottom 3. But Gunshot, of course, coming from the Halo 2 free-for-all days. I was lucky enough to coach Gunshot back right around the 2007 era. So it's great to see a mixture of newer talent here alongside some legends of the game. Of course, though, they're going up against Sentinels, players who are known not only as world champions, but some of the best to ever play the game. The pressure is certainly on Sentinels here, Gaskin.
Yeah, I've seen some spicy stuff on social media after their loss to E United as well. So the Sentinels need to make sure they screw their heads back on. Make sure they focus here. They cannot afford a slip-up to allow the teams below them in seeding to potentially leapfrog them and, you know, take that rally spot away from them, take those rally spots away from them. But we can look at the game types and we'll see whether it's going to make a big difference as to what I think is going to go down here. Oddball Street, Slayer Recharge, and CTF Aquarius. Now, we did, of course, see Sentinels on CTF Aquarius a little bit earlier, Bravo, and they did have their struggles in the early stages, so maybe they'll look to try and get this done in 2 here.
Yeah, Sentinel's certainly not only going to look to get it done in 2, if they have to go to 3, they're also going to make sure that they play that game from the very outset, that they're able to really step up in CTF Aquarius. As we said, they had a very strong late game in that game in the previous series against E United. However, they did fall 3-2 final score of that game. So, like you said, Dan, Oddball Streets and Slayer Recharge are where they're going to be focusing their energy. And if I'm G1, I'm pretty happy with an Oddball Streets game 1, because to be honest, players like Gunshot, Devin, Sargoth, Squale, they're players that they just want to sprint in, they want to fly in, they want to do damage, they want to play this quick. I think Sentinels needs to be ready for that speed.
Yeah, this game can very easily erupt into absolute carnage. If that ball ends up in station, sometimes the ball can end up in PD, and it just becomes a nade fest, a sprint fest, a melee fest, and it doesn't necessarily reward those players who might have the fantastic aim from distance. Instead, it's those who do enjoy the up-close and personal combat. So I think you're completely right. This could really play into the hands of G1. Sentinels have to be careful here, because if G1 can manage to take anything in this game 1, it will give them so much momentum going into the rest of the series. And you have to imagine that after a disappointing performance last weekend, when Sentinels did drop out at this stage, they will be looking to try and one-up themselves, get a far better performance to at least give everyone that belief that Sentinels are still here. They're not a team that's fading away.
Certainly, I think Sentinels need to take each moment of this game very seriously. I think they know exactly what's at stake. They know what's on the line. They also know just how talented these players are on the side of G1, and the fact that G1's going to come out with aggression. If you think about the likes of Devin, Gunshot, right, Squale, as well as Sargoth, I mean, these guys have nothing to lose. I think they're going to be flying in, just ready to play here. And Sentinels is just going to take this one moment at a time, off the opening strategy, off of the second respawn, and make sure that they're not letting this game get out of hand. Because like you said, I think with these first 2 game types being the game types that they are, I mean, it's not crazy to think that G1, if they are able to get early leads, could come away with this as well. So Sentinels, I think, just need to play very disciplined Halo, and then we'll start to maybe see them come into their stride.
And I don't know if you saw, and excuse me if I get this slightly incorrect, but I don't, their manager of G1, or certainly someone with involvement, Vaccaro, who used to play NFL, decided that he's not going to continue playing NFL, instead wants to actually focus on this Halo team and try and get them to win a Halo World Championship, which is nuts. I mean, I can't wait to see him potentially at Raleigh, and it's just so amazing to see someone from real sports, and a huge real sport in NFL, decide that Halo World Championship is going to be their focus.
Hey, I mean, if you needed further proof that Halo is where it's at right now, I don't know if there is any other greater case, and we welcome all players, whether it's from the NFL, the NBA, or otherwise, to drop your careers elsewhere and make sure you focus on Pro Halo, because that's what we've done. It's been a blast for us. And
that's what Onset did. He stopped wrestling, and now he's just casting Halo, so it works.
Now he's just a 315-pound, very, very strong guy casting Halo, which is pretty incredible. But this series also set to be incredible. Once again, the Sentinels versus G1. If you're just joining us, you picked a great time to join. We're getting into the final matches of the night here. Sentinels, a fan favorite without a doubt, a team that has so much tournament history, world championship history under their belt in these 4 players, and also just the last decade of Halo has been oftentimes run by these 4 players, so certainly looking to not drop this early on in the tournament. And but I gotta say, like we said, game types looking like G1 is going to have an opportunity to come out really swinging here. And I think if I have to pick a player to watch on that side, it's going to be the likes of Devin, just because we've seen Devin pretty high up in terms of overall player rankings throughout different parts of Halo 5, and certainly a player to watch.
And I think on the side of Sentinels, like, this is slightly uncharted territory for them in these opening weeks. Even in week 1, they finished 3rd, and we were like, oh, well, you know, they finished 3rd. It's not 1st or 2nd. We're used to seeing them in the grand finals, and even 3rd was surprising. But then for them to drop out in top 12 last week and to now be in the same position where they're fighting for top 8, I worry, because no one wants to see a team like that collapse. And I'm not saying that Sentinels are collapsing. Please don't take that as what I'm suggesting here. But you know full well that when results don't start to come in, bickering can happen, changes can happen as well, and I really hope the Sentinels can fight through this, and I hope it makes them stronger, and I'm sure it will. When they've said that their focus is getting to pool play, getting to LAN where they can get some practice, they have been restricted of practice, and I will say that over and over again. I don't know what's happened or why it's happened. Some teams weren't scrimming against Sentinels. I don't like it personally, but sometimes that does happen, and Sentinels need to just battle through this period of just a struggling time, move forward, get to LAN, and see what they can do there.
certainly, definitely an interesting choice there by some teams to not scrim Sentinels, and you have to wonder how much that's impacted their performance or not. Certainly not for us to decide, and I think Sentinels is going to be the one who's making a great place here to make sure that they advance through this round. But like you said, it's a bit of uncharted territory for the Sentinels side, and I think if they just play to their game, I think they're absolutely capable of taking this series, and it's a series that they need to not take lightly as we look at Oddball Streets once again as game number 1. Slayer on Recharge game number 2, and CTF Aquarius as these players are going to be loading in. And I think if you ask me, Dan, I think just like you said, the way that they approach these next few games is going to be pretty key. And I think one thing to remember about Oddball, you have to think maybe the round base is going to go in the favor of a team that is able to just play the long game, right? You can, if you go down early in round number 1, the game is not lost. Whereas you and I remember the days when you were playing Lockout Oddball, if you let a team get 2 minutes, 50 seconds early on, that could be the game. So maybe Oddball a bit forgiving here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, don't be fooled by my baby face. I've been playing since I was 13 years old, and that was a long time ago now, almost 17 years. But you are completely right. The setup can be so important here on Streets Oddball, and there are a various amount that you can actually go for. Some are stronger than others. I prefer to hold the ball towards tower, hold it back tower, make sure you lock that other team in station, because then they have to push up ground to you, and you can get such a height advantage over them. You can make it very difficult for them to actually take that high ground advantage off of you. Other people will say they like to hold it in tram, in station, but then it does get a little bit messy in there. Grenades can make a big play to change things around, but you do get the Stalker Rifle if you're holding in the station, and the Stalker Rifle we've seen can make a massive difference when it comes to either holding a setup or even breaking a setup, depending on which way you're trying to push across the map. And then you get just the kind of stinky setups towards like PD, where it just becomes an absolute nade fest, and I don't enjoy that whatsoever. Yeah. Some might enjoy watching it because it's absolute carnage, but I certainly don't like playing it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when you look at the back of PD, when you look at the back of Tram, they do tend to be pretty back and forth. Really tug of war, 3 dead on each side, back and forth to see which team can hold. And that's why we talk about Halo Infinite being a game of inches. If you can pick up, say, a Bulldog kill top C stairs, or an extra kill over at Red Room or B Arcade pushing in, those are the things that are going to be the difference makers in terms of getting 20 seconds here, 25 seconds there, and really allowing your team to extend a lead. So I'm with you that the comfortable hold's certainly more comfortable as a player, but as casters, we get to still enjoy the absolute insanity that tends to come with those PD holds and Tram holds. Looking at Game 2 Slayer, anything you're particularly going to be looking for between these two teams, Gaskin, in terms of things to watch?
I think that Game 1 is going to tell us a big story of how Game 2 is going to happen. I know that a few times in series today we've had the kind of underdogs win the Slayer, and the more established team has been taking the objectives, and I think that has become quite a pattern in Halo Infinite. And if you are Sentinels, if you do lose this Game 1, you're going to be very scared going into a Game 2 Slayer, and you can't allow you to have a slow start whatsoever. If your starting strategy isn't there, if you're not quick out of the blocks, then the other team's going to punish you. They'll start to be full of momentum. They'll be thinking, yes, we're going to have this upset. We're going to take down this Sentinel squad, and we're going to show what we're made of. They beat G2 last week. I'm sure they'd love to do the same to Sentinels. And when we get further in the bracket, there's a potential chance that XSET could face the winner of both of these teams. And XSET is certainly a team who like to pounce on weaknesses. And if Sentinels or we see G1 show weaknesses here, then that is definitely something XSET can use. They can research, because it won't be until tomorrow. So I'm really excited to see how this lower bracket plays out. But for now, I think Sentinels should still come out on top. Judging by how I think both of these teams are going to perform, I think Sentinels have the advantage and they are the favorites. But G1, you definitely can't count them out.
Certainly not, yeah. And folks looking to get into this game just as quickly as we can. Of course, we're just as eager here in the casting booth to jump into the game as we wait for players to load in right now. Once again, Sentinels versus G1, your upcoming match. And if I'm looking at Sentinels, Gaskin, I also just want to make sure that if I'm on that team, if I'm coaching that team, if I'm a Sentinels fan, I also want them to just play confident, right? Because you don't want the team second-guessing themselves. I think if you have a G1 roster that comes out playing very fast, playing very scrappy, I think Sentinels can definitely match that toe-to-toe. And it's important that the Sentinels players, I think, just maintain confidence and they maintain aggression. If they do need to be playing quickly and flying in, that they just make sure to stay confident, because once you see a top team like this maybe start to question themselves just a bit, that's where things get shaky.
Certainly against the United, they didn't look confident. They were lacking confidence. They weren't pushing into maybe the aggressive areas we'd be used to seeing the likes of Sentinels actually try and transition into. I think Frosty is still too busy tweeting on Twitter, so that's why we've not seen this game start. He's still having an argument with Spartan for all I care. I'm all for it. I want arguments. I want to see some drama going down. I want to see some rivalry start to emerge, and certainly United versus Sentinels seems to be one that is going to be a spicy one on the menu for Raleigh, but eventually we're going to get into this game between Sentinels and G1.
And actually some kills going down right away, and it's actually 4 dead off of the opening there. I didn't get to see it from the side of Sentinels, and they're going to be putting time on the board right away. They're going to be happy with how that one played out, now holding tram.
Is this going to just fuel Sentinels, though? A little bit of spice on the timeline, some questions being said, maybe people starting to doubt their ability. For me, if I'm Sentinels, that would just drive me even more. That would make me want to practice harder. That would want to make me go further in these tournaments and also get to lands and show what I'm made of. But certainly to begin with here, Sentinels have started hot. They've been able to get some ball time. They've dropped the ball for now to continue slaying, but a 17-0 lead to start.
Good shots from World 2 there on Gunshot B stairs. Gunshot will eventually clean it up. However, maybe that's a little bit of a sign of things to come. World 2 not afraid to jump out and take those shots, almost win that battle from the upset as Sargoth is able to bulldog his way through the back of the tram. That's going to allow them to maybe grab a ball. Looks like he dropped to try to pull that ball from C stairs. Doesn't get it right away. Has to take damage on the way back in. Regardless, though, has enough support from the team to pull the ball back in, and they will start to put some points on the board.
I think Sargoth will want to transition this ball to one of his teammates so that he can be, the powerhouse with the Bulldog. Of course, you could drop the ball and then whip the Bulldog out to be the real surprise factor. Maybe some wouldn't expect it, but teammates going down to his left and to his right. So you've got to be careful here. And Sentinels, are they aware of the Bulldog as they just dip in, grab the ball, chuck that ball back out before they push?
Surprised to see that little ball bait kind of work and actually allow players in the back of C to still pick up those kills there. As World 2 does try to sneak that ball Neons. It doesn't pay off in the end, and we'll still be here essentially all tied up. That's going to be a ball grab as well for the G1 side for just a second, but the ball will go down. So a little bit of a battle for control here off of that ball reset, Gaskin.
I think Skull was running towards the rockets there, and they'd already been picked up, and just maybe lack of awareness. Didn't see where they had been transitioned to. And Sentinels looks like they should be able to get a little bit of ball control here as Lethal just watches over and stands still, and for an unnecessary amount. Yeah, that's probably why. I was expecting that to happen when someone did stand still, probably.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of a administration issue. You'll find out from League Ops exactly what might have happened in that game, but you will see the game ended prematurely, indicating that there was a game-type issue of some sort. So what looked like we were finally into that first game. We'll have to get a game restart there, and we'll let the admins work on exactly what went down in terms of score to see where we start and all of the nuanced details there. But appreciate your patience there, as Dan and I, of course, want to see the game play just as bad as you guys do. But Dan, what we saw off of the opening there, I'm going to say not a terrible amount to take away in terms of one team having an advantage, neither on the scoreboard, neither in terms of play style.
Yeah, I think Sentinels had a decent starting strategy. They were able to get that ball into a location to pick up some time, but it wasn't into a location where they could set up to make it a considerable amount of time. Instead, it was just kind of scrappy time there in Tram, and I think G1 were more than happy for that to happen because the setup for them was a little bit easier to break than it may have been at Tower. And I just think that what I've seen a lot of throughout these last 2 tournaments when it comes to setups on Oddball in particular is lack of strategy and maybe just lack of confidence and not knowing where the best setups actually reside and how to actually implement them in best ways for their team. And that's just going to come down to practice. I think as we develop, as we get further into Halo Infinite's life cycle, we will see setups be a lot stronger, but at the same time, you'll also see counter-strats come in, people who can break those setups a little bit better. They will become more familiar of how to do it. It's an ever-evolving meta, and I'm really looking forward to how that does shift and how that does change here in Halo Infinite. Maybe Frosty just wanted to send another tweet, so we had to wait a little bit longer for this game to happen. Maybe Spartan replied mid-game, so Frosty was like, end the game immediately. I need to reply. I'm just speculating, of course. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, like you said, interesting to see a little bit of that beef starting to develop already on Twitter from the matches that we've seen today. But I have to say, based on these two teams, I think we didn't get to see a lot being taken away from that opening. But to build on to your earlier point that you made, I think we're starting to see teams slowly realize the opportunities that they have. As we'll jump back in, folks, and we'll get an update as well from League Ops in terms of what the score on the board might be in terms of aggregate scoring, if any points are carrying over from that map number 1. We'll get you those updates throughout this game. But as you were saying, Dan, we're finally seeing teams starting to see preferred holds when they can push, when they have to wait for one another. That's slowly getting established, but here in week 3 of Halo Infinite, it's still pretty early.
It is still extremely early, and that's why even it's very easy to critique some teams for not playing maybe to their full potential. You can understand, because even though some of these players have been playing an insane amount of Halo Infinite, it is going to be very minimal compared to the hours they will get in total once we are months down the line here in Halo Infinite. But to start off, it's going to be a nice double, and it is going to be a big push here from G1. Rockets are going to be in the hands of them as well, but they do fall. That's how easy it can be to pick up those rockets and lose those rockets in an instant.
Let's see what happens here if they go back for the rockets. Interestingly, when Squale died, I believe it was either Devin or it might have been Sargoth that popped up into Neons, and I don't know if either of them grabbed rockets just yet. Off of the death screen, it was very hard to tell. Sargoth might have gone back for them now. Yes, he did. He did get that, and that will lead to a double as well. That's a nice play from Sargoth. Good communication for them. Of course, it'll only mean trivial points on the board, but made sure to still make the use of those rockets.
The ball is in an area where one of the teams could potentially set up towards the tower, but as I say that, it actually rolls down Neons towards Tram, and the inevitable Tram carnage is probably going to unfold at some point as both teams are unable to shift that ball to a position where they can really, truly set up to a point where they can make the other team uncomfortable, and Predeminator is going to make sure he ensures that by throwing the ball even closer towards Tram.
I think Frosty was still sitting right on Neons. You might have caught that. Frosty was actually just sitting right here on the Bulldog spawn and was not spotted out. So he's actually able to pick up that kill on the C stairs. He's going to get some help from the back, but right after that, Sargoth and team come around to flank Neons themselves, and they'll pick up a kill and the Stalker rifle as well, just continuing to hold. It's a great nade from Sargoth, but surprisingly, he will go down. Now an opportunity to push for Sentinels.
And I don't think today on Oddball Streets I've been able to see a team set up towards tower, hold arcade, and force the other team to be consistently spawning towards Tram, towards Neons. And yes, whilst you do leave yourself vulnerable to easy flanks at times, if you are watching the angle successfully, you can get so much time holding that ball over towards back tower. But it is going to be Tram as the desired location for now. Another rocket is found in the hands of G1, but no kills on this occasion.
As we promised, getting an update here from League Operations, also letting us know that due to that player dropping out and the score of the game at the time, that will be a full restart. So we are playing a clean game here. You can trust that the scoreboard on the bottom for this round number 1 and the rest of the game will be the exact score of this game number 1 in the series. Already a little bit of an early lead for Sentinels. We'll see if they can keep it up here.
How did Lethal survive for that long? Just being a real nuisance, probably begging his teammates to come and help, but he was the only one that far over on the other side of the map. The rest of Sentinels were kind of holding this area towards Arcade, towards Tram as well. As Royal 2, one of the last remaining players, is now just going to be a nuisance and play this one, but also picking up some sneaky time first.
Oh my, whoa, what?
How?
Actually goes off of C Balk, and I think that Sargoth, Squale, simply thought that Royal 2 would be holding ball in C and waiting for the play. Instead, I love the decision from Royal 2. Instead of just playing the ball, he sits up top, leaves a little bit early, and actually gets the unsuspecting back whack, which actually leads to continued control from Sentinel. So if you are a Sentinels fan, you loving what you're seeing here in this round number 1.
This is an unorthodox hold for sure. I know that Royal 2 wanted to move this towards tower side, but he recognized that Lethal and Snakebite were both struggling, being pushed from PD, and Sargoth getting a big double here will stop that ball time finally from being picked up. But hallelujah, the ball is going to be moved over towards tower. We're not going to see the madness unfold in Tram for any longer.
Things might be a little bit slower here as we do see a little bit of a back elbow hold here for just a moment, keeping an eye on Tires and B as the rest of this G1 squad now. Squale trying to figure out exactly how he might want to push in through here as well.
Certainly you saw Lethal being the first player to try and flank around from Neons towards Bulldog and then get behind a tower. And you do leave yourself vulnerable to shots across, but once you have passed that window area of Elbend, you can just about sneak around towards Cafe and maybe do some damage. But that was some serious time put on the board for G1 there.
Double kill there with Snakebite with the rockets. Might have been a triple based on what I saw in the feed there for him. He will eventually get a few more kills on the board. As we take a look across, Sentinels certainly outslaying, not only leading on the board by 20, but also outslaying as well. Frosty now at B, trying to make his way to B stairs. Bulldog is out. We'll find another one. Assist comes in. A Snakebite is there to also help out. Now keeping an eye on Neons. Needs to try to stay alive here if he can, though, all the way over at Tires.
But look, even though he was low on shields, he still left himself somewhat exposed just to try and help his team. If he had been spotted out, he was dead, but he trusted that he would be able to help. His BR would do some damage, and that is the clear sign of a top player, someone who is happy to put their life on the line to help teammates. Very impressed with that. It's always a minor thing, but it definitely helps.
Certainly, and knowing exactly which angles, just as you alluded to, which angles that you can challenge from when you are weak. You take those high percentage plays that you might be able to still help out a teammate and not go down. That's exactly what he did. Helps from Tires, even though he was exposed to Cafe and bottom mid. Really nice plays there to continue their streak. And just like that, off that last hold, Gaskin, they essentially have double their opponent's score, only about 21 points away to close this out.
Ball is going to be reset, which is probably going to be good news for Sentinels because it means that they don't have to break that setup from G1, who were holding over towards PD and Tower. Instead, they're able to grab that ball off the spot. They can move it over towards Tram, and they don't need much points here. It has to be a push here and now from G1.
Sargon trying to do whatever he can. He's going to drop shield, which is just going to give him the opportunity to bleed through with that BR, and he gets the help from Neons as well. They need to win these battles, but it's too late. That will be round one, going to Sentinels as they close it out pretty quick.
And maybe G1 dropping the ball both literally and figuratively there because they didn't allow themselves to pick that one up, and Sentinels, as soon as it reset, they just rushed onto it straight away, brought it back to Tram. They know they only need a little bit of time, and if that wasn't reset, this would have been so much more difficult for Sentinels to achieve. So I think they were rubbing their hands together as soon as they saw the ball did get reset.
And is this the boost? Is this the momentum that Sentinels needed here to close out the day strong? It's a great round one on Oddball Streets, and they're opening up round two pretty strong, but just as quickly as we say that, that's two dead. Snakebite holding in the back of the elbow and needs to be careful. Maybe he's going to rotate just a little bit.
Just throws that ball out into an area where it can be seen a little bit better, and it can be naded as well off spawn by his teammates, as now he'll hold with the Bulldog, but was called out. But just by milking there, he made two players from G1 turn to look at him, and that allows Sentinels off spawn to get a couple of frags of their own.
It's a great point. Staying alive as long as he did force two players to come all the way back to that A tower. And now it's G1 on the push again here through A courtyard. And another example, Gaskin, of the unconventional Neons hold, and it seems to be putting points on the board for Sentinels.
I think just holding around like Cafe and Neons, if you're working together as a unit, you can pick up some scrappy time. It's probably not going to be, 100 seconds completed. You're going to have to move to either Tram or Tower after you've managed to slay, but certainly you can put some serious time to make it really awkward for your opponent, force them to have to push into an awkward area to actually try and take you out.
So far this series, it's really been an indication from Sentinels that they're looking to silence the critics. We had a lot of time in the beginning to wonder, what is this Sentinels team capable of right now in Halo Infinite? And Royal 2 with some nice kills around here on Tires and B Stairs, also watching B Pillars. And already at the 50-point mark, it's 54-0, by the way, and they have started to really answer that. Maybe silence the critics and say, this is our series, this is our round, and we are looking far beyond this winners bracket, elimination bracket round 12.
I don't think that Sentinels could afford or can afford in this series to slip up and be taken down by the likes of G1. I think if they want to still be feared by the rest of the community, still manages to do something there lethal. If they want to be feared by the rest of the community, they have to put results on the board. They have to make sure that everyone still does not want to play them. United have got their number a little bit, and every time they play against Sentinels now, they'll be feeling confident, but Sentinels won't want the rest of the community to be feeling the same.
One more rocket left for Frosty. It's a very strong grab for Sentinels. Maybe he'll even grab multiple here on Neons as he's ready to wreak some havoc. Picks up one. Yes, indeed. It's a 2-for-1 double kill rocket from Frosty, extending their lead to 71-4.
Saw a triple kill rocket in EU earlier today, and I'm waiting for NA to top it. I'm waiting for someone to get an overkill with one rocket. It's going to happen at some point. I'm telling you, on broadcast, at some point during the roadmap of HCS, we're going to see a single rocket overkill. You heard it here first. But for Sentinels, they're at 85 points up to 4. They are closing in here and winning map number 1.
And now they've also rotated as well. Just like you said, 10 minutes to go for them. They will fall in Tires and B Stairs, but if that ball continues to rotate through Tram and maybe even go in front door, this one could be over before that kill even comes in. They'll be stopped at the 99 mark, but you got to think just a matter of time here. Another kill for Frosty up top. If he had any more ammo, he would have gotten that kill. Has to switch to the Bulldog. Lethal's going to end it, though. That will be it. 2-0. Game number 1. Sentinels with a convincing victory.
And that just sums up Sentinels in that final play, right? They needed 1 second left. You had Frosty alive, you had Lethal alive. Frosty, there was not even a thought process of him grabbing that ball. He said, I'm going to slay these last 2 remaining players, knowing and trusting that Lethal would very much do the dirty work, jump onto that ball, and get that final point. That's something that Lethal has always done so impressively throughout Halo history, getting the job done, doing everything he needs for his team, and now moving into Slayer Recharge, they do have that lead, and it was a commanding victory. It definitely was an impressive one from Sentinels, brother.
It certainly was 2-0, and we didn't actually see G1 get many points on the board, period, especially in that second round. And Sentinels, like we said earlier, using maybe less conventional holds, but as you pointed out, Gaskin, the way they were able to do that was simply running the scoreboard in terms of slays. Technically, we talk about ball holds and different setups on this map a lot. However, you can really run the map however you want if you're leading in the kills category as heavily as they were.
Yeah, if you're working as a team and if you're playing correctly, then you can hold that ball pretty much anywhere if you outslay your opponents. It was not a pretty game for Gunshot, 9-20, but on the other side, 25-11 for Royal 2. I mean, Royal 2 and Frosty, the 2 big slayers, you'd be expecting them to be performing well, and you can see the damage there as well, just representing that.
How about Frosty at 6,000 damage, almost 6,500, and no one on the other side has even broken 4,200. That's quite a gap there in the damage, and I think our final scoreboard also tells that story as well. 200 to 45. We'll take a look at some highlights in a moment from that one, but if you're a Sentinels fan, you're very happy with that result here on Game 1 Oddball on Streets.
I think if you're a Sentinels fan, you are relieved, if I'm honest, because after them dropping to the lower bracket at a much earlier point than you'd expect again here in today's tournament, then you'd start to ask some questions. You know, are they the same Sentinels that I've been supporting for the last X amount of years? Are they going to be able to compete with the biggest teams? And even though G1 aren't necessarily the cream of the crop, they're not your Optics and Cloud9s, they certainly could have been a very big hurdle here for Sentinels if they hadn't have played that first game correctly. But the series isn't over. We do move to a Slayer next, and historically Slayers have favored some of the kind of lower seeded teams throughout not just today's tournament, but throughout the past couple of weeks here in Halo Infinite. So Sentinels need to make sure they don't slip up on this banana skin.
Yeah, here was that last push there. Like you said, Frosty not afraid to push in, even though he ran out of BR ammo, does pull out the Bulldog, thrust straight down in the bottom tram, and just continues to do damage, and it really paved the way for them to just pick up that ball in the end. I think the Royal 2 play off of the top C plat on balcony, just to drop down and get that back whack, it was an indication to me, and it's a really good example of we wanted to see Sentinels come out firing and not playing shy and kind of slowly. Instead, we wanted to have them, if you're a Sentinels fan and you want to just simply, or you want to just simply see the best Halo, we wanted to see them dictating the pace of the game, and that's what they did there.
Yeah, they did, and they weren't afraid to make those plays, to take those risks. It was something we didn't necessarily see them do against E United. And moving into Recharge Slayer, I think that Sentinels can now take this momentum, take this domination, and just try and play a fast-paced style. Don't allow this to slow down and become a standoff, one-for-one trade that can be very awkward for both teams. Instead, continue to say, we are the better team here. We know that we are better than you in every single individual fight. So they'll take 1v1 fights. It won't necessarily be the way they would play against an Optic or a Cloud9, but I think going up against a G1 are a weaker team than Sentinels, so Sentinels need to play like that. They need to play like they are the dominant force here.
Absolutely. Now as we'll take a look, it's once again going to be Game 2 Slayer on Recharge between these two teams, Sentinel versus G1, and we're jumping in right away here off the rip with Frosty.
In terms of starting strategy, it seems like both teams contesting to try and get control here, and instead of pushing straight for the camo and leaving yourself very vulnerable to grenades, it's going to be G1 who get the initial camo, which could make a big difference to get some early frags here.
Whoop, misses that melee there, but recovers, does Devin, and can be very happy to stay alive and control as long as he can, but very, very back and forth between these two, which is what you'd expect. 5-4 off of the opening moments here in our game number 2 to make that 6-4. Sentinels with an early lead.
3 kills for Snakebite off the rip. Has died once. And actually, everyone in Sentinels has already died here. So plenty of frags to be shared out for both teams. But you can already see it slow down ever so slightly. But as I say that, G1 look to try and make a quick push to control, which is successful. Again, this is, I'd say, the most structured Slayer that we've got here in Halo Infinite, and that's why it can slow down, similar to what Lockout used to do way back when. You can kind of have one team holding the elevator side, one team holding the top yellow side, and both teams are reluctant to push until a camo comes up, until a sword is in play, until a mangler is sometimes in play as well. But it's whether the teams allow it to get to that point, because right now Sentinels have a 6-kill lead. They might want to just play this one nice and fast.
And a lot of that is Royal 2, because guess what? He got 6 kills on the board. Royal 2 is the difference right now. You saw him pick up 2 big kills in Elevator, comes to Control to watch Top Yellow, picks up another kill in Control. So if Royal 2 keeps this up, it's going to be a very short story, a very short evening for G1. Devin trying to do whatever he can, but he's no match for Snakebite on that push. Has some help as well. We'll see if Frosty can clean up here.
Oh, Squall actually managing to take down 2 there. I was about to say what impressive bait and switch it was from Snakebite and Frosty, but Squall just ensuring that with the shock rifle in his back pocket, he didn't give that one up too easily. Got 2 big frags, and they do still stay within touching distance here, G1. I think that's what's important for them to do, not allow Sentinels to get out of control and get a, I don't know, 10 to 15 kill lead, which is sometimes going to be near impossible to actually make a comeback. As long as it's a 4-5 kill game, there is still always a chance. One little push, one sword play, one mangler play could actually get you back into the game.
Couldn't agree more, and just as quickly as you say that, it does become a 6-kill game and also a camo in the hands of Snakebite. They will be up 19 to 13, make that 20, and now on the prowl, not shooting, very disciplined trigger finger there, thinking about helping over at C-Plat. He's going to make his push, does have a little bit of help from Lethal.
There's one thing that Sentinels I always gave them credit for was their ability to push as a 2 and to always have help, have someone who's there to support. As the movement from Snakebite's insane, it only rewards him with an assist, but just the surprise factor there. I'm sure that Gunshot was just taken aback by a flying Snakebite, very much battering him in the face.
That's the last thing you want to see, is a player like Snakebite flying into the back of your base with a mangler nonetheless, and that just tells you a little bit about the routes that are possible within this game. We've actually seen it ending team slayers like that. You can now fly into an opponent's base in ways that you never could before to pick up those kills. You have to be ready for those swings at any time. As we say that, Sentinels will extend their lead to 8, 25-17.
Well, would we have seen Snakebite do that against E-United? I don't think we would have. I don't think that Snakebite or the rest of the Sentinel squad were playing with that confidence. But this is why games like this are good for Sentinels, to give them that belief again, to give them that confidence once more. Because I want to see them doing that against E-United. I want to see Sentinels trying to assert their dominance and showing why they were, you know, an absolute powerhouse in Halo's history and still are a powerhouse in Halo history.
G1 slowly bringing this game back, just like that 21-27 now make that 22-28, still a 6-kill game. They start to bring the game back within reachable distance. We'll see if they can hold on to that, though, as Lethal able to get a few lunges there in tower. Finally will be taken down. It's a perfect killing spree from Devin across the map with the no-scope shot rifle kill, and now going to try to help at Old Grapple as well. Still keeping an eye all over the map, wondering what he might be able to do with this power.
I spoke earlier saying it was a really important game for Sentinels to try and secure their place in, you know, the top 8 teams to get that pool play position at Raleigh. Well, the same could be said for G1. Their 11th seed coming into this, a victory and a top 8 would really give them the opportunity to try and break into those pool play positions, if not at least the funding for the 2 open spots that's available for NA for the 9th and 10th position. But certainly right now, 6 kills behind, and Royal 2 with camouflage and a sword. Things are not looking too fantastic.
They pick up another kill, and guess what? It's Devin who was wondering where the camo is. He's going to find out right now, and he's going to find out a little late and the way that he probably didn't want to find out. He was checking all of back A. Royal 2 already had other plans with the sword and the camo. Goes from all the way from C over to control and extends this lead now by quite a margin, up by 9, 35-26. And after shots like that, make it 36-26, a 10-kill lead.
Yeah, 10 kills. I was saying that G1 just had to keep this within 5, but they're slowly letting it slip through their fingers now, and it's just going to go from bad to worse if Royal 2 is allowed to roam control so easily and be pushed over and over one by one by these G1 players. They need to, if they're going to push the sword, if they're going to try and push Royal 2 here, it's got to be together.
It does, and we've seen them find success with that a few times. If you think back to when Lethal was holding top control, here's probably another sword kill for Royal 2. Yes, it does come in. Royal 2 going to pop back up to control. We've seen success a few times from G1, sending multiple players in to clear out a base. However, it requires so much coordination. The pressure from Sentinels has just been too strong.
Yeah, Sentinels are playing with so much more confidence now, and with 9 kills remaining, it would need a big slip up, but G1, they have to try and do what they can because it is elimination time for them. We are in the elimination bracket, so their tournament will be over if they lose this Slayer game. But Predeminator falls to Lethal, just utilizing the map to his best ability. And with camo coming up as well, Sentinels are in the perfect spot to grab the next one.
Yeah, Devin there getting remote detonated just a bit, and Lethal easily cleans up. That also paves the way for him to get this camo, and now going to look to wreak even more havoc. Just going to choose his victim accordingly, and right now just has the cream of the crop. And look at this, does not shoot, instead just scurries away. He's going to just ring around the rosy here, back in control, and wait till he has the perfect opportunity to push.
Well, he knew he was vulnerable, but instead actually stays alive, guarantees another kill, guarantees 2 more kills with the killing spree. Sentinels 3 away from taking this. Frosty also trying to put on a show with the shock rifle, and now it's down to just 1.
Could be the last one here on your screen. 49-35. Snakebite looks for it. He wants it. He gets it. That will be it. Sentinels win the game 50-35, and they'll close out the series very convincingly with a score of 2-0.
So Sentinels do move on to top 8. However, it is a top 12 finish for their opposition, which will be a little bit disappointing. I'm sure they would have loved to push further to try and compete for those top 8 places. But for Sentinels, their job today and their job over this weekend was just to do enough to ensure pool play. And that there or thereabouts should be enough, bar a few miracles helping elsewhere or someone else breaking into that top 4. But they've done job 1. They can take that pressure ever so slightly off their shoulders and look toward tomorrow now as they get into that top 8.
How about Royal 2 18-9 in that game? A huge margin from him. The rest of the players also looking very strong. Frosty negative by just a few, but 12 assists, tripling all of his teammates' assists. I will take someone who goes 6, 8, and 12 every day of the week. Frosty can be proud of those numbers, even though we're used to seeing him with even more in the kills category. Look at that team shot. I'm actually going to go try to find that VOD from Frosty's POV. We'll take a look at some more stats, just because that is an incredible support play from him. Also, as we said, Royal 2 with huge numbers in the game as well, nearly tapping 5k damage as well.
Yeah, really impressed with how they've answered back after dropping into the elimination bracket, losing to E United a little bit earlier. And you know, the benefit of getting into tomorrow is we start to see best of 5s happen the further you get into this tournament. And I think the quicker that Sentinels can get into best of 5s, the better. Whilst I'm not going to give any team an excuse, I know that best of 3s can be difficult, and sometimes you can lose a series because you might not be able to get into it quick enough. Maybe you would actually benefit from an elongated series, and I do think for all teams, they will benefit once we get into a best of 5 and start seeing really how they achieve things going toe-to-toe in more maps than just 3. But as we look back at all the replays from every single one of these maps, the 2 maps that we've just played between the 2, it certainly was a strong performance from Sentinels, bravo. But G1, they did put up a fight at times, and I'm sure they'll be, you know, a little bit disappointed with top 12 in the end, but at the same time, considering the competition that's around them, top 12 isn't that bad.
Not that bad, and to lose to a team like Sentinels really is nothing to be too upset about. These are world-class players, many of which have been known, as we said earlier, as some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world at many times over the course of the last decade. It was really all Sentinels, though, in game number 1, and that trend continued in game number 2. Here's the heck of a grapple coming in from Snakebite, and like you said, they're playing a little bit overzealous and playing as Sentinels fans wanted them to play, right? They're playing confident, they're playing their game of Halo. Royal 2 also just doing so well with that camo and gave them the lead, Gaskin, that you talked about. Once they got that 5-10 kill lead, they never looked back.
Yeah, as soon as they got just away from that touching distance, they were playing with even more confidence, if I'm honest. And G1, they didn't really have a chance to get back in the game once it was such a huge lead from Sentinels. And, you know, just seeing like grapple plays and stuff like that gets me so excited for the future of these tournaments and what could happen when we get like 49-49, Lottie, and suddenly someone grabs a grapple and zips away with the sword. Oh, I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
Mate, don't start me now. My gosh.
Oh, I will.
I was just settling down, and now I've got goosebumps everywhere. Thanks, Gaskin. No, it was it was epic. You know, it's a really nice turnaround to see Sentinels obviously looking super confident. You know, if I had to really explain what we just saw, I think it was just more they were fully in control in that series. I think with the E United series, it just felt like they were on the back foot the entire time. I think right from the get-go, E United just had their number. You know, just the start that they had in the CTF was something that Sentinels had to then deal with and try and adjust to. But obviously that was a completely different series. Onset, watching that one, I want to talk about Oddball, because Streets Oddball, Sentinels really did seem to have it down. I think Oddball in the past really hasn't been their strongest game type. I wouldn't go as far as saying weakest, but hasn't been their strongest. What do you think Oddball in terms of the rounds has done for a team like Sentinels, who I think feed off that momentum, feed off the chance to come back potentially in a series?
I mean, if you want a team that wants to feed off a game type where they can come back, the new way that Oddball is played is huge for them, right? If you get a stop on the ball, we've already seen it previously. You get one hand on that ball or two hands to rack up the points when there's only a few seconds left. You can still make those crazy comebacks. I think we should asterisk that series with all due respect to their opponents. You know, E United, a slightly different class of team to who Sentinels have taken down, but I think Sentinels needed that. Just a little booster to the confidence, if you want to call it that. Being able to close out the series in such a fashion, you know, it was an emphatic win. It wasn't a win where we were ever questioning if Sentinels were going to take it home. So I think they will take some positives away from that series and move into tomorrow, but they need to focus up. Straight up, Sentinels need to focus up, and they need to play a lot better than what we saw them today.
Yeah. Without a doubt, without a doubt. I think it, to say the least, and that's definitely, you know, all respect going out to G1 and GG's. That was fantastic stuff from them. And I think there were certain moments, Gaskin, that you kind of talked about there, but there were level of high quality professional plays coming from that G1 squad there. I mean, if you had to give them advice, Dan, on based on what you've seen, I know you're a stats man, what would you give G1 going forward this season?
I think stick together, just focus on what you've been able to achieve so far, and make sure that you don't just throw things away, throw that chemistry away. I think playing together is huge at the moment. There's so much fundamentally that people are learning as a four, and if you start to, you know, reform teams, drop players, then you have to relearn all of those things. And if you are constantly as a four, then individually you can go off, you can like start slide jumping across the map, you can learn all those different things. So my biggest tip would just be stay together. You've played well, you've beat some big teams, and success will come.
Success will come. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a success, gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. And we're going to go for a quick break right now, but when we come back, another success story in the elimination bracket will be present. We'll see you right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Rossi picking up the double kill now. He's going to toss this back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifier. It's day one. We are into the night. We're heavily into the action, and if you've just joined us, then welcome. I'm not mad at you, I promise, but you are going to catch a final match of the night, which I'm a little mad, just a touch. But it's all right. You can catch up on it. You can catch up. Look, we've got elimination round 12 coming up very shortly, gentlemen, and you know we need to talk about Space Station Gaming, Pioneers. They're getting into things. I've just had word from my wonderful producer that we're getting straight to this match, and I couldn't be more excited. So on set, bravo. Let's take it away.
Thank you, Lottie. No more messing about here. We're straight into gameplay, Andy, for what is going to be one of our final games of the night. And this is an interesting one because you look on both sides of this matchup we're about to call, and you would have to say somewhat of a surprise if either of these teams fall out of the tournament at this stage. This is a game for top 8, which obviously has a lot of repercussions itself, but Pioneers versus Space Station, you would have to say you don't expect to see both of these teams in this kind of matchup.
You really don't. It's going to be painful to see one of them go home this early for sure, but hey, that's what we're here for. We're deep in the elimination bracket, and you've picked a heck of a match to tune in for. This will be the last match of the evening on Pioneers. Once again, Talik, Druk, Soul Snipe, and Manny. And on that Space Station side, Ace, Tylenol, Deceeding, and Elamite playing today. So this is going to be an interesting one. Space Station have gotten this far, but only one team can advance.
We should highlight, if you're just joining us, that Space Station are playing with a substitute for now. It's going to be Elamite Warrior, the legend himself, who's filling in alongside his brother Ace. But for the first time, I think it's fair to say, Andy, here, with that in mind, you have to say Pioneers are the favorites as we do take a look at the maps and modes we'll be playing.
Yeah, Oddball Street's going to be game 1, then Slayer Recharge, CTF Aquarius. So you'll remember it's the same rounds as the last series that we saw, same game types, because we are in that same round. So a lot of those same principles are going to apply on set in terms of the speed of these first 2 game types.
One thing I love to say as well is eliminations round 12. That's how many teams we have in our brackets at the moment. It really is a battle to get through into those positions that you want to be kind of putting in the Twitter bio afterwards you finish this tournament. But let's start off with talking about Street's Oddball here, Andy. Pioneers, we've already seen them put up quite a dominating performance here earlier on this game type. For Space Station, I think this is a worrying look of these maps and modes.
I think it's a lot of the same that we talked about, just because when you look at the players on Pioneers, Talik, Druk, Soul Snipe, Manny, these are players that are capable of playing the game so darn fast. Now, at the same time, Tylenol defeating Ace Elamite. They can play at that speed, but when we've looked at SSG, whether with Elamite or with Formal, when we've looked at the way they play, they tend to play a more structured approach to the game, especially if you look at Formal's POV. The guy can anchor down areas of the map without using crazy slide movement into areas and playing the game at a rapid pace. He's simply that good, and his shot is that good. So I'm curious how Space Station comes out. Do they match the speed that Pioneers plays? Because I know Pioneers is going to want to play this game type very fast.
Yeah, they certainly are. One player I want to keep a beady eye on is Manny, because that man, I think, is going to be a name we're going to be talking about for quite some time, Andy. What I've seen from his point of view, individually, teamwork based as well, it's done nothing but impress me from every single time I've watched him.
Yeah, you've seen him in some clips as well, just winning some BR battles, and certainly a player that has done well here, and I think he kind of is maybe a representative of that whole Pioneers roster. We've given them a lot of credit today because a lot of the scene has not given them enough credit, us included, over the course of the first two broadcasts, right? They're in third place in North America for a reason. That's a huge statement. They are over a lot of big teams. Space Station, one of them. They are heavily seated above them right now in terms of points, and you'll have to see what they can do here. Once again, only one of these two teams can move forward. The other one will go home tonight on day number 1.
Really looking forward to when we head towards Raleigh as well, and we get to see this Pioneers team play on LAN. Are they going to be able to match their online performance? Are they going to be able to exceed that performance as well and keep that momentum going to make us kind of say every single time we see them, we expect them to win those big games? But on the other side of things, Space Station, kind of a tough task for them here, Andy. You know, it's difficult to motivate yourself, I find, as a team sometimes when you do have a sub coming in for one tournament, because there's kind of that expectation that you're not going to be able to hit the heights that you normally are with a new player on the lineup.
Yeah, that really is the tough thing, without a doubt, for this roster, and we'll have to see how they take whatever their performance might be here and how they take that, and really for how both teams take this into Raleigh. And it's been a very fast 3 weeks of Halo Infinite, or rather 2 weeks and some change of Halo Infinite, and there hasn't been a lot of time for teams to regroup. And between now and Raleigh, there's roughly 10 days or so, maybe just shy of 2 weeks. It'll be interesting to see what these teams do from this event as they get ready for that event. Maybe a moment to breathe, maybe a moment to practice things like slide jumps, certain drop slides and curb slides that they can use for opening strategies and things like that, and really overall just revisit the strategy as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch this series for sure, but I kind of keep working myself towards Pioneers every time that we're starting a conversation at the moment, because I think it's a really good indication of where we're going to be placing them when we come to talking about things like predictions ahead of Raleigh. You know, they've put in some good performances. We talked about how they're the 3rd seed at the moment overall, coming into today. I just keep looking at their gameplay. I'm looking at the way that they play certain game types, so the way they play certain maps, how they control things, how they move as a squad. Is that something you're keeping your eye on? Because like I mentioned previously, I've been nothing but impressed with them. Plus, their work ethic is up there with some of the best.
It really is. I've been super impressed with it. And I think it's really shown so far in terms of the scores that we've seen, the way that they've been playing this game types. Even just think about the way that Talik is using Heatwave Repulsor to run back tower in a way that we've seen in scrims, but we haven't really seen in actual matches that are happening on the official broadcast. If you have Repulsor Heatwave back tower on Livefire, for example, you can run both levels so easily. And he put on a clinic in terms of the way that he was running that equipment and Heatwave combo. Pretty incredible. Once again, as a reminder, that first game will be Oddball on Streets, and we expect a pretty fast-paced one, just like we saw in that last series.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some more Streets Oddball, one of my favorite game types to play when I'm jumping into the playlist. And Andy, we've been in the playlist quite often recently, and to be honest with you, some quite terrifying times of the day for me personally. Not so much for you, but what do you think about this game type? Because we've had a lot of fun playing it. I think it's a really fun game type to play, just because of the fact that when you're spawning, it's always in quite close proximity to a setup. It's not like you've got to travel halfway across a map and it takes you 25 seconds to get there. You always feel like you're in the action.
All right, this is not like something like a Pit Slayer where you can spawn Mauler and most of the action's happening on the other runway. This is, you're spawning in and you're really only a moment away from being able to be into the action, which is interesting because of how the layout of this map works on set. You have a lot of decisions to make. For example, if you're spawning PD or you're spawning Cafe on a tram hold, you can go bottom middle, you can fly through tires or mid, or you can go neons or B street. So there's all these different options and routes that are always available at your fingertips. And the beauty of this game type is it's a series of those decisions. What decisions you're making and how you make those in conjunction with your teammates, that's what determines whether pushes succeed or fail.
Another thing that's very that has been highlighted to me is how players are stressing one particular piece of communication, which seems to become even more vital than it used to be here in Halo Infinite, and that is when you die, is communicating to your teammates where you spawn as well, especially in oddball, because it gives those abilities for the team, your teammates who are still holding that ball and racking up time, to actually rotate towards where you are spawning, because there's kind of half setups, transitional setups that we're seeing developed over time here for teams, and I think it's a really interesting thing to see, and I think we're going to see it develop more and more.
Oh, certainly, and one of the really interesting things too is I think we haven't even seen the evolution of what you're describing there, the oddball rotations. I think, you know, in matches that we've played in ranked or scrims, we've seen really successful rotations where ball carriers can like totally dictate the pace of the game. If you're in PD, you can go for these B rotations all the way to tram and really just catch an opponent off guard, and we're in the very early stages of those rotations on set.
Well, here we go then. Pioneers versus Space Station. We've talked about Streets Oddball, we've told you what you can expect to see, and you can certainly expect to see a battle for that rocket launcher, which is so vital in creating openings or denying teams those pushes. We'll see some of these beautiful neon signs as well as we wind our way through the arcade towards the first moments of this game. Andy, you excited, my friend?
I'm very excited. Here we go. Pioneers versus Space Station Gaming, and we're starting things off here on the side of SSG. Is going to be an easy rocket grab for them.
It's also going to be an easy double kill for Deciding. That's going to be the perfect start for him. Ace picks up another, and that's going to be essentially the perfect start, to be honest with you, coming in for Space Station. Elamite taken down. However, Manny's going to get a double, which is going to slow things down. That Bulldog being the difference maker, but the rocket launcher is in the hands of Ace, and he says, that's a nice Bulldog, but mine is bigger than yours.
That's right, and really sometimes that's all you need to make the difference here as he grabs that Bulldog, able to get not quite a trade, get some help from a teammate as well, as we take a look here at front C.
Tylenol now making his move in. As you see, the ball is in the hands of Space Station for now. A couple of seconds starting to tick up for them. Kill's going to be, no, not exchange. It's actually going to be a little bit of a turnaround there as Tarlek manages to pick that one up. Deciding will trade it out almost immediately. A little battle going down around PD. 2 dead per side at the moment, but Elamite still with the ball in hand, and it's still Space Station with the lead.
They're going to just try to rotate that just a little bit. He will die in a court in the end, and it's going to be up to the likes here of the entire SSG team and Tylenol to try to win that battle. It's a decent trade in tires, but now Ace has to make sure to try to hold down this area just a bit.
He's going to be taken down. Can't survive for too long. Soul Snipe now jumping up to the top balcony. This little ledge. Let's see if he can provide a little bit of top-down vision for the rest of his team. One in the hands of Pioneers as well. You can see that essentially a 3-man push is coming through the neons at the moment. One player jumps up to the tires. He's going to be sent back down, but he's going to reintroduce himself. And the second time of asking, the invitation will be accepted. He picks up that kill as Manny's now trying to play inside a PD here with his Bulldog, but he'll be taken down too.
Yeah, gets double teamed there in the back. Had the Bulldog out trying to make something happen, but great timing from the push from the other side as we take a look at Soul Snipe coming around, just prowling around A court. Finds 1, finds 2 on the ball carrier. Will he get 3? Yes. Trades for the triple kill as well. That should make quick work of the last player. That's going to be Ace, who actually is able to stay alive, and no, just doing so much to stay alive here. Ace in the back of PD, such a nuisance.
Yeah, I don't know how he's staying alive, but he is staying alive here, Ace. Shots in the back for now. Can he turn this one around? Little thrust comes in. Little beatdown will be whiffed, but his teammate and his brother is there with a rocket launcher. I think, no, it's a BR. Get that one right, Mark. They're very different looking weapons as now Space Station starts to pick up even more time here.
Ace staying alive in the back of the base. I mean, moments like that when you have 3 dead are absolutely huge. He's also going to continue challenging here on Soul Snipe as well. Pick up his Sentinel Beam to add insult to injury and continue challenging bottom middle. This is a type of thing that Ace is capable of.
Tarlek crouching in this corner. Ace says, I am wise to that, my friend. They are in the hands now of Ace 2, so he'll be suited and booted for any kind of short-range battle that does go down. Drug with that drop wall is going to be able to retreat, but his teammate there, Elamite, is now moving in. As you're seeing the swarm, and the AR is going to start ripping through the shields and ripping into the body and the health, as we're going to see now. Space Station still with this lead, and to be honest with you, looking pretty convincing at this stage. A good hold for them.
Certainly, I think we expected Pioneers to put up a very good fight, and to be honest, in this series we still do, but off of the opening moments here, certainly on set, couldn't agree with you more. Space Station looking very convincing.
They are still in the hands here of Ace. There's the double kill with that beatdown as well. Soul Snipe will get to himself, so Ace is going to retreat. And it looks like, unfortunately, we're going to actually have to bring this game to a close for now, as someone has unfortunately joined the game, Andy. I don't really know what to say about it. A Sec 4, it's slightly disappointing. There's slightly disappointing to see, because that was a good game.
That was a good game. There's a 5th man on the court, it appears. You might have actually caught it in the top left of the screen just now, that there was a player that had joined And I didn't get eyes on whoever joined. You're lucky. I didn't get eyes on exactly what the gamer tag was, because I would be putting you on blast right now. But I'm hearing it from production, but I'm not going to put you on blast because that's not the type of thing I do here. But I'm being encouraged to do it, but I'm not going to do it. However, we are very disappointed, and we're going to have to now hear from League Ops what that game's going to start at. So we'll have to find out exactly what the restart's going to mean. And but regardless, Onset, Space Station looking pretty convincing, as we said.
They certainly were, and I think it's lucky for that particular player that you're here instead of Dan, because Dan would be writing it down on a massive board right now and holding it up to the screen, tweeting it out, putting it out on social, putting the man on blast. Like, without doubt, it would have been known. But yeah, unfortunately, that is a circumstance we find ourselves in at the moment. Hopefully, we'll get the game back underway as soon as possible. But let's talk a little bit more about Raleigh as the game does start to get put back together, so to speak, and hopefully with a closed party this time. Come on, I mean, we're doing this for a while, guys. Like, close the party, you know what I mean? But I mean, to talk me through some of your early thoughts about Raleigh and who we're going to see moving towards that grand final. Who have you got your eyes on as far as teams to watch are concerned?
You bring up a good question, Onset. Is it the fault of the player who joined the party or the fault of the lobby leader? Both probably at fault here in this case, but let's talk about certainly teams at Raleigh. As you mentioned that, just gonna take a quick look at the seeds and some of the teams here. And I guess the teams, there's a lot of question marks, which is cool going into Raleigh. And I think we know that Optic and Cloud9 are the 1-2. We know that Pioneers, who you're seeing on screen here, are absolutely contending for top 4. I would argue that really once you get past E United, Onset, I think it starts to become a lot of question marks, which is an exciting place to be here at our first LAN for Infinite.
Yeah, and I think we have to always add a little bit of a pinch of salt, right? And when we get to looking at the leaderboards, looking at how teams are placed in seedings, etc. Because we have to remember, as great as the internet is, this is online competition. There are those factors that have to be taken in, and that is the wonderful thing about the fact that we get to go back to a live event. We get LAN, and we don't have any of that to talk about. It's just the players going at it, and I think that's going to be an influence. I look across some of the pings that certain players are playing on, and I'm like, looks a little bit tougher than it does for some others, and we'll have to see if that is the case when we do get to that live event.
You bring up a great point. We've seen players talking on Twitter, right? Some players who are playing on 60 and 80 ping, they want to know what it's like on 20 and 15 ping. So LAN will be the great equalizer that we can't wait to see. And certain teams that might have been stepping up online, we may see a different performance from them at LAN. We just got an update as well in our ears that we're hearing the League Ops is getting ready to start this game. And we'll also hear exactly what the scoring might be in terms of that restart. We'll let all them take care of that. But couldn't agree more. I think LAN will be the interesting thing that will determine, right? How does Europe look? How does ANZ look? And even maybe more interestingly, the small nuanced details of these NA teams, who's able to beat one another on LAN. That's all going to come. And now that it's December 1st, Onset, all just not too many days away.
So yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's like I mentioned previously, it feels like we waited for so long for this game. We waited for everything for so long, and trust me, I mean, you said it best to me when you sent me a text the other day. You were like, 2020 is the longest 2 years of my life. And I think that sums it up for everybody, in the fact that all of a sudden we're getting all of this at once. It's almost hard to comprehend. It's still like a very strange moment.
It is.
You know, we were speaking with Tashi. We did a little Twitter Spaces the other day, and he was saying it took him a while to actually stop and think, you know, oh my word, like this has actually happened, like all that we've achieved in such a short time. And now I'm looking ahead and I'm thinking, in a week's time, let's get on a plane. I haven't done that I can't remember the last time I got on a plane. I don't remember how to do it. I think my passport's in date. I'm pretty sure it is.
Better,
so
hey,
I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous to fly. I gotta be honest.
Your passport better be updated, because I am casting alongside you in Raleigh, whether I have to fly there myself and expedite a passport of yours at the London office. We are getting this done. But yeah, it's been crazy. It's been amazing. I mean, not only do you have so many Halo players so excited about where Halo is right now, but you have the likes of Nadeshot, Doc, Courage, etc., all coming out of the woodwork and not just talking about the game, but you know, jumping in and then wanting to be a part of this conversation. And it's guys that we've known a long time, of course, and they're also, keep in mind, all those guys, pretty legendary old school Halo fans. A lot of people might not know that just about every, I shouldn't say every, but so many of today's top creators.
You're right.
And
pretty much
everyone grew up on this game, just like so many people of you watching at home. Thank you for hanging out with us here on this weeknight as we get into our elimination match. It'll be a final of the evening between these two teams. But yeah, in short, lots to look forward to at Raleigh Onset, without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And we're still waiting for League Ops to get back to us just to give us a ruling on what's going to be happening with the restart of this game. So bear with us for now. You'll have to humor us talking about what we've been looking forward to for over 2 years now. And I'm sure that, you know, it's not just us who's feeling that way as well, Andy. There's a lot of Halo fans around the world who are sharing that kind of excitement. And I'm sure it's going to be pretty what's the word? Pretty raucous? Pretty raucous in there, I would imagine.
I think it will be pretty raucous, without a doubt. I think that's a pretty good choice of words there. And it sounds like we're getting an update here from the score side as well. And it will be a game starting on set. In terms of aggregate score, the score will carry over from that last game.
It will indeed. I think Space Station needed 37 points was my understanding in my ear there. I'll just get an update in just a second just to confirm the actual numbers, but it will be a continuation from what we saw previously. So Space Station need 37, Pioneers need 93. So a long way to go for Pioneers to take home this first round, but as I say, with a fresh restart, anything can happen, Andy, with the new weapons on the map, with the opening strategies now maybe being countered. You never kind of know what could happen at the start of this game.
That's true, and it certainly could be a big factor and an opportunity for one team to really seize that and jump on that. But like you said, quite a good lead here to pick off, and appropriately, as the Space Station, of course, had established such a lead in that game. But we're jumping right back in once again. Make sure my numbers are correct. I believe Space Station needing 37, was that right? And Pioneers needing 93 points. So just keep those numbers in the back of your mind. But don't worry, us here in the casting booth will keep those numbers in the back of our head as well. And as we start to tick towards that point, we'll be reminding you what those round one scores are like. As a reminder, it's best of 3 here in Oddball game number 1.
Well, yeah, thank you for sticking with us and obviously humoring us as we waiting for the lobby to get restarted again. But it does give us a chance to share some of our excitement about the upcoming Raleigh event, which is what this is all about, of course. And I'm sure that everybody who was listening had the tingles as well, just thinking about how exciting it is going to be, not just to be there in person, but also to watch at home. I'm sure that Esports Engine and everybody is going to be putting on one hell of a show for everybody to enjoy. And with some of the things that we've heard behind the scenes, Andy, trust me, you don't want to miss this one. But we're going to get this one back underway. Just to remind you, KCP need 37 points, 32 points. I've completely forgotten already. Around 30 points.
37,
I'll get it confirmed in 1 second. 37. I was correct. I shouldn't have second guessed myself.
Do not second guess yourself.
SSG need 93, I think.
Yes,
93,
you've got
yes. I've written it down now.
Good. I wrote it down in Discord as well. Come on.
Yeah, you beat me to it by about 2 seconds.
I did. Don't worry. We'll keep
everyone. Look, it's getting quite late here. All right,
that's true. Actually, we should. We haven't even given you enough props. You and Gaskin, of course. Lottie and I are stateside. But what time is it in the UK for you?
It's time to get into this game, Andy. That's all that matters. Because if I start looking at clocks, I start becoming a little bit nervous about how tomorrow is going to feel. But it's gonna be a good day anyway. Because of course we've got day 2.
I was gonna say I've got good news for you.
The real business gets done.
I was gonna say I've got good news for you. You're on a North American schedule tomorrow as well, so it really doesn't matter what time it is.
I'm on a North American schedule for about a month and a half now. Like it's fine. Don't worry about everyone. I'm good. Don't worry. It's fine.
Well, we've got no doubt, and we are ready to jump into map number 1 on ball. Once again, Pioneers versus Space Station, and we will get into this match as soon as we can. And not only that, one of these teams is still going home tonight.
Yes, they certainly are indeed. A reminder, as Andy was saying, elimination game here. And it's also kind of making me a little bit hungry as we zoom around here, because I'm seeing like the neons, a bit of ramen, and unfortunately we're going to have to talk about that for a few seconds. I don't mean that to be the topic of conversation that we're coming back to, but here we are finding ourselves here. A little bit of an issue with getting the lobby started up once again. But please change the subject, Andy, because I think the last thing that people want to be speaking about or listening to is me talking about how hungry I am and
I don't know
how I quite fancy some ramen.
I don't know, to be completely honest. It's the early morning hours in the UK. It's 8:33 p.m. here on the West Coast. I mean, we are both pretty hungry for very different times of day, but for good reason. And to be honest, I would love to have a giant ramen party with all of Twitch chat right now. I would gladly take some ramen, some izakaya. I think all the food that is available. There's also a pizza shop.
Just all the food that is available.
So really, whatever's available on streets, I'm down to eat it for sure. But we'll have to worry about that for another time, because right now we got to look forward to this last match of the evening, and we've had to work hard on set to get into our last match of the evening. But I can't wait for it.
We have earned our keep here. It's trying to get into it. We have worked harder than we have for the entire show, but that's the joy of it, right? It gives us another chance to chat about Raleigh that's coming up. Oh, do you know what I actually want to ask you, Andy?
Yeah. Talk to me.
Let's talk about skins. Let's talk about skins in the game.
Skins.
And I want to kind of highlight something to people at home because of the fact that, you know, it's not just the fact that you get the cool skins, right? It's not just the fact that you get that on account, you get to rep it in matchmaking. A percentage of, you know, the cost of the skin actually goes to the orgs and to the players.
Right.
So you're supporting directly those players yourself. So if you got a favorite player, if you're a Pistola fan, you're picking up that Envy skin, you're putting some money in Pistola's pocket.
That's
you're
right.
making him, you know, you're keeping him in sleep masks and, you know, all that kind of beauty products that man definitely puts to use. He's a handsome man.
He really is. And guess what, folks? We are finally jumping in. Here we are. It's map number 1, and we'll give you the scores once again. Space Station Gaming needing 37 points on the board. Pioneers needing 93 due to our match restart. That will be the determining factor here of who wins round number 1.
Well, just a reminder to everyone, I'm going to say it out loud for my own benefit here, as we do see a double kill coming in, so I'll just hold off on that thought for 2 seconds, as Tolek does manage to get around that corner, but it is 37 points needed for Pioneers and 93 needed for Pioneers. Sorry, 37 for SH. I messed it up. Andy, I should have just left it with you, but it's too dead for Space Station. I'm going back to play-by-play.
Dude, just let me handle the scores and the math. We'll get through this together this evening here. It's going to be an early ball grab for the side. I'm here, man. It's for the side of the Pioneers, but a rocket comes in from Ace.
8-0 the score in-game. That's one that I can confirm to everybody. I apologize, everyone. My maths has never been a particularly strong point. They're going to be a couple of kills actually exchanged across the board here as Ace is taken down for Space Station. Manny will also be eliminated by Tylenol, who's now pushing up inside of Tram. Unfortunately, that grenade on the floor is certainly going to cause him a little bit more damage than he would have anticipated. Deciding now up on the balcony, trying to do some more work to get those shots down. But as you can see at the moment, all the players from Pioneers trapped inside of Tram, and that ball is kind of in no man's land.
No man's land, and not many points on the board as well. It's going to be an attempted pull there as Space Station trying to determine where they might be able to go. This is a difficult angle for deciding here, as challenging C-stairs and challenging someone on ball spawn. Never easy, but actually making the best of it. Somehow pulls out a double kill with some help from Neons.
Yeah, not quite sure how that's happened, but it has happened, and it's in the history books, and you cannot deny it. Manny now trying to rotate away with that ball, as they do try and close in on that 93-point mark that they do need to get to in this restart. At the moment, they've got 12 of them. Space Station have 0, so Space Station, you would say, is still in the lead here.
Certainly are, and as we said, not many points on the board whatsoever, and you'd expect there to be a little bit more here, but maybe you could say both teams just trying to feel each other out, not wanting to make the mistakes here, because keep in mind, this isn't the same as just an opening rush where you can take a few chances. We are resuming from really a midpoint in this game, so both teams knowing that they could really just win the game on 1 or 2 holds.
Certainly could, and you're starting to see that. It's going to be Ace actually picking up a double kill here, as Manny also has a little battle on the balcony, and it's Elamite trying to do the damage to him. The Bulldog now being picked up. A couple of shots being put into his back, though, so Elamite's got to be extremely careful here. Actually jumps up confidently for the re-challenge. And I think he's kind of jigged that player out, to be honest with you. I think he was expecting him to run towards his teammates, but a little double back there from Elamite means that he can re-engage now and pick up the kill.
Absolutely, pick up the kill, and also looks like pick up the ball as well. Try to get that Neons and avoids the tires damage, and going to try to maybe rotate this right in, or just maybe continue to play ring around the Rosie here at the ball spawn with the Bulldog in hand. It's going to be able to do that, and right now, Elamite's just been running this area of the map. He'll finally go down, though.
He almost manages to get 2 kills. Certainly gets 2 assists, as they both will be picked up by Design now, and it will be in the hands, the ball of Space Station. As time starts to tick up, as not only are they leading in this game, they only need the 37 points to take home this first round. So as it does tick up, they're getting closer and closer to taking home this first round, and then we can get back to some far more simple maths.
Keep in mind, Space Station only needing 37 here at 24 points, really only 13 points away from closing out round number 1, and that's what they're going to be looking to do with a killing spree from Tylenol.
Tylenol once again picking up where he left off in the previous series, really is finding his feet and finding some confidence in every single one of the plays that he is making. Got that Stalker rifle in hand as well. Elamite going to pick up 1, Deciding going to pick up another, which means that Tylenol can add the 3-peat to that and pick up the ball. He needs to stay alive. He manages to dive over that balcony. Just a few seconds left here, and Space Station will take home that first round. They get that win on the board. There is the 37 points that they needed, and it will be 1-0 here to Space Station.
They're going to take that one, as you said, 1-0. That will be the end of the first round, and pretty convincingly they take that one on set. Going to be very happy to take that first round, and we can now finally look into our second round of Oddball Streets. But really, it was all Space Station all the way.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm happy about is that round's over, to be honest with you, because the lack of mathematical ability that I have as a human was exposed to everyone, to be honest with you. It was on display. That's why, you know, I'm always glad to have you or Dan alongside me whenever I'm in the commentary booth, because, you know your numbers, Dan knows his stats and his numbers, and it's the one thing that I've just never been good at. You know, we're all not good at something. Maths is my thing, everybody. I hope you can forgive me for that.
I'm here for you. And terrible news, my math is also horrible, but I'm going to do as absolutely best I can. But I'm with you. We got through the round 1 of the Oddball Streets somehow, some way, against all odds, against random players joining the lobby. We are here now. SSG has won the first round. And I guess the question is, do you think Pioneers has anything in the tank to bring this Oddball game back after what has been a pretty clunky, and I mean, not just exhausting for us waiting for this match to restart. I think for the players, this is pretty taxing as well.
Yeah, you got to remember these players have been playing all day as well. This is the last thing they want to be happening. They don't want these kind of hiccups happening where they have to restart games. They have to get the calculators out, the abacus, whatever it might be. If they've got an abacus at this point in their life, I'd be slightly concerned because it's probably more expensive than a calculator is. But I mean, it's certainly what they don't want to have happen, as you say, quite rightly. But as I say, hopefully we can get this sorted. Hopefully we can get straight into the game and we can get, you know, a little bit of a flow back to this thing, Andy. Because the only thing we want to do is bring you guys and girls at home is some gameplay and some high-level stuff.
That's it. We want to get you back into flow, put the calculators away, get the BRs out, the Bulldogs, the Rocks, and get back into this game. You know, as neutral fans of competitive Halo, we'd love to see Pioneers bounce back here, maybe send us to a round number 3 here on Streets Oddball. And then the question is if they can do that. I think pre-restart, we saw Pioneers with a little bit of points on the board, a little bit of momentum, but if I'm completely honest, we didn't really see a ton of signs of promise from them. So here we go. This is going to be round number 2 officially on paper. Map number 1, Oddball. Once again, Pioneers versus Space Station. Space Station leads 1-0-0.
I feel like we've been here a few times.
How many times?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just to bring you up to date, everybody, Space Station are 1 round up. If they do win this next round, then it will be 1-0 up in the series overall. This is still the first game between these two. And we should highlight as well, if you're just joining us, it's an elimination game. So even though it's been a bit stop-start, there is still huge stakes on the line for both these teams.
There certainly is. And these teams, neither of them want to go home this evening. And keep in mind, Space Station might have 1 round on the board, but this is quite a long series here. We have a best of 3 games and a best of 3 rounds here in our game number 1. For those of you returning Halo fans that might remember from Oddball, from classic games, a little bit of exchanged kills there coming in from deciding, but might remember Oddball used to just be simply to 250 or 5 minutes or things like that. Now it is a round-based game type, 3 rounds. It is a best of 3, and each round will go to 100 points.
Best of 3 within a best of 3-ception, essentially, in this title. And challenging inside of Market there as Tarlok has to back up. Maybe he's going to grab that ball and actually escape. And I kind of like this, to be honest with you, from both players. One, Tylenol recognizing that he had a little bit of space on the map to actually hold that oddball and milk a little bit of time, which is now clocking up to 17 seconds. But I also like this play from Torlek as well, realizing that he can take some different angles, and now picking up those kills is going to re-engage with Tylenol. This has kind of been a tale of 2 different players making really good decisions on both sides.
Yeah, finally some ball time, coming in for the team of Pioneers. They'll get some points on the board, and they'll also hold this back tram hold as well. We'll see how long they can hold this. As we know, really it's going to be a lot of responsibility on the hands of the ball carrier to be ready to drop and shoot and help out the team as that push comes.
Bulldog in the hands of Manny. They're going to be spotted here. Ace is going to be helped out by Tylenol, who actually comes up onto the balcony, and Tylenol's going to get second. Ace and Tylenol working so well together. But as we say that, look at the kill feed. All of a sudden, it lights up in blue as 3 yellow players fall from Space Station. Last player alive, Tylenol. But look at this. Still milking that ball time. 23-14 to score. Finally, the ball transfers over to the hands of Pioneers.
Tylenol, as the last player alive, just as you pointed out, gets about 8 seconds of ball time sitting top tram. And that's one thing that's important to note as the rocket grab comes in there for Elamite, but it's actually to go in the hands of Manny. Instead, tries to stay alive, gets off both rockets though, so even though he did not get a last kill with that final rocket, gonna be very happy to leave those empty.
Ace now up on the balcony overlooking tram station. Just Raleigh in such a good position to fire from, especially on that cross towards Pink. You have such a good head glitch to play from, only exposing the head of your player model with free reign to shoot down on your opponents. Manny now picking up the kill mid-map on Elamite. Here's a flank coming in from Ace. However, it's not going to be the best of flanks as he only gets the trade across his efforts, I should say. And now Pioneers with that kill being picked up. That was actually pretty much every single player down. Elamite was first down and first to respawn, so this should be a strong hold here for Pioneers.
And that's a risky flank. You pointed it out just now on set. The tires flank from Ace to go back. If that flank pays off, that's huge. He can get a back whack and then probably do damage to at least 2 more players who might be pushing Neons or bottom mid. However, when that goes wrong, it blows your setup wide open. It's pretty catastrophic, which is what we just saw with all the points going on the board for the likes of Pioneer. So that's a risky play from Ace. I think it's an interesting one, but a low percentage one that's pretty risky.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that if you pull it off, it looks great, but I just feel like it's a low percentage play in comparison to maybe trying to take up one of the more powerful positions to get in position to help your teammates out. So a little bit of a misstep, maybe. It could have been brilliant. It's one of those things that can go either way, but at the moment, the only thing that's going in the favor of one of these teams is the kills, as Pioneers managed to pick 2 up. Tarlok now moving in onto Tram Station. Ball in neither team's hand at the moment as it is down on the respawn. Rocket's going to be coming up in around 5 seconds as well. Bulldog in the hands of Tarlok here as he tries to move in, but look at the kill feed. He's now last alive. He does have a flank, but it doesn't matter too much because he will be facing the full Space Station roster if he tries to push.
I was going to say that flank is a little late. Someone already leaving the front door just as he got comfortable in the back of the house. The second rocket does go from Ace. It'll be an assist, and he's now all the way back in PD, and it's a very nice rotation from Space Station.
The Space Station now have this rotation. You can see that all the other players will be funneled into Arcade here, and this is a tough break coming in for Pioneers. How do you want to see them play this one, Andy?
Right now, I think Pioneers just need to collect themselves. Like, get players around B stairs, get a flank going, maybe send one long around A. I don't think they need to force this all the way through tires and B Arcade, if you ask me. I think that's going to be their best route, and here they go now with a little bit more control.
However, this is a great hold coming in from Space Station. They get that first kill, and that just slows everything down. If you are holding a setup, you get that first kill. Essentially, you have a 3v3 instead of a 4v3 as far as guns up is concerned, because obviously you have one player who is holding that oddball. So that first pick is absolutely everything. Now they have the numbers. They picked off 2 more. Drock is going to be extremely weak on the back of it, and now Space Station find themselves around 10 seconds or so from just closing this out and taking game number 1 2-0.
Yeah, Pioneer's going to try to get some more points on the board, but they're not going to just need these points on the board. They're going to need several moments of control here. They're just going to make sure that they don't lose this battle back A, because the game could be here as we take a look. Only about 5 points remaining.
Soulsnipe trying to just jiggle peek around this corner. Unfortunately, the bin doesn't give him the cover that he would particularly ask for. Space Station now pick that ball up, even with 2 dead. They're only a few moments away. Make that 5 seconds. As Ace is going to throw that one out from PD. Torlik should be able to collect that if he can pick up the kill on Tylenol. Tylenol will fall. So this is an opportunity for Pioneers to get back into this. They have the opportunity to hold around PD and that tower, and we've just seen how strong that could be for Space Station.
That was 2 dead, and then actually another one dead. So really it's 3 fresh spawners here, about to be 4 fresh spawners. So they need absolutely perfect Halo here. If they hold off this next rush, they could absolutely win the game, but they got to play it perfect.
Keep an eye on the feed. It's all about that first kill again here for Pioneers and Space Station as well. You cannot afford to be that first kill. It does go down to Space Station. They get 1 for 1 on the break. Design has fallen as well. Soulsnipe will be taken down, and Torlik is trying his best just to survive for now. The ball does, I'm not sure if that was naded or thrown down from the tower.
Rocketed.
It ends up mid-map, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, ball gets rocketed from A. That changes everything, to be honest. Now it's going to be bottom mid, and really it might be an opportunity for Space Station to grab, but no, the Slays keep going in for Pioneers.
Ace manages to trade one out. The ball is going to be grabbed here by Deciding. 1 second away, Space Station, from closing out round number 2. Elamate, last player alive for Space Station. That's not good news, because Pioneers still have 3 on the map, and they've got the ball to back A.
Space Station, they went all in on that pull. They tried to get the last few seconds. It was a wise decision, but it doesn't pan out. Once again, Pioneers might still steal this out.
90 points has been crossed. 93 points. Space Station desperately trying to push forward. Elamite's going to be the first player to try and engage, but the rotation too strong as Pioneers tied this up. I tell you what, everybody, I love this new oddball.
Oh my God, that's 100-99 due to how the UI shows the scores there. We did not get to see the flashing final score, but that's 100-99 win. Space Station choking on the finish. And what a series of events. You know that Tylenol came in with the rockets, and they didn't necessarily mean to rocket the ball to bottom mid as well, and Pioneers could upset here as Space Station unable to close it out.
Ball dead for Space Station off the break. Pioneers pick that oddball up, and we've just seen how strong their hold is at back A. It's almost as if this is deja vu now. A Soulsnipe will be the eyes and the ears on anyone trying to push that pink street. Decides to rotate smartly towards his teammates at the moment, because if he gets picked off, then That is not good news with 2 players falling now for Space Station. They have the option to rotate actually towards the B Street here as Elamite is going to be doubling back, but only finds the Sentinel being to chip away at his haircut and make it a little bit shorter than maybe we was asking for.
Yeah, that microwave comes out and does a whole bunch of damage there to finish off Elamite, but watching the A angle actually is Manny, and even zooming in a bit there to get a closer look there with that microwave, and now just watching bottom mid continually. And what a start here from the side of Pioneers as they have really stepped it up here, already 41-0.
As Nigella Lawson will call it, the microwave, but I mean, that's her take on the word microwave, but the Sentinel Beam certainly showing that it can melt shields and pick up kills, as Helena will be the first player out of the 8 on the map to fall in this battle. Druck now trying to move in with that Bulldog. He's going to connect as well to pick up the first kill. That's 2 dead now, so that should be more ball time here as Tylenol is off the respawn. He's the only player alive for Space Station to get into position, and she's starting to run away from Space Station a little bit now. That last round is starting to haunt them.
I was going to say that last round is definitely going to be in the back of your minds when you just lost the game 100-99 after being up by a huge margin there, and you have to make sure if you're on the side of Space Station that you don't let that stay in the back of your mind. And Tylenol actually does much more damage, Ace does much more damage on Druck than he probably should have gotten away with. Druck will win that one, but narrowly over here at Cafe.
Elamite picks up 1 on the flank as well. He's trying to survive. The Bulldog is here, and it will do the damage that's required. Ace, though, spawning over at PD, so a little bit of a misfire, I would say, from Pioneers on that hold, not making sure that they blocked out the PD spawns, meaning that you can see how close the proximity was to that oddball. But here's the microwave again. Microwave, Sentinel Beam, whatever you want to call it. It's still doing damage. Manny trying to live with his life, but unfortunately will fall bottom middle.
Yeah, now taking a look back once again, deciding here, trying to win this battle against Druck. Not going to be easy. You've seen how well Druck's been playing this series. He's going to get even more time on the board here. And just like that, Pioneers only 30 seconds away, less than that, 25, as he's going to play the ball bottom middle, away from closing this out in a reverse sweep in our game 1.
Yeah, I like that play ball as well because he recognized where his teammates were spawning. Even though he managed to get the kills on the ball carriers, we see a nice double coming in from Manny. He also recognized that they were spawning over at Tram, which means that PD spawns were once again open. The last thing you want to be doing is giving up that ball and the control of that side of the map at the same time. So that simple play ball out to bottom mid, so vital to do. Ace now going to be moving in. Elamite picks up 1 in the feed as well. So 2 dead here for Pioneers. Space Station with the hold.
Does Space Station have the gas in the tank to bring this game back? Down by, 60 points here. We'll have to see if they could do what it takes. It'd be quite a statement from them. I think it would also take out a lot of the momentum out of the Pioneers side, but Pioneers really only need 1 good push or so to close this game out.
Ace deciding to drop the ball. His teammate does fall. Has to slay with his team for now, but Druck's going to be there once again with that Bulldog. Manny's going to be chased by Elamite Warrior, but you can see in front of him it's Space Station players falling left, right, and center. Every single direction that you can point out on a compass, and now you can see that maybe Elamite needed a compass to work out where those players were going to be firing from, because it looked a little bit like a lost puppy there as he was taken down. Deciding now will fall to Druck with that Bulldog. Tylenol's going to have a piece of that one more time, but this is looking like, again, Pioneers have to get hold on for just a few more seconds. This will be game number 1 going in their favor.
Look at this here already, just 95 now as the clock continues to tick. It will stop right there, but really only moments away. And like we said, now they really only need 1 good push and maybe even just 1 good player to sneak in and grab this ball time. What a great game 1 we have here of Oddball. It took a while to get here on set, but we have a nail biter down to our round 3.
I mean, I believe the saying is worth the wait, and we're certainly finding that right now as both teams are going hammer and tong to try and take this game 1. At the moment, it's just 5 points, which is separating Pioneers from being 1-0 up in the series, and with 4 players alive on the map, it's going to be time to push for them and maybe secure those final 5 points themselves. Deciding he's going to be taken down, and that is going to be the opening that they do need. Elamite's going to be the last player really in position to keep them off of that oddball, as Tolik now is going to be moving down, but look at the respawns coming in on that B Street. Elamite trying to poke and prod and see if he can keep it out of the hands of Pioneers, and he seems to have done the job.
Yeah, he did, and you saw actually 2 X's there. Space Station able to get 2 kills on the board at a very big moment there. Space Station is going to have to continue slaying this entire game. This is nearly impossible comeback. It is technically possible, but they will need to play absolutely perfect Halo in order to close this out.
Elamite trying to move around bottom middle, trying to hold off Soul Snipe up on this nest. jump towards Tyres, and now it's going to be deciding who has managed to steal in and get that odd ball away, moving it towards Tylenol, his teammate. So it's looking like a tram setup here for Space Station, and if they can hold this down, then you never know what could happen. We've already seen a couple of crazy comebacks, especially in that last round, and you couldn't put it past them doing it again here.
I mean, this was possible. This is one of the best oddball games we've seen in tournament play so far. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Like we said, it's a little bit clunky getting here, but my God, has this ever been amazing in terms of the actual back and forth of these two teams.
I don't know, Matt, now with that Stalker rifle in his hands too. Trying to see what he can do to close this game out. Can't find anyone at the moment, though. The ball time is starting to stack up here for Space Station, and it's starting to get a little bit closer.
Rockets
Rockets going to be popping. Maybe Pioneers are thinking about playing for those and then going for that break. They do manage to get them in the hands of Soul Snipe here. He's going to be pushing towards the back base. So this was the play call coming in from Pioneers.
Oh,
this is the play call being executed by them as well. And this is going to be the game going to Pioneers. Space Station not able to hold towards the end, and Pioneers turning that game on its head.
Oh my God, Pioneers with the reverse sweep in game number 1, and I gotta be honest, on set, we have not seen a lot of those in oddball. Very rarely does a team come back and win the next 2 rounds, but Pioneers, they do it here in game number 1.
They do indeed. Now we move over to our next game type, and Pioneers might be sending Space Station crashing out of the tournament here as we have the opportunity to see them once again give us an example of how strong they've been in Slayer game ties. But before we get there, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's have a look back on what was a little bit of a stop-start game, but as we said previously, worth the wait. A lot of excitement in these rounds.
I think it was worth the wait. In the end, like we said, it took us a while to get there, but man, did we ever have back and forth between these two teams with monster comebacks, not only in the game themselves, but even in the entire series.
I think the takeaway for me for Space Station here is I've got to give them some credit, Andy. You know, as we say, playing with the sub at the moment, Elamite's doing what he can. I think is the best way to kind of give that indication. I mean that with all due respect to Elamite, of course, a heck of a player, a lot of history with him, but Pioneer's being made to work. And I think the last thing that Pioneer's probably wanted from this series is to have to work so hard with their full roster. But I guess you can look at it the other way, right? It's good reps for them at the moment. With elimination on the line, maybe that's playing into it too. They don't want to be in a position where they go out for this, you know, top 8 position, which is what both these teams, excuse me, are playing for. So do you feel like maybe nerves is starting to have a little bit of impact on the way the Pioneers are playing?
Certainly could be a factor here as we get to see some Sentinel beams and clips there as well. I think you're absolutely right. It's a great point that we could be seeing a little bit of that. And in the end, it's a surprise to see the likes of Pioneers able to close that out 2 rounds back to back, but certainly not a surprise in terms of the talent on the board. We know that this Pioneers roster is capable of some pretty big things, and that's what they're looking to do here, not just this week, but also in Raleigh.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to watch Pioneers. As I say, one of my teams, I'm going to say it, my team to keep my eye on as we move towards Raleigh and we get to that live event, if they can recreate what they've done here, not only today, but in the last 2 tournaments as well. They certainly will be household names by the end of when all the play is done at Raleigh. But let's talk about our next game now, because we can start to look forward ever so slightly as we will see ourselves moving over to Recharge here for some Slayer action. First to 50, if you're joining us for the first time, you're watching Halo Esports for the first time, once again, welcome. We welcome you with open arms. But one thing that has been a little bit more impactful in Slayer game types is that grapple, Andy. And I think it's just the ability to close ground quickly when you get those shots cross map. Previously, those kills might get away, but when you have the ability to use the grapple shot and close that distance almost instantaneously, you can turn that damage into kills.
It's really interesting the way that we're seeing grapple in Slayer specifically, because like you said, the routes that you take in a Slayer are really specific, and they're often very different from the routes you might take and the reasons you might take them in Ball and Stronghold. So certainly something we're going to be looking for in this game.
Well, early kill was going to Pioneers here. They're up by 2, and it's going to be up to Ace to try and steal in to stop that camo being popped. Unfortunately, it's just going to be players just falling upon him, and it's going to be camo actually going over to Pioneers. So Ace did what he could, but it's going to be Druck with this power-up popped. And also a Mangler in his hands to try and do some damage up at close rounds. So Soul Snipe's going to go around the corner though, and he's going to pick up a kill. There is that one-shot beatdown that the Mangler gives you the opportunity to do. And already at 7-4, this is looking like control early in the hands of Pioneers.
And look at the timing there. Just make sure to avoid that grenade from Ace, and control perfectly times it as well. Also maintains a safe distance from that sword, maintains the camo. Druck doing some nice work here over at C.
The Druck just making sure that he clears that cross. And it might seem like a very simple thing to do, but just moving out to the C play here, you can see him just doing some damage with a teammate and now picking up some kills. Actually, Soul Sniper on board with now. And he gets some decent shots onto Deciding, just making his way through that turbine area. His teammate Tarlik will be trying to escape with that shock rifle. Soulside trying to move in to give him a little bit of help, and now they're going to decide to re-engage here. They also have that sword to play with as well as the shock rifle, so you have to say, sandbox-wise and with everything that is available on the map, at the moment, Pioneer's looking pretty strong.
They are. They've looked strong, and really, ever since they started to step it up in game number 1, I think we've seen some great things from them, and finally a few kills will go the way of Space Station there, and Elamite will finally die with that sword as well, so keeping things relatively close.
Truck's going to be going for that camo. Ace is going to be dropping down bottom middle. Score 16-10 at the moment in the favor of Pioneers. I don't know if anyone managed to scoop down and pick that camo up, but with Soul Snipe down there, I think more players are going to be a little bit worried about it, so to speak, due to the numbers advantage that Space Station do have. There it is in the hands of Tylenol, though. So this is an opportunity now for Space Station to put some kills on the board. Not only just kills, not just 1 or 2, but to rack them up, to stay alive and really close that gap.
Certainly 16-12 here as he makes his move and tries to get across long haul. Good shots, but oh my, were they ever answered back, and that camo will be neutralized right away.
Oh, there's Tarlik, though, and there's a double kill. Both brothers taken down, and there's one short-range weapon being exchanged for another, even though the Mangler has a few more uses than just that one-shot beatdown. It certainly is one thing that the players are making sure that they can use it for. However, this might be the other way. You see the 3-shot kill is a possibility. Druck now with that shock rifle in his hand, and 3 players coming off the respawn for Space Station. They have to be so careful they do not walk into his crosshairs.
23 kills now for Pioneers, and really showing no signs of slowing and still doing damage, like you said, with the shock from bottom yellow. And also going to check the corner here, find 2 players here, and actually deciding that goes down 23-15 now on the score. 24-14, excuse me.
Shock rifle not going to be connected for headshots for now, but still chipping away at damage. There is one from Druck. He does manage to finally punish someone just crossing that mid-bridge towards Turbine. 26 kills now, racked up already, past that halfway mark here, Pioneers. And Space Station starting to look a little bit lost, trapped inside a tower, and just Druck doing a good job of just suppressing them at the moment, just pressurizing, kind of squeezing them into those difficult situations where the only option they have to try and fight back is to peek through and maybe try and take a little bit of damage on their way to doing it, and that's allowing his teammates to move up. Druck will pick up that kill. Beautiful shots with the BR. Now moving towards his teammate, and he's going to pick up the kill onto Tylenol too.
Double kill, like you said, and also going to be a camo as a reward for him as they're going to continue to extend their lead. And you put it perfectly, Mark, just really creating no space. And when you have players like he does on your team on Pioneers, when you're doing damage like that with the shock rifle, that's going to blow the map wide open. Oh my God, another double kill killing spree for him as well, and he'll continue this camo run.
Grapple 2. 33-19 the score, and Space Station kind of look beaten right now. Druck is moving in. He'll be able to at least cause some problems for these players down on the low ground. However, it's going to be Soul Snipe who goes charging in, and he's trying to smell people out for those kills with the sword. He manages to pick up one as Elamite will unfortunately fall. And now they're just 15 kills away from closing this one out. And I have to say the Space Station, with all due respect to them, Andy, have looked lost on this game.
I think it's more credit to Pioneers, and I imagine you agree with me. I'd like to get your thoughts as well. It's more Pioneers running things and playing one step faster than Space Station that's really caused that. I think this SSG roster, even with Elamite, of course, subbing in, capable of some great things, but it's really been Pioneers just dictating everything since that round 1 of Oddball.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think they've just done such a good job of splitting those spawns up, making sure that they always have a numerical advantage on the map, and they're just covering each other so well with those angles. There's a killing spree for Soul Snipe, just patrolling around gold here. The pipes are Soul Snipe's, as he has that sword still in his hand, just waiting for anyone to dare challenge.
Rolling and patrolling here, sort of pipes, and you get a killing spree, you get a killing spree. Everyone here on the side of Pioneers just picking up those sprees. It feels like that's what's been in the feed so far, as they'll continue this.
You get a killing spree, you get a killing spree, and I'm sure that if Pioneers look under their chairs right now, they will have a series win waiting for them to pick up. Unfortunately, it's not quite like Oprah, as not every single player in the lobby will be able to feel that feeling, but for 4 of them, it will be good as Pioneers get closer and closer now, just 10 kills away from closing this one out.
Certainly not where we expected to see Space Station here at this point of the match and even of the bracket. But as we said, Elamite, of course, the coach, legendary Halo player, subbing in this week for Formal. So it will mean a little bit something different for them, perhaps, in terms of their road to Raleigh.
I just got jump scared. Sorry, everybody. It was a strange noise to make, but it was Manny flying around the corner with a sword as Tylenol flies up to the nades with that grapple in hand. We'll have a nice flank onto Torlik here. Manages to get the beat down as well. Can't survive, though. As you see the space station, those kind of plays is kind of showing to me that I think they realize the series may have escaped them here, Andy. You don't push in on your own if it's a much closer game. You don't try and make those big plays. You wait for your team deciding, trying to do what he can. But at the moment, this is just the Pioneers kind of open bus tour, I should say, celebration, as they will be taking home this in just a few moments.
Either one, open bus tour, open tour bus, both of those seem pretty exciting. Not over just yet. We can't celebrate just yet, as we'll see these few kills going into to the side of SSG, and that's actually caused Pioneers to slow this down just a little bit here. They want to make sure they close this out.
Picks up one. Tolik looking to pick up the kill on Elamite as well. He scarpers away like a mouse back into his house. And then he repeats, and Tolik says that's going to be a mouse trap and you'll be exterminated for now. Now just 4 kills remaining. With the Mangler in hand, Tolik might fancy himself here as picking up a couple. However, Deciding will exchange those kills. Soul Snipe now moving in, changes to the BR, and that's going to be a repulsor from Ace. And Ace will actually win that battle. So many players down to no shields. Manny is going to pick one of them off at distance, but now it's just 3 more kills to go. Elamite's going to be double flanked here by Tolik and Manny. He'll be taken down. Attempted stick coming in. Ace is trying to survive for now. Soul Snipe will pick up the 48th kill, and now it's just 2 kills to go here for Pioneers.
Yeah, they hit 49. Just looking for that last one. There it is, and Pioneers will 2-0 in our final series of the night. 50-39, the score in our game number 2, and they will win that with a clean sweep.
Pioneers reminding us once again why they are certainly my team to watch going into Raleigh, and a lot of people's team to watch at home as well. I'm pretty sure they would have picked up, and they should certainly pick up a lot of fans over the last couple of weeks from how they have performed. And this is the series score, 2-1 on Oddball Streets. It felt like it was a lot longer than that, but as we had those unfortunate restarts. But 50-39 was the score in that final game that we saw there on Slayer Recharge. We'll jump into the highlights here, Andy. And I think the real kind of standout round was the 100-99 Oddball round.
It has got to be. I mean, that was one of the closest, and you don't get closer. I mean, that's one of the closest probably on paper of the match we've shown on the broadcast there of Oddball, and the fact that it went to a reverse sweeping ball was pretty fantastic as well. And looking at these Game 2 highlights, once again, it was just early control from Pioneers, and they kept that going. And for those of you who might just be checking out Halo Esports for the first time, or maybe didn't catch our first 2 weeks, this Pioneers roster, even though they might be lesser known names in terms of the players that you've been following historically over the course of the last 2 decades of Halo, Pioneers is coming in with a 3rd seed in North America right now. This team is not to be taken lightly, and they're continuing to make that statement here late in our elimination bracket.
Well, we're going to bring Lottie back in right now because, as you can see, the scores are on the doors. Lottie, we've unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to Space Station for now as they will fall out of the bracket. But Pioneers, again, reminding us all of just what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pioneers haven't missed a beat there, and I think obviously Space Station, well fought. It was a tough fight. You're going against a team that are a little bit more well-rounded than you are. Gaskin, watching that one, I don't want to be too much of a harsh critic here, but I'm curious to know what you think in terms of Space Station. How far do you think they would have got if they had Formal here and they didn't have Elamite kind of filling in that role there?
I think top 6, top 4 is realistic for SSG with their full roster. I think they knew full well coming into this. Using Elamite, they weren't going to be placing in the Raleigh positions, and likelihood was they just wanted to get the highest seed possible in the open bracket so then they can try and compete and get into championship bracket when it comes to Raleigh. So I think for them it was just about experimenting, playing as a 3, having fun, enjoying themselves, and they took Pioneers to a good game. I don't know whether they were putting their whole heart and soul into it, but either way, Pioneers impressed me. I think Pioneers needed a solid victory there because now as they move on to some harder matches here in this bracket, they need to prove why they were the 3rd seed coming into this one today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Pioneers obviously beat SEAL Team 6. They lost to Inconceivables, which is Snipedown and Co. They go down into the elimination bracket and find themselves here. And of course, they do beat Space Station Gaming to continue their journey into tomorrow. But tomorrow, we do have our winners semi-finals, which is, I believe, going to be a best of 5, which is really exciting because this is where the action really starts here. Best of 5 really does elongate a series out. And, Brav, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like with best of 5s, you see a much larger competitive side to some of our teams here, and I guess the comeback ability is ever more apparent. Are you looking forward to getting to our winners semi-finals?
Of course, you're not wrong. I think everyone here, the players included, us in the casting booth, and also all of our viewers, also just looking forward to seeing what these best of 5s do, because you do get just that real raw best of 5. You can go down 1 game, 2 games and still bring it back, and you make the argument, I think every player would, that the better team team wins the best of 5. And if you ask players, they'd also say the same thing about a best of 7, best of 11. It just keeps going, but it's going to be fantastic to be in best of 5s earlier for this week.
Definitely. And I think, Mark, obviously you had talked about a couple of familiar faces coming back to the Halo scene. Inconceivable. They are going to be in our winners semi-final. Are you excited to see Snipe Down play and get on the screen once again?
Yeah, of course. And I think it's not just Snipe Down, right? It's the likes of, Booba Doobu. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to be developing as a player over the last couple of weeks as well, because I think he's one of those players he's never talked about enough. Never. Like, however well he does, he's just never, for whatever reason, brought into that conversation. I think it's because it's just quite a quiet guy. He's just quite quiet, unassuming, really, really super nice guy once you get to know him as well. So I'm going to talk about and give him some love. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be really fun. We've kind of had the fast food today, right? The best of 3s.
Oh,
tomorrow we get into like we're going to a nice restaurant. We're going out for some Michelin star food. We get the best of 5s, and
like that.
Let's be honest, the more food the better.
A 5-course meal, and who doesn't want to have some gourmet dinner? That's exactly what's going to be delivered tomorrow. Now, it was so lovely to have you guys joining us on broadcast, and of course we've had an absolute blast today. I hope you guys have felt that one as well through all of the action and matches. But that's going to do it for day 1 here at the Kickoff Classic qualifier, and tomorrow we're going to be back on the screen 6 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're not late. We're going to be going live straight away with your top 8 teams battling for that very important spot at Raleigh. We'll see you tomorrow.